In this unusual and harsh world, rank completely determines a person's position in the hierarchy. This is why people always strive to improve themselves in order to rise in rank. Humanity praises the highest ranks, while the lowest are forced to crawl in the mud. In this world, rank determines absolutely everything, not only strength or intelligence, but also social connections. Even a person's wealth and profession are determined by his rank. So important is he in this world. The era of humanity, where everything and every quality has its own rank. It is in this unusual world that the adventures of one boy named Slow begin. He lives in a small but very friendly village and works hard for the benefit of its inhabitants. The boy does any job he can to help his fellow villagers. Slow finished splitting wood and decided that his work was done for the day. One of the villagers saw that the boy was lounging around, so he asked him to plow a small field. An acquaintance of Slow's stood up for him, considering such a request out of the ordinary. The girl shouted at the villagers to leave the guy alone and stop asking him for everything. A fellow villager said that Slow was daydreaming, so he decided that the guy was not doing anything. Luna shouted that the boy would be used as a tool if he agreed to all requests. The guy said he didn't see a problem with it, but the girl said Slow had too kind a heart. The girl said that she had a really great idea. She knew exactly what she could do today. A friend asked the guy if he wanted to leave the village by a secret route that no one knew about. Suddenly, an old woman approached and shouted that this was strictly forbidden by the unspoken rules of the village. The older woman asked if this brat had forgotten the rules, and Luna asked why it was not possible. The elder shouted that this disobedient girl should be locked up for a while, so that she could come to her senses and calm down. The villager asked if Slow could bring a couple of buckets of water. The boy replied that he would help. The man said that in this village they were the only children of such a young age, but they were so different. The fellow villager said that if Slow needed rest, he could rest and return to work later. However, the guy said that he was not tired at all and was ready to help the man right now. The boy thought his parents had died when he was little, but the villagers took him in. Slow is sure that his fellow villagers raised him like their own son, showering him with care and love. The guy feels that he will not be alone here anymore, so he wants to repay the kindness. The boy said that he loved this village and all its inhabitants with all his heart. The man asked if Slow wanted to live in his house from that day on, and the boy said that was not the case. The boy thought that the inhabitants of this village in the middle of nowhere were very dear to him. The guy thought that the outside world wasn't that important to him when all his family was here. Luna couldn't believe that she had been put in a cage for some talk about a secret path out of a remote village. Grandma said the girl was too stubborn. If only she were even a little obedient like Slow. The elder said that they sometimes call traitors and added that the girl was really missing something. Luna stated that there was a big world outside, so why did they live locked within the walls of the village? Grandma said that they were doing this against their will, but because someone hated them. The girl did not calm down. She asked who exactly hated the villagers. What kind of childish story was this? The elder said that the girl should not know all the details. One day time will sort everything out. The boy had already finished pouring water at the request of his elder, who had gone away on business. Slow said that he had done an excellent job with the task. The boy had filled the well with water. The guy felt a small stone fly at him. It seemed that the one who threw it didn't mean any harm. The boy realized that this someone was his friend, who asked him not to speak loudly. The girl gestured for him to come closer. She had a rather important conversation with Slow. Luna said that the cage would no longer hold her, and the guy noted that this was no reason to be proud. Slow's friend told him that he just needed to follow her and she would lead him to a cool place. The boy said that if they went outside the village, his grandmother would scold him loudly again. Luna said that everything was perfectly fine. They would be back in a minute and no one would know. The girl said that there was a place outside the village that she wanted to show her best friend. The teenagers crawled under the fence and went out into the forest. Slow had no idea how huge the world was. Luna pointed to the approaching edge of the forest and said that they were almost there. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, because something incredibly amazing opened up before them. Luna told her friend to look carefully, because in front of them was that very outside world. The girl exclaimed loudly that the world outside the village was incredibly vast and beautiful. The boy was speechless because he couldn't even imagine that he would see something like this. Slow exclaimed that the outside world was so amazing that only adults hid it. Luna saw that this fascinated her best friend, so she decided to ask. The girl asked if Slow knew the rules of the outside world. Without them, it would not be easy to survive in it. A friend said she read about them in a book she secretly took from traders who came to the village. Luna explained that in the outside world there is a special system that is called ranks here. The girl said that in this world there are different types of ranks, and the people who receive them are called rankers. Slow's friend explained that in the outside world there are adventurers, doctors, musicians, and many others. Luna said that people assign rank to everything, from food and weapons to personal power and wealth. The girl is sure that outside the village everyone seriously competes with each other. The boy chuckled because the outside world also had rules, just like their village. Luna asked her friend if she thought that, unlike the village rules, the outside world was fun. The girl stated that one day she would become a ranker adventurer and compete with strong opponents. The young man reminded her that according to the village rules, she couldn't leave, and the girl shouted that she didn't care. Luna admitted that she had long ago decided to leave this remote village and go out into the outside world. The girl said that she wanted to go on this difficult journey with Slow. The guy's friend said that he too should go out into the outside world to meet adventures. Luna reminded the boy that when she was 5 years old, she was attacked by a bird of incredible size. The girl was incredibly scared at that moment. It seemed to her that she was about to die from its sharp claws. However, Slow stood up for her, demonstrating incredible strength with which he scared off the feathered predator. Even then, Luna began to suspect that the adults were not telling them something important. The guy asked if anything like this had ever happened. He had no memory of being attacked by a bird. The girl said that then she understood only one thing. In front of her was a guy who was constantly in the clouds. However, the girl added that in the right situation he can become the strongest in this world. Luna is sure that Slow will shine even brighter if she goes outside and immerses herself in this beautiful world. The boy's friend invited him to go explore this vast outside world together. The girl is confident that they will have unforgettable adventures that they will remember for the rest of their lives. Slow thanked his best friend for such a wonderful offer, but he refused to leave the village. The guy admitted that he would still stay here. He loved his native village too much. Luna shouted at him. What a stubborn fool he was. Wasn't he ready to share her grandiose goals with her? The girl said that she didn't care. She would go first, and the guy couldn't stay behind the walls forever. The boy told his friend to be careful on the way back. You never know what kind of bird might attack her. Slow thought he couldn't even imagine that Luna would leave the village so quickly. The guy thought that the evening had arrived suspiciously quickly. The skies had already turned red. The boy decided that it was time for him to return. He had been outside the village for long enough. Slow rose slowly, trying to prolong his admiration of the sunset. The outside world was indescribably beautiful. However, something was bothering the guy. He noticed an unusual object among the dense clouds. The boy froze, asking himself what it was, what exactly he was now observing in the sky. Slow kept his eyes on the floating island, which was frozen just above the forest that hid the village. The boy noticed how the outlines of the floating island flashed with a bright, blinding light. The enormous crystal at the base of the island absorbed incredible power and released it down. Slow couldn't believe his eyes, because a stream of incredible, unknown power fell upon the forest. The boy didn't understand. He had never encountered such a strong wind in these parts. The guy, trying to figure out what had happened, asked himself how long this would continue. Slow realized that the unknown floating island had disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. The boy quickly realized that his native village was located on that side of the forest. The guy was afraid for his family, but tried to convince himself that everything was fine. Nothing bad had happened. Slow ran without looking back, thinking about Luna, his grandmother, and all the villagers, about everyone who was dear to him. The boy ran out of the forest thicket and couldn't believe his eyes. There was nothing in front of him. The guy froze in a daze. Where was his native village? It was here, where all the people were. Slow realized that there was now a huge crater where his home village had been. Barely containing his rising feelings, the boy asked what it was that had happened here. The boy asked himself in despair where his native village was, where all the houses were, where the inhabitants were and their familiar voices. Slow called out loudly to his grandmother, hoping to hear an answer somewhere near this empty place. The boy roared, asking if anyone was here, and froze, begging the silence to answer his call. The guy remembered the words of his best friend, who said that she would always be there. Slow realized that he would never again see his family, who had taken him in and warmed him. The villagers promised that the boy would no longer be alone, because they were all his big family. The guy was beside himself with the bitterness of loss and rage that instantly overwhelmed his consciousness. Slow couldn't understand why this had happened, why he hadn't been there when his village had disappeared. The boy heard an unfamiliar voice of some man who said that he was late again. The stranger, breathing heavily, said that he could again only observe the outcome of what had happened. The man realized that this time there was a survivor at the scene of the tragedy. The stranger didn't know what to say. The surviving boy seemed like just a child to him. Slow assumed that the man must know what happened here. The stranger decided to come closer to make sure that the guy was the only survivor. The man, looking at the huge crater, quietly asked if the boy was a resident of the village of Tulls. The stranger, sympathizing with Slow, said that it must be very painful for the boy to see all this. The man who came said that the guy shouldn't worry anymore, that Flying Island is no longer here. Slow asked in desperation if the man knew what kind of island it was, what it even was. The boy shouted that he wanted to know what had happened to the village, to its inhabitants. What had happened? The boy, sobbing, begged to be told what it was and why it left a crater in the village. The stranger realized that it was too early for such a boy to know the whole truth about this cruel world of adults. The man is sure that the guy shouldn't ask about the village, but should go to the address where they will help. Slow shouted that he wanted to know the answer, and the stranger shouted that the guy should look back. The man shouted that this was not a world for children like the boy to get involved in. The stranger is sure that the only thing the guy can do now is to forget about what happened today. The man is confident that this will only make things better, and the boy can rest assured of his words. The stranger thought that he did not want the boy to be sacrificed because of his dangerous curiosity. Slow said he disagreed with his elder, who was trying to shield him from the harsh truth. The boy asked how he could forget today, what the man was even talking about. The stranger realized that this whiny boy actually possessed incredible strength. Slow asked in a rage how he could forget that unfortunate day when his dear people disappeared. The guy said that he would go to that damn island and bring back everyone who had perished at the behest of its owners. Slow remembers well that when he was still little, his parents died in a landslide. The boy will never forget the despair he felt at that terrifying moment. He remembers how impenetrable the darkness was that surrounded him when he was left alone. However, the residents of the small village of Tulls came to the aid of the poor orphan. All the villagers were happy to accept the poor fellow who had lost his family at such an early age. The boy knows that the villagers have always taken care of him, and Luna has always been there. The boy will never forget what all these kind people from the remote village did for him. Slow is sure that they were all good people who could not pass by a person in trouble. The boy said that he could never forget his family, the inhabitants of the village of Tulls. The boy screamed that he would get to that lousy island and bring everyone back. The man couldn't believe his own eyes because he had never seen such a person before. The stranger saw how energy was literally gushing out of the boy. The amount of prana this boy had was astonishing. The man noticed that even the space around him was being deformed due to the force of mental energy. The stranger knows that prana is inherent in every person, but only a few are aware of it. The man understands that only truly talented people know how to use it. The stranger was surprised because prana usually appears white or transparent. A man knows that people with truly strong energy are able to make it visible. The stranger understands perfectly well that in their world there are also people with special prana. The man understands that there are legends that some peoples possess special mental energy. The stranger finally realized that the man standing before him was not an ordinary guy, but a survivor of Babis. The man thought he wanted to take care of the guy's protection, but he doesn't understand how everything works. The stranger threw his sword to the boy so that he could pick it up and be ready to fight. The man said that Slow must pick up the sword if he really wanted to get to the flying island. The stranger said that if he saw potential in the boy, he would become his mentor. The boy realized that he had to show all his strength in order for the man to accept him as a student. The stranger said that Slow must fight to the death, otherwise he would not show his true abilities. The boy immediately picked up the blade thrown to him, his whole appearance showing determination. The boy jumped up. He was eager to start a fight that would allow him to become stronger. The man understood that it was obvious to him that Slow had picked up a sword for the first time in his life. The stranger thought that the pressure coming from the guy was shaking him, a seasoned fighter. The man understands that all this is not as important as the fact that the guy's waves are practically exceptional. The stranger understands that the boy has a very great future. Not everyone is endowed with such potential. The man thought that the guy was definitely worth his attention because he could surpass anyone. The stranger understands perfectly well that further battle is pointless. Slow's abilities are amazing. However, there was no stopping the guy. He clearly decided that he had to give it his all. The man told the boy that this huge flying island was called the Island of the Gods. Mentor Slow said that usually this floating island remains above the vast ocean. The unknown person stated that he is acting to prevent these tragedies, but is always late. The man said that according to legends, people who are enveloped in light are taken to the island of the gods. The mentor told the boy not to even think about touching the beam of light from this floating island. The boy asked how he could get to the island of the gods, and the man said that there was one way. The man said that if the boy gets into the top 10 adventurers ranking, he will end up on the island. Slow asked what was so special about this ranking of adventurers and who they were. The mentor explained that adventurers are an elite group whose lives are dedicated to exploring the unknown. The man is confident that of all the possible paths, most people choose the rank of adventurer. Slow realized that he simply had to become one of the top 10 adventurers in the world. However, the man clarified that since the opening of the island of the gods, only one thing has remained unchanged. The mentor said that almost all the adventurers sent to the floating island died. The man asked the boy if he had changed his mind. He had chosen an incredibly difficult path. Slow stated that he had already firmly decided to become one of the top 10 adventurers in order to bring back his loved ones. The mentor realized that his new student would not be frightened by simple stories of failed expeditions. The man said that he would train the boy for only 1 year, but he would only teach him fencing. The mentor hopes that his training will become the starting point for the boy who will conquer the island of the gods. The man introduced himself as Adler and presented himself as a knight of the first rank, the strongest knight of humanity. Adler asked the name of the guy who was aiming to conquer the top of the rankings. He introduced himself as Slow. The mentor stated that he was not going to spare the boy who was striving to become the best. The man said that Slow was the first one to hit Adler with one swing of his sword anyway. The boy realized that he now had an excellent mentor who was able to teach him properly. The guy understood perfectly well that this year would not be the easiest in his life, but he had to overcome it. Slow endured torn muscles and burning blisters on his hands and feet because he wanted to become stronger. A year of training with a first-rank knight became a series of severe trials for the boy. Adler did not spare the boy so that he would grow stronger and achieve his main goal, conquering the island of the gods. The training of the strongest knight was so tough that the boy bled every day. Slow noticed that after that evening, Adler said nothing more about the island of the gods. The boy realized that his mentor wanted him to figure everything out on his own. Slow understood that 2 questions awaited him: why the village had disappeared and what the island of the gods was. The boy decided that he would rise in the ranks of adventurers and personally answer them. Slow realized that in order to answer his questions, he would have to do the almost impossible. Adler admitted that this year passed almost unnoticed for him. Although his student experienced a lot, the knight of the first rank asked if the young man was ready to set out on his own adventure. Slow immediately replied that he had been prepared for his journey for a long time. The guy thought that his girlfriend had suggested that he become adventurers a whole year ago. The young man understands that the moon, striving to understand the world, left without realizing her dream. Slow realizes that he is now embarking on a long journey to become a ranker adventurer. The boy clearly decided that he would make Luna's dreams come true, for her sake and for the sake of all the villagers. The strongest knight of humanity told his student that he must move. Adler said that the boy had grown very tall, and the boy said that now was his growing period. Slow understood that as a first-rank knight's apprentice, he was finally beginning his journey to the island of the gods. After some time on his journey, the boy finds himself in the capital of the kingdom of Trackland. The guy knows that it is only possible to obtain the rank of adventurer in a bureau that specializes in recognition. Meanwhile, at the Ranker Assessment Center, someone was persistently calling out to a girl named Lucy. The voice warned that it was almost noon, which meant that time was almost running out. The girl immediately jumped up from her seat and screamed that everything was very bad. She accidentally fell asleep. A friend asked if Lucy had been looking through the ranks all night again. The girl said that since her friend was a recognizer, she had to take care of her health. Lucy understands perfectly well that her main responsibility is to establish the rank of people. The rank of recognizer obliges the bearer to travel to any point in the world to analyze the abilities of rankers. The Bureau knows that recognizers must possess a huge amount of specialized knowledge and be impartial. The girl understands that in order to reach this rank, it is necessary to put in a lot of effort. The recognizer must undergo many examinations in order to evaluate the superiority or inferiority of people. Everyone knows that only a select few can follow the path of one of the most difficult professions in the world. Lucy stated that even as a recognizer, she was still at rock bottom. A friend asked the girl what she wanted to do in general, and she replied that she wanted to do all sorts of things. Lucy knows that to get promoted, she must become an exceptional talent spotter. However, the girl admitted that she does not like modern rankers, who are idiots. Lucy said that there used to be competitions in ranks, but now the high positions are firmly occupied. The girl stated that ranks are only valuable when they are updated regularly. The friend thought that Lucy was just a rank maniac and added that this was a serious case. The girl asked if there was any rising star who would shake up the ranking system. A friend is sure that the rising star could be among the people in this audience. Lucy remembered that today, for the third year in a row, was the day to register for the adventurer's exam. The recognizer asked if there had always been so many participants, and her friend replied that this was not the case. The girls thought that the Shambles Forest's promotion to a dangerous zone had an impact on the young people's interest in the rank. Lucy's friend is sure that this time they have many promising candidates for the rank of adventurer. The girl pointed to Soul Dark, the leader of the most developed mercenary squad, Red Wolf. Lucy's friend knows that the marksman family is known for its archers, and this time they sent Edward. The girl said that there were other promising people, for example, that man in the far row. Lucy recognized him as a ranker merchant, while her friend named the others. The girl determined their ranks. The recognizer's friend said that it was just amazing. All the ranks matched the list. Lucy stated that the title of ranked adventurer is especially prestigious, and many people want to obtain it. The girl knows that this rank allows its holders to enter special and even dangerous territories. The friend realized that she had been called to the reception desk and needed to leave. The registrar greeted the newcomer, and the young man said that he wanted to register his rank. Lucy's friend said that the guy came to the right place. Ranks are the system they run. The girl said that it is possible to update your rank anywhere, but you can only register it at the bureau. Slow said he wanted to register for the adventurer rank test. The registrar said that the guy arrived on time and that he should fill out the form before the exam began. The girl said that the cost of the exam was 3,000 coins, and the young man did not waste time. Slow said he was done filling out the form, and the receptionist assigned the guy a number and asked him to wait. Lucy said there was still a redneck left who didn't even know what a recognition bureau was. Her friend sighed. That was for sure. It had been a long time since she had had to explain elementary things like that. The registrar asked Lucy to help her prepare for the exam. There is not much time left. After some time, the girl was already explaining the rules for conducting the exam for the rank of adventurer. The examiner reported that the tests are divided into 3 types: written, practical, and final. The girl explained that the examinee must pass at least 2 tests out of 3 possible. The examiner warned that the written exam had already begun, and everyone should hurry with their answers. Many of the examinees were very nervous. The range of scores on this test was unusually wide. The girl announced that the first stage of the exam was already over and that those taking the test could put their papers aside. The examiner warned that the practical part of the exam would be held in a forest outside the city. The girl said that they would accompany the examinees when they checked the work of the first stage. Lucy volunteered to help her friend to finish checking the forms as quickly as possible. The recognizer came across a special form. She had never seen such sloppy handwriting. Lucy realized that this answer sheet belonged to that illiterate guy with the lifeless look. However, she couldn't even imagine that he was doing so badly even with his basic education program. The recognizer didn't find a single correct answer. It couldn't even cope with the picture task. The girl asked herself not to judge harshly people who can't even answer questions for villagers. 2 hours later, the examiners brought all the participants to the location of the second practical stage. The girl announced that at this stage, the examinees would have to hunt for treasure in the forest. Lucy's friend said that the board behind her displayed items and their point values. The examiner warned that fighting between exam participants is unacceptable. The girls announced that the practical part of the adventurer rank exam was now open. The examiner told her friend that they had a free minute and could finally take a break. Lucy asked her friend how many participants thought would pass the exam, maybe half. The girl said that this time the participants seemed unusually strong to her, and more than half would pass. Soul Dark asked the examiner if he was the first to return from the forest with prey. The girl noticed that the guy still had plenty of time. Why did he limit himself to just 1 ore? The young man stated that he would pass this part of the exam anyway, so why should he strain himself beyond his means? The examiner noted that Soul would be able to achieve a rank higher than the one she declared when registering for the exam. Edward Marksman was surprised that he was not the first to return with the loot. Had he really been too late? The girl noted that the feather she brought was highly valued, but the guy did not know that these birds were so rare. Soul said that Edward found something to be proud of, some useless bird feather. The archer stated that this bird flies at the speed of sound. The mercenary's gaze could not even keep up with it. Soul Dark apologized, adding that the boy looked much better in a clown costume. Edward asked the young man if he wanted to catch the bird himself, and the young man said that he could. The examiner noted that many of the rankers were incredibly proud people, and Lucy became inflamed by the growing confrontation. The girl heard the heavy steps of one of the participants. Was someone really hurt, or worse? Those who completed the second stage turned around to see what had happened that was so unusual. Slow also completed the practical portion of the exam, but was delayed due to the weight of his workload. The young man easily dealt with the huge red bear that ruled the forest. The guy said he didn't know how to remove the gallbladder from this red grizzly. Slow said he had brought the whole carcass and asked if he could deliver the item just like that. The examiner accepted the boy's work without hesitation and gave it the highest score. The other examinees whispered among themselves, not understanding how this guy had taken down the bear single-handedly. Lucy noticed that Slow was well aware that this magical beast was a red grizzly. The guy said that he was well acquainted with it because this type of monster lived near the village. One of the test takers asked if anyone had ever seen this guy defeat a bear. The man said it happened right before his eyes, but he couldn't describe what exactly happened. A witness to the duel, Slow, stated that everything happened so quickly that he did not understand anything. The man explained that he saw the young man simply swing his sword, and then the bear froze. The man said that before he could notice anything else, the bear collapsed dead. Lucy thought that either she was facing the rising star or a vile deceiver. An hour later, all examinees were gathered at the underground training ground. The examiner stated that adventurers should be afraid of magical beasts as well as people. The girl said that the task of adventurers is to pave the way to new, unknown lands. Lucy's friend knows that bandits and pirates are a strong threat to adventurers of any rank. The examiner stated that the final part of the exam is a simulated battle, and the participants will fight. The girl said that it doesn't matter whether they win or lose. They need to show their abilities. The man asked if Soul Dark would like to fight him. He was sure that the fight would be equal. The elder heard that this guy only carried stones during the practical part of the exam. The man declared that he would teach this boy, who was not even third rank, a lesson right now. Soul Dark didn't even turn around to look at the man who attacked him from behind. The young man easily knocked the man out so that he would no longer think of attacking him from the shadows. The boy apologized to the examiner, explaining that he could not contain his anger. The girl said that she would turn a blind eye to this because the man had already failed the exam. The examiner thought that the only person she could pair with Soul was Edward Marksman. Lucy called out to her friend because she had a small request. The girl asked the examiner to pair Soul with a boy named Slow. The matches flew by almost unnoticed, and none of the examinees stood out from the rest. The examiner announced the start of the 8th match. She called out numbers 28 and 41. However, Lucy still decided to intervene in the announcement of the participants of the next fight. The girl said that number 53 was also taking part in this battle. Lucy announced that number 53 would face 2 examinees at once. Soul asked if the examiners were making fun of them, and Edward said that he hadn't been underestimated like that in a long time. Lucy's friend said the girl was making an obvious mistake, but she was completely sure. The girl joyfully exclaimed that if her eyes did not deceive her, she had found that very rising star. Lucy saw incredible potential in the unremarkable boy from a remote village. The named participants in the exam were already fully prepared to begin the battle. They were just waiting for the start. The examiner thought her friend was going too far when she demanded a fight between 2 and 1. Slow understands perfectly well that he cannot lose to his opponents, despite their numerical superiority. The girl once again announced the participants of the 8th duel of the Adventurer rank exam. Lucy's friend said that Soul Dark is the leader of the ferocious Red Wolf mercenaries. The girl knows that this squad made its name last year when it destroyed the Cayman Mafia. The examiner spoke about rumors that the leader of the Red Wolf personally killed the Mafia boss. Lucy's friend said that Edward Marksman is the young master of a famous family of archers. The examiner knows that he was trained by his father, who was ranked 2nd in the archery rankings. The young man received his rank at the age of 5. There is not a single archer who does not know this genius. The girl stated that an unknown young man would confront these talents. Slow understood that he should not be afraid of his opponents, because his teacher was the strongest knight. The examiner announced the beginning of the 8th duel to obtain the rank of adventurer. Edward Marksman decided that he had to end this senseless fight immediately. The young man prepared to defend himself. He had to assess the abilities of his opponents. The The guy easily dodged the arrows heading his way and noticed Sol running up. The leader of the Red Wolf mercenaries quickly closed the distance to Slow. The young men crossed blades, blocking each other's attacks, and a serious fight ensued. Not everyone present at the underground training ground could keep an eye on the swordsman. Sol was not inferior to the first-ranked knight's apprentice, although the boy's strengths were not equal. Some of the examinees asked their comrades why they couldn't see what was going on there. Others replied that they themselves did not see it, but only heard the incessant ringing of steel. Slow decided that he had studied his opponent sufficiently and parried the swift attack with one movement. The leader of the Red Wolf mercenary squad realized that he had lost this battle. The guy who came out of nowhere turned out to be a cut above him, the strongest in his squad. Slow didn't forget about his second opponent, who was moving around the court and attacking from a distance. The boy chose his positions very well and released his arrows, designed to kill the enemy. The student of the strongest knight understood that a whole year of backbreaking training had not been in vain. The young man wielded his sword with incredible precision, demonstrating a skill beyond the capabilities of many adventurers. Not a single arrow fired by Edward Marksman reached its target. Slow deflected each one. The archer continued to shoot arrows despite the spectators standing behind the target watching the duel. Some of the examinees thought that they should not have applied for the exam with these monsters. Soldark turned to his opponent and called him a swordsman, but corrected himself, calling him the strongest knight. The archer confirmed that he shared this opinion. He had never met such strong people. Slow asked those assigned to be his opponents what ranks they had already earned. Edward Marksman replied that he was the 402nd in the rank of archers, and that was a very confident position. Soldark said he was the 753rd ranked mercenary, but what was the point of asking that? Slow said that if he beats his rivals, he will definitely rise to the triple-digit rank. The young man decided not to drag out the fight. Since there were two opponents, he would use prana. Edward Marksman couldn't believe his eyes, because only the strongest possessed such an amount of energy. Soldark realized that his opponent suddenly had a terrifying aura of intimidation. Lucy was surprised. The amount of prana was so great that its color was visible to the naked eye. The archer stated that ranks are not assigned only based on a person's specialties. The guy said he was ranked 78th in the world among precision shooters. The boy decided that he could defeat this monster that had come to their land out of nowhere. However, Edward Marksman did not even have time to release the string of his bow when Slow knocked him down. Soldark realized that his comrade had lost to the unknown youth in just one moment. The young man saw how the student of the strongest knight was approaching him to strike. Sol understood perfectly well the gap in strength with the apprentice of a first-ranked knight, so he was afraid of him. The leader of the Red Wolf mercenary squad saw the confidence in his opponent's eyes. The young man realized that in another moment he would lose consciousness due to his opponent's swift attack. Slow understood that attacking head-on was not as effective as delivering a surprise blow from behind. The 753rd ranked mercenary shouted that the guy didn't have to defeat him. The leader of the Red Wolf mercenary squad declared that he had admitted his crushing defeat. The young man said that he needed to go to work after finishing the adventurer rank exam. Soldark said it would be problematic if he fell unconscious like Edward Marksman. Slow said that he understood his opponent's position and that he would not intentionally interfere with his plans. The leader of the Red Wolf mercenary squad did not understand what kind of monster came for the rank of adventurer. Soldark, in incredible fear, asked himself who the hell this guy was. The examinees couldn't believe what was happening. An unknown young man had defeated two people with 3-digit ranks. The examiner shouted that this was enough. The 8th duel for the rank of adventurer was over. The girl announced that the winner was exam participant number 53. Lucy's friend shouted where this girl was going. They still had groups of people taking exams. However, the recognizer could not miss this rare chance. She wanted to confirm her guesses. The girl turned to the recognizer's exclusive database to find Slow. Lucy found no record of examinee number 53. He never achieved rank. The girl thought it made sense if he lived in some remote village. The recognizer realized that the young man had not committed any crimes and did not belong to any special organizations. The girl thought that it was just a jackpot, and where had such a nugget been hiding all this time? Lucy burst into the room screaming that she wanted to become Slow Tool's personal recognizer. The guy who made a splash during the exam was literally surrounded by other recognizers. The girl realized that she was late, although she was distracted for just a couple of minutes to check the information. Lucy understands that you can only propose after you've researched the background of your desired ranker. The young man asked who this personal recognizer was and why everyone was so eager to become one. The girl realized that this was her last chance. She shouted loudly that she was ready to explain everything to him. Lucy said that the personal recognizer only works with one ranker to record rank updates. The girl said that usually, to update your rank, you have to wait for a decision from the Recognition Bureau. Lucy is confident that a personal recognizer saves a ranker a colossal amount of time. The girl said that such recognizers are especially valued by rankers who travel the world. Lucy stated that this was not all, because each recognizer had an exclusive terminal. The girl said that the boy would be able to receive the latest information on this device at any time. Lucy said that if Slow wanted to effectively rise through the ranks, he had to hire a recognizer. The guy asked again whether the recognizers would really help him climb the rank ladder more effectively. The young man stated that he had only one condition for his future personal recognizer. Slow Tools asked if anyone had the strength to help him get into the top 10 adventurers. The guy wants to know if there is a person among the recognizers gathered here who will help him. People realized that the young man was aiming very high, where only incredible monsters were located. The judges acknowledged that Slow's fencing was impeccable, but even with him, he would not be able to break into the top 10. The young man realized that no one believed in him, which meant that no one would agree to become his exclusive recognizer. Lucy couldn't believe her ears, because Slow Tools said exactly what she had been waiting for. The girl quickly came to her senses and noticed that the guy was already leaving in splendid isolation. The recognizer shouted at the young man not to go far. He should wait for her. However, Slow continued walking, not paying attention to the young recognizer running after him. The girl continued to call him and ask him to stop. She needed to talk to him at all costs. Lucy asked why the young man wanted to be among the top 10 adventurers. The guy cut her off shortly, saying that it was none of her business, making it clear that their conversation would not take place. The recognizer said that in that case, the guy should make this matter hers too. The girl stated that she wanted to become Slow Tools' personal recognizer to help him. Lucy is confident that she can lead the young man into the top 10 strongest adventurers. The guy said that he didn't want to put the child in danger and that it would be better for the girl to go home. The girl shouted that Soul was still a child and that she was primarily a recognizer. The young man stated that even if Lucy were not so young, he would not have hired her as his personal recognizer. Slow Tools said he simply doesn't want to involve other people in this mess. The girl wondered if there could really be something so serious there, what the guy wanted. Lucy shouted after him as he left that she too had work to complete. The girl shouted that she had a mission that must be fulfilled even at the cost of her life. The recognizer said that in order to achieve her goal, she wants to join forces with Slow. The young man thought that this girl reminded him very much of himself when he promised to become an adventurer. The boy noticed the unwavering determination in the eyes of the girl who wanted to become his recognizer. Slow Tools admitted that he too has a goal that he must achieve at any cost. Lucy realized that the guy recognized her as his exclusive recognizer. The recognizer introduced herself as Lucy Emerald and said that she would guide the young man to the summit. Slow extended his hand in response and introduced himself, thinking that this alliance would be beneficial to both of them. That evening, the newly formed group of ranker and recognizer checked into a small hotel. The girl said that this room was entirely theirs for a few days. Lucy Emerald asked the young man if he found the room incredibly luxurious. The recognizer stated that they would use this room as their personal base. Slow Tools thanked Lucy for her concern and noted that the girl had extraordinary talents. The recognizer screamed indignantly at how the guy dared to assign her a probationary period. The young man apologized and explained that he simply wanted to be on the safe side, just in case. Lucy shouted that everything was okay because this week she would show him her true abilities. The girl already imagined how the guy would beg her to become his personal recognizer. Slow Tools said it would be a nice thing, but Lucy was indignant, as if he wasn't the one begging. The recognizer noticed that the guy was simply amazing in battle, but now he was in the clouds. The young man calmly noted that he often heard similar words addressed to him. Lucy said that the results of the adventurer rank exam have finally arrived. Now they will find out everything. The girl congratulated the guy who immediately jumped to the 2000th rank, an exceptional result. Slow had expected to achieve a 3-digit rank, so he was surprised by such a modest result. The guy explained that both of his opponents were 3-digit ranks, so that's why he thought so. The girl said that there are many more people in the adventurer rankings, so the competition is fierce. Lucy said that in terms of sword speed, the guy ranked 58th, and this is an undeniable indicator of talent. The young man realized that his recent opponents from the exam also had different ratings. The boy's recognizer said that it would be a good idea to register the boy in other ratings as well. Slow stated that he had no intention of getting the job, and Lucy said that she completely understood the guy. The girl said that in simple words, the young man wants to take a shortcut to get into the top 10. She is absolutely sure that Slow wants to go to the most dangerous zone, the island of the gods. The young man asked how Lucy knew about his intentions, and the girl replied that it was perfectly clear. The recognizer said that this is the only privilege that the top 10 adventurers receive. The girl set a condition that they would tell their reasons when Slow achieved a place in the top. The young man is confident that this is a fair condition, with which he cannot but agree. The girl said that honesty is very important, but her circumstances are difficult to explain to a new ranker. The guy asked what she was talking about, and Lucy changed the subject and asked where he got such power. The recognizer is sure that the guy hardly achieved such a level of fencing in just one night. Slow said that a year earlier he had become the apprentice of a knight named Adler, but his training had already ended. Lucy screamed, "Could this really be that same Adler, the first in the rank of knights, the strongest in the world?" The boy remembered that his mentor had said something similar, but his training had only lasted a year. The girl screamed that even a year of training was enough, since Adler is known for not teaching fencing. Lucy knows there are rumors that the strongest in the world is keeping his secrets for his only successor. The recognizer was amazed that a man like Slow had inherited the legacy of a first-rank knight. The young man asked if Adler was really so incredible, since he himself had managed to wound him with a sword. Lucy screamed that it was simply impossible. The strongest in the world could not miss the boy's blow. The girl was sure that the guy was just dreaming. How could he even grow up like that? The recognizer was surprised to learn that the name Tools was registered in the database for the first time. Lucy asked directly why the guy was hiding behind this pseudonym, what his real last name was. The young man recalled a conversation with his mentor, when the mentor suggested that the boy lived in a different culture. Adler said that if the guy wanted to get to the island of the gods, he should call himself Tulls. The mentor warned Slow that the risk was high, but if everything worked out, clues might appear. The guy accepted the offer and firmly stated that from now on he would be called Slow Tools. The young man told his personal recognizer that it was not a pseudonym at all, as she thought. Slow admitted that Tools is the name of his family, whom he once loved very much. The guy's personal recognizer said that she now understood and thanked him for the story. The girl suggested taking a rest because all her work as a recognizer here was finished. Lucy Emerald said she could use some time to take off her cap and give her hair a rest. The guy stared at his partner's long hair and was surprised. All this time, he had mistaken her for a boy. The disciple of the strongest knight of humanity asked in shock if his recognizer was really a girl. The girl did not understand the question asked of her, but the understanding gradually came closer. Lucy Emerald exclaimed indignantly, "Was it really only now that the guy noticed that she was not a boy?" The guy briefly apologized for thinking she was a guy. It was very awkward. The newbie ranker's recognizer was indignant. Did he really think that one apology would be enough? The night passed unnoticed. Outside the window of Slow and Lucy's luxurious room, it was quite lively. Despite the early morning, Lucy Emerald was already awake, reading a newspaper by the large window. The girl noticed her partner, who was already coming down from his bedroom, and wished him good morning. The disciple of the strongest knight of humanity said that he had already drawn water. What should he do next? Lucy Emerald did not understand why her half-asleep comrade uttered such words. The young man replied that he was just thinking and wished his partner a good day. The girl suggested going to a small cafe to get a good snack before work. The recognizer is sure that they have a long journey ahead of them, but today is their first day together. Lucy Emerald offered to conduct strategic planning for a top 10 aspiring company. The girl said that successful adventures are necessary to increase rank. The recognizer believes that exploration and development of new territories is the basis of an adventurer's work. Lucy said the guy can do it on his own, but she recommends taking on assignments. The girl said that the tasks pay well, making them ideal for beginners. The recognizer said that tasks can be obtained from the bureau, some guilds, and through her device. Lucy knows that the tasks issued by the Recognition Bureau show an impact on the ranker's statistics. The guy said that he was taking on the most difficult task presented in the device. The girl stated that it was simply impossible. The young man did not have enough strength for this now. Slow said that he wants to try to complete this task. After all, the island of the gods is more dangerous. The guy said that he cannot refuse such places in order to climb the ranking ladder. Lucy realized that the young man was much more stubborn than she thought, and decided that she needed to convince him. A man having breakfast at the next table noticed that the boys seemed to have a problem. The girl stood up to greet Cloud, who noticed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Slow asked who it was, and Lucy introduced the man who approached as Cloud Blue Ward. Lucy Emerald said that this is the person ranked 11th in the adventurer rankings. The guy thought, is it really the whole 11th place? He must be an incredibly powerful person. The young man remembered the words of his teacher, who said that the highest ranks are real monsters. Slow Tussle thought that if he was ranked 11th, he was a top-ranked adventurer. The guy made a logical conclusion that Mr. Cloud was only one step away from the island of the gods. The girl said that the man appeared just in time. She had a big request for him. Slow's personal recognizer asked Mr. Cloud to beat the guy up to bring him to his senses. The man accepted Lucy Emerald's request, and within a moment they were in the ring. Cloud Blue Ward politely asked the guy how long he had been waiting for him. Unfortunately, he had to wait a little longer. The man admitted that he never thought he would receive a request for a duel, and he had to borrow a weapon. Cloud Blue Ward said that the spear felt very light to him, and Slow Tools formally introduced himself. The man asked Slow to put off formalities. It would be better to be more simple with other adventurers. Cloud Blue Ward said that Lucy Emerald updated his rank once. She is an amazing recognizer. The man is confident that the girl has enormous knowledge and conviction to form an accurate rank. Cloud said that if Lucy asks him for something, he wishes to fulfill that request to the fullest. The man stated that he would show the stubborn newcomer his place, and noted that the girl cared about Slow. Meanwhile, the young man realized that even with the naked eye, it was clear that Cloud was incredibly strong. The boy realized that he was practically powerless against a man who could easily pierce him with a spear. The young ranker adventurer's recognizer shouted that this was a great opportunity for him. The girl shouted that the boy should see at least once how vast this world is. The young man thought that his partner was completely right. Far more formidable opponents awaited him ahead. The guy said that if this is what is called the immensity of this huge world, then he has already encountered it. Slow Tools declared that if this was the immensity of this world, then he was fully prepared to face it. Lucy Emerald announced the participants of the upcoming duel, Slow Tools and Cloud Blue Ward. The recognizer made sure that each of the duel participants was ready to ensure that the fight was fair. The girl announced the start of a duel, which was intended to teach the young ranker a hard life. Slow Tools immediately took off and closed the distance to the high-ranking adventurer. The guy decided not to hold back his strength. In front of him stood an opponent who was head and shoulders above the young man. Cloud Blue Ward realized that this guy already knew how to put prana into the blade of the sword and release it with a swing. The man thought that the young man was wrapping prana around his legs and arms to increase his own agility. The 11th rank adventurer realized that the boy's swordsmanship seemed incredibly familiar to him. Cloud knows that this is a secret sword technique known only to one person. Slow Tools asked if his opponent had been too distracted during the intense battle. The man easily blocked the young opponent's punch, which was aimed at his blind spot. Cloud Blue Ward said that he had plenty of time. The young ranker did not have to worry about it. The young man realized that the difference between him and the 11th in the adventurer rankings was simply colossal. The man assessed the abilities of the boy, who had seriously interested him in his swordsmanship. Looking at Slow's prana, Cloud was amazed. It seemed to him that the young man had even more of it than he did. The 11th adventurer in the ranking noted that the boy's prana fluctuations were not random. The man decided to break distance with his young rival in order to change his approach. The young man did not understand why Cloud Blue Ward decided to suddenly move away from him and interrupt the fight. The 11th ranked adventurer asked what the rascal's real last name was. The man told the boy not to play the fool. His prana vibrations were not learned, but innate. Cloud Blue Ward said that since the boy didn't want to tell him the truth, he would extract the answers from him himself. The high-ranking adventurer said that since he couldn't hear it, he would see it with his own eyes. The man confidently stated that the young man already possessed special techniques, didn't he? However, in reality, Slow did not even realize that there was such a devastating force in this world. Cloud Blue Ward calmly began to recite the poem that served as a preparation for his family's special technique. Slow Tools didn't understand why his opponent's prana had suddenly acquired such terrifying power. The high-ranking adventurer materialized his prana, turning it into the images of hundreds of copies. The man announced that it was a special technique of the Blue Ward family called Spear type transmission. Lucy Emerald realized that this was an incredibly dangerous technique that would definitely scare Slow. The man told the boy not to waste time and to use a special technique, otherwise he risked dying. The young man saw the power wielded by the 11th ranked adventurer. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, because he couldn't even imagine such use of prana. Cloud Blue Ward wondered why Slow Tools was so slow in using his true power. Meanwhile, the guy was thinking about only one thing: how exactly he could use his technique. The high-ranking adventurer decided that the guy needed a little scare to make him hurry up. The man pointed all the spears, materialized from pure prana, at the youth. Slow Tools tried to parry every blade aimed at him to avoid serious injury. However, his attempt was futile. It was simply impossible to block such a number of copies. The man good-naturedly warned the novice ranker that an ordinary sword would not stand up to the technique. The 11th ranked adventurer once again pointed the tips of his spears at the young man. Slow Tools tried to dodge every spear thrown at him, but it was simply impossible. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight wondered what he could do to counter such a force. The teacher told his student that he was handling his prana too roughly. However, Adler is completely confident that sooner or later the guy will get used to her. The man said that when this happens, the young man will be able to use special prana techniques. The first-ranked knight's apprentice asked what these prana techniques were and how he could use them. Adler asked Slow to watch carefully as he was about to demonstrate one of the techniques. The man decided to start with the simplest technique, which is very easy to master and repeat. The young man remembered every movement of his mentor, with whom he studied for a year. Slow Tools managed to replicate one of the most basic mana techniques, Instant Slash. The 11th ranked adventurer couldn't believe his eyes. The guy's speed was astounding. Cloud Blue Ward wondered if this strike was different from the previous ones, if there was more power put into it. However, the man understood perfectly well that the gap between them was still too great. The 11th ranked adventurer realized that Slow had wasted no time in blocking his attack. The high-ranking adventurer realized that the boy's potential truly exceeded all expectations. The man decided to protect himself with a wall of spears so that the guy could not break through them. Cloud stepped back a little further. He understood that the instant cut of the guy was invisible to the naked eye. However, the 11th ranked adventurer knew that this was the simplest prana technique. A high-ranking adventurer decided to show that he wasn't the only one who could put prana into a weapon. Slow Tools managed to put his blade forward at the very last moment to block his opponent's spear. The young man could not believe that the spear throw would be so powerful and overwhelming. The young ranker could not withstand the onslaught of the weapon, charged with powerful prana, and lost his balance. The guy realized that now he had practically no chance to get up. He had lost this battle. Cloud Blueward said the young man had done well, but the gap between them was enormous. The man decided not to drag out this duel. Now he knew a lot about the young man named Slow Tools. Lucy Emerald realized that the 11th ranked adventurer was not going to spare the newcomer. The young man realized that this was the end, and he had not even come close to his goal, the Island of the Gods. Cloud Blue Ward warned the new ranker that he was underestimating the adventurer's rank. The boy thought that if he had mana techniques too, he could compete with Cloud. The high-ranking adventurer unleashed all his spears, materialized from pure prana, on the youth. The novice ranker could no longer continue the battle. His strength was completely exhausted. Now Slow Tools understood how big the gap was between him and the 11th rank adventurer. The man decided that their battle was over. He had fulfilled his part of the agreement. Lucy Emerald declared Cloud Blue Ward the winner. The result was expected. A high-ranking adventurer asked the recognizer if she was satisfied with the fight she had conducted. The girl replied that now Slow should clearly understand his limits, and Cloud agreed with her. The 11th ranked adventurer asked, but Lucy Emerald believed in the guy's victory. The girl replied that she simply thought that such an outcome of the duel was entirely possible. The high-ranking adventurer asked if her belief was based on him being Adler's disciple. The man stated that the boy had a lightning sword, just like the heirs of the Hidden Force technique. Cloud Blue Ward asked if it was okay to hand over the knight's strongest technique to some adventurer. The high-ranking adventurer is sure that from the point of view of any knight, this is a treacherous theft of a holy relic. Lucy Emerald exclaimed that she also realized this. Now she would have to protect the guy from the knights. The man thought that the rank of knight could help the boy avoid unnecessary problems and publicity. The girl thought that it was simply impossible. The guy would not be able to act as a ranker knight. Lucy Emerald admitted that she had faith in the young ranker not because of the Hidden Force technique. The girl said that she believed in the guy because he struck Adler himself, the strongest knight. The high-ranking adventurer is sure that with the guy's current skills, this is simply impossible. The 11th ranked adventurer thought that the guy must have had some circumstances in his favor. The man realizes that Slow's Hidden Force has left him in shock, and the prana fluctuations remain a mystery. Lucy was surprised when she heard Cloud say that the guy also had special prana techniques. Cloud Blue Ward stated that if the boy had used these techniques, he would have definitely lost. Slow Tools saw a woman humming a strange but very familiar tune. She looked back and met the gaze of the guy who was watching her intently. The village elder Tools burst into the house and shouted that the girl was singing something she shouldn't. The old woman called the woman empty-headed because they couldn't get out because of these songs. The elder told the girl to remember that she was no longer allowed to sing such things out loud. Slow Tools saw how the woman was upset by the reproaches of the angry old woman. The woman asked Slow to forgive her for what she was about to do. The aspiring ranker adventurer opened his eyes and realized that he had just seen his memories. Slow Tools asked where he was now. It seemed like he was in the underground arena just recently. Lucy Emerald said the guy slept all day and they were now at the recognition bureau. The young man asked how this could have happened, and the recognizer replied that he had lost consciousness in battle. The girl told her friend that according to the doctor, the young man was suffering from acute moral exhaustion. Lucy Emerald said she didn't know what burden Slow had taken on, but whether it was too heavy. The guy replied that perhaps the girl was right, because he really was trying to jump above his head. The boy's personal recognizer thought that the duel with Cloud Blue Ward had taken its toll on him. The girl said that she had to tell Slow Tools something incredibly important. Lucy Emerald asked if the young ranker adventurer knew what poetry techniques were. The young man replied that he did not know the techniques of poetry and asked if this was really Cloud's powerful technique. The discerner said that this is a method of using prana that is available to some nations. The girl said that at the top of the adventurers list, there are many people who have mastered the techniques of poetry. Lucy Emerald knows that Cloud Blue Ward is from a race of outstanding hunters who live in the mountains. The discerner knows that such peoples transmit knowledge orally, encoding it into poetry. The girl explained that it was for this reason that such techniques were called poetry techniques. Lucy Emerald said that genetics plays a major role in these types of prana uses. The personal recognizer stated that Mr. Cloud Blue Ward had discerned the boy's predisposition to technology. The girl asked her friend if he had any idea where he got such an unusual talent from. The young man said he thought he had an idea, and Lucy cried out joyfully that it was amazing news. Lucy Emerald exclaimed that for a ranker, mastering the technique of poetry is an incredible gift. The girl stated that Slow would become the best ranker and added that she had found a task suitable for him. The guy's personal recognizer informed him that this was an assignment to investigate the Shambles Forest. Lucy Emerald said the boy needed to know the state of the forest's ecology. The girl reported that in this dangerous zone, people were disappearing one after another without a trace. The recognizer is confident that if Slow figures out the reason for the disappearances, his ratings will skyrocket. The girl is sure that it is worth it. Although the risk is high, perhaps the guy should prepare better. The young man stated that he was taking on this task. The guy could no longer sit in low positions. Slow Tools asked if Lucy had suggested this task only because she believed in its success. The girl exclaimed that of course that was true. She would not send a ranker to certain death. Lucy Emerald said she would immediately mark the device as accepting this assignment. The recognizer warned that there were restricted areas in the Shambles Forest where entry was strictly prohibited. The girl knows that protected species live there, but she is confident that under her supervision everything will be fine. The young man asked what would happen if he couldn't complete the task. Would his rating really drop? Lucy Emerald explained that the rating reflects the trust of others, and it will fall if there are failures. The girl warned that she was confirming this task because she was confident that the guy could handle it. The boy's personal recognizer said that this would be his first step towards raising his adventurer rank. The girl said that they must try their best to get through this difficult path. Slow Tools said he would give his all to live up to the expectations of those around him. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Shambles Forest, the 58th most dangerous zone in the ranking, the man said that since this ranker saw everything, he had no choice but to kill the witness. An unknown man approached and asked if the gentleman was really killing again, and he asked what difference it made. The man is confident that no matter what rank these idiots hold, the Bureau will not look for them. The poacher shouted that climbing the rankings by honest methods was a very stupid idea. The man said that if he sold the horn of this unicorn, he would instantly receive money and experience. The smuggler said that there were a whole bunch of these little animals in the Shambles Forest. A man standing nearby stated that it was impossible to increase an adventurer's rating by force alone. Romeo Cooper said that for those who are forced to suffer, there is salvation that he will bring. The killer asked who in their right mind would give up such wonderful hunting grounds. Iris Darkin shouted that he would instantly rise to the 100th place in the adventurer rankings. The man understood that from his 672nd place in the ranking, it would be easy to rise to the top. After some time, Slow Tools and Lucy Emerald approached the guarded border of the Shambles Forest. The guards demanded to see identification. Not everyone was allowed into this area. The man checked the data of the young man, an adventurer ranked 2000th. The guy asked his recognizer how many people there were in the rank of adventurers. The girl replied that there are about 30,000 adventurers in the rating, of which 20,000 are active. The girl said that adventurers with a 4-digit number will be on par with 3-digit ones from other ratings. Lucy Emerald explained that this is due to the incredible density of the adventurer rating. The young man said that the bar for the adventurer rating is incredibly high and that he will have to try hard. The girl thought that Slow Tools was thinking about only one thing: how to get to the top as quickly as possible. The young ranker's personal recognizer exclaimed that their adventures began now. The guy stopped, thinking about the nature of this place, and Lucy immediately asked what was going on. The young man, without thinking twice, declared that this forest was far from ordinary. Something strange was emanating from it. Lucy Emerald was not surprised that the young man could notice this peculiarity of the Shambles Forest. The girl said that an experienced adventurer would understand at first glance how dangerous the territory is. The recognizer said that an ordinary person cannot notice such a feature of such places. Lucy Emerald knows that this is why they, the recognizers, assign danger ratings. The girl said that 2 months ago, this forest was included in the list of dangerous places accessible only to adventurers. The individual recognizer stated that this was due to the sudden appearance of strong monsters. Frightened by the sudden attack, Lucy Emerald shouted that the young man must protect her. Slow Tools said that his personal recognizer doesn't have to worry about it. He will protect her. The young man easily dealt with every monster that emerged from the depths of the dark forest. The young adventurer felt no threat from the attackers. They were too weak. Slow Tools saw new monsters in the distance, rapidly closing the distance. The young man used one of the simplest techniques taught to him by the strongest knight of humanity. The monsters fell dead one after another, not even having time to get close to Slow and his partner. The girl asked if this was the same incredible technique that Adler had taught him. The young man said that this was indeed one of the techniques that the strongest knight in the world taught him. Slow Tools saw another monster. It looked scary, more dangerous than all the previous ones. Lucy Emerald said that this is a blood orc. He is ranked 126th. The young man said that now was the best time to try one of the more powerful techniques. Slow Tools tried to repeat after his teacher, who once showed him this technique. The young man understands that in order to strike successfully, he must soften all his insides. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight realized that he had made a mistake in thinking that he could handle it. Slow Tools realized that he was not yet accustomed to his own prana to use complex techniques. The girl realized that the young adventurer had failed to harm the very dangerous monster from the Shambles Forest. The young man said it was a complete failure, and Lucy Emerald shouted that he had only angered the orc. The guy admitted that he had hoped that this technique would work, but he had miscalculated badly. The girl screamed that he had apparently forgotten that he was supposed to protect her from the dangers of the Shambles Forest. The young adventurer's personal recognizer shouted that there was a cliff ahead and he needed to turn. The young man grabbed his partner and confidently declared that they would jump and that she should not be afraid. The recognizer screamed that this was the most reckless plan possible. Lucy Emerald screamed that they were about to crash because of Slow Tulsa. Why did she believe in him? However, the young man didn't even doubt his decision. During his year of training with Adler, he had experienced worse. The young man landed very nimbly in the dense crowns of the spreading trees of the Shambles Forest. The guy understood perfectly well that he couldn't just fall, so he slid along the tree trunk. From such antics of the young man, his personal recognizer realized that her soul was about to part with her body. Seeing Slow sigh, the girl yelled at him, because something like this should be warned in advance. The young man apologized, saying that due to Adler's training, he had become accustomed to this kind of thing and had forgotten that it was very dangerous. The girl asked what kind of training these were and whether they were really so inhuman. The guy said that this place was different from the previous one. The trees looked completely different. The girl said that they were very lucky because they had found themselves in just the right area of the forest. The recognizer said that after the Shambles Forest was included in the ranking, it had to be re-examined. Lucy Emerald explained that the environmental assessment for the area is 80% complete. The girl added that the remaining 20% of the territory is located in this very place. The young ranker adventurer's personal recognizer said that the monsters came from here. She is sure that rare species of animals also live in these places, and one must be careful in battles. The girl asked why her partner was daydreaming again. He should be listening to her carefully. The The young man said that this was the first time he had seen such unusual plants and animals. It was very beautiful here. The young ranker adventurer thought that this was exactly the kind of place and adventure Luna was talking about. Slow Tools succumbed to memories in which his girlfriend called him to go on unforgettable adventures around the world. The young man realized that Luna dreamed of exactly these kinds of adventures. She longed to see the world. The heavy footsteps of another beast pulled the novice ranker adventurer out of his thoughts. Without thinking, the boy reached for his belt to draw his sword and meet the lone enemy. Lucy screamed at the young man to stop, as she had warned him that there were rare animals here. Slow's personal recognizer said that what they saw in front of them was not some kind of monster. The young ranker adventurer asked why they didn't just kill the beast since it was already wounded. The girl sharply objected that they should under no circumstances do such a thing. Slow Tulsa's personal recognizer explained that this was a king's horn, an endangered animal. Lucy Emerald added that this species is ranked 4th on the endangered species list. The young man asked if his partner could really cure such a beast, since she was not a healer. The girl said that she was learning first aid, and that novice rankers often get injured. The young man's individual recognizer asked to set up camp here. They cannot leave the beast. Lucy Emerald shouted that protecting endangered species is also an assessment of the environmental situation. The companions spent the previous day exploring the ecology of the unexplored area of the Shambles Forest. Tired from the day, the young ranker adventurer's personal recognizer fell fast asleep. The young man decided not to waste time. He did not understand why his sword technique was so weak. Slow Tools decided to try out one of the simplest techniques of humanity's strongest knight once again. The young ranker adventurer once again repeated the movements of his great mentor, Adler. However, the prana released by the boy could not damage even the bark of an ordinary tree from the Shambles Forest. The young man came to the conclusion that this could not be left like this. He had to get used to prana as soon as possible. Slow Tools fell and thought that his recent fight with Cloud Blue Ward showed him what he should strive for. The young ranker adventurer realizes that he was dumbfounded by the strength of being ranked 11th in the adventurer rankings. The young man understands that now he cannot go to the island of the gods to bring back his loved ones. The aspiring adventurer was determined that he must become stronger to fulfill his wish. The guide remembered his Lucy's words. The girl is sure that Slow has special poetry techniques. The young man asked himself how he would understand what special techniques his family had. The morning began with Lucy's sudden scream. The recognizer clearly did not understand what exactly was happening. The young ranker adventurer immediately jumped up, preparing to defend his partner. He shouted out what had happened. The girl said that the royal horn suddenly became angry. She did not understand what was going on. Slow Tools looked at the wounded animal and noticed that it seemed like the beast had already fully recovered. The young adventurer's personal recognizer said that this species has incredible regeneration. The girl noted that it was still a cub, and they usually get along well with people. The recognizer said that such behavior could mean that the animal was injured by a person. Lucy Emerald asked her friend to take a closer look at the horn. It looked like someone had tried to cut it off. The girl is sure that this is the work of poachers who are hunting for valuable rare trophies. The discerning ranker adventurer knows that the horn of these creatures is a cure for all ills. Lucy Emerald explained that it was because of humans that their species was on the brink of extinction. The royal horn decided to attack first, without waiting for the actions of those whom he considered his offenders. The young man easily blocked the rare beast's attack, covering his partner with the blade of his sword. The king's horn was frightened when he saw the tip of Slow's blade. The poachers left an indelible scar. The young ranker adventurer noticed that the beast was very scared, and Lucy wanted to catch up with it. The girl said that even if he had recovered, it did not mean that he had completely recovered. The recognizer stated that no one had previously known that the king's horn was found in the Shambles Forest. Lucy said the chase was part of an assessment of the ecological safety of the dangerous forest. The young man immediately prepared himself and declared that he would go forward, and the girl asked him to be careful. Lucy said there might be poachers nearby, and Slow asked what if he ran into them. A young adventurer asked if he would rise in rank if he eliminated the dishonest businessmen. The individual recognizer said that everything would depend on the capabilities of the opponents encountered. The young man exclaimed that in that case he would try to eliminate as many poachers as possible. The boy was amazed at the speed of the king's horn, which is a very fast, rare beast. The novice ranker quickly got his bearings and realized which way the frightened beast had run. Slow Tools continued to run at full speed to catch up with the fleeing king horn. The young man managed to notice the arrow in time, which was clearly fired by someone who was not the most simple archer. Soldark shouted that this poacher should not have been caught by the leader of the Red Wolf squad. The mercenary who attacked Slow Tulsa said that he was in a very bad mood today. The King's Horn's pursuer was able to easily parry the attacker's attack from a blind spot. Soldark immediately noticed the bright green color of the prana of the one he mistook for a poacher. The leader of the promising mercenary squad, Red Wolf, asked Slow Tulls to stop immediately. The young man thought that the stranger's voice seemed incredibly familiar, but he could not remember it. Slow Tools thought he might have heard the mercenary in the recognition bureau or on the city streets. However, the young man still could not understand why they had attacked first and were now asking him to stop. The young ranker adventurer demanded to know who these people were and by what right they were attacking. The boys shouted out their names. They were Slow Tulsa's opponents in the adventurer rank exam. The day after the adventurer rank exam, the following happened at the recognition bureau. All those who had passed the exam gathered in the main hall, each hoping to receive a good assignment to start with. Soldark said he came for work, and the receptionist asked what rank to select the task for. The leader of the Red Wolf mercenary squad said that he was interested in working for the adventurer rankings. Edward Marksman shouted that he had come to receive a quest for his adventurer rating. The boys realized that yesterday they had fought on the same team and lost to a knight who came out of nowhere. Soldark and Edward Marksman walked away silently, not knowing where to begin their conversation. The boys turned to each other at the same time, their tone expressing clear dissatisfaction with their interlocutor. Both young men yielded the first word to the other, each waiting for an excuse for yesterday's defeat. The archer sighed and said that he had not been able to find out about the knight who had defeated them both. The leader of the Red Wolf mercenary squad confirmed that there is indeed no information about the mysterious warrior. Soldark said it was hard to believe, but that guy really wasn't listed among the rankers. Edward Marksman admitted that it was shameful for him to lose to someone who is not even a ranker. A boy from a famous family of archers said his pride had been dealt a crushing blow. Soldark remembered his return to the mercenary squad after the exam and how his comrades greeted him. The leader informed everyone, in response to the question, that he had successfully obtained the rank of adventurer. The Red Wolf mercenaries joyfully exclaimed that they would now be able to expand their sphere of influence. The girl confidently said that their captain had probably made the other participants suffer through the exam. Seoul's mercenaries are completely confident that their leader, with a triple-digit rating, could not lose to the newcomers. The confidence of his subordinates only fueled the rage within the young man, who was forced to surrender to the unknown. The Red Wolf mercenaries began to whisper among themselves, not understanding what had come over their captain. Seoul thought that the guy who defeated him didn't even look at him after such an easy victory. The leader of the promising mercenary squad thought he was a nobody to that guy. Soldark announced that starting tomorrow, all members of the Red Wolf will train 3 times harder. The girl quickly found an explanation for the leader's decision. Now they would certainly be receiving serious orders. Soldark stated that this world turned out to be much wider than he could have imagined. The young man clearly decided that he too would train hard to surpass that guy. The leader of the mercenary squad admitted that the stranger had hurt his pride, and he could not leave it unpunished. The archer said that they were ranked 6th in the adventurer rankings, and Slow Tools was ranked 2nd. Edward Marksman said they would catch up with this guy in no time and might even leave him behind. Soldark admitted that he could agree with the guy on at least one thing and offered to take on the task. The archer suggested going to the forest, which is rated as a dangerous place. Sol asked if they were talking about the Shambles Forest, because the more dangerous the place, the higher they would go. The archer and the mercenary knew perfectly well that they would not be able to cope with the warrior Slow Tussle. The comrades thought that it couldn't be that this guy was engaged in poaching. The adventurer ranker realized that he had been attacked due to a stupid mistake, so he suggested that they talk later. Slow Tools decided that he couldn't stand still. He needed to quickly catch up with the frightened rare beast. Edward Marksman asked if the young man really wanted to protect the wounded king's horn. Slow confirmed the archer's guess and added that the animal had been wounded by poachers who were still somewhere nearby. Edward Marksman said that when moving through the forest, you need to take advantage of the unevenness of the landscape. The guy, Slow's former opponent in the exam, demonstrated in practice how to move correctly through the forest thicket. The young man couldn't believe his eyes when the archer pulled ahead and began to rapidly increase his lead. It only took one look for Slow Tulls to understand how he should move over the uneven forest. Edward Marksman shouted that he saw the king's horn, but there was a small problem. The guy pointed out that the animal, which belonged to an endangered species, was attacked by a terrible monster. The archer is fully confident that this will be a difficult fight, and Slow Tools will have to sweat a lot. The young men understand that saving the endangered animal will have a significant impact on their adventurer rating. The monster that attacked the king's horn immediately noticed its prey running towards it. With a precise blow, Slow Tools severed the monster's writhing limbs, shielding his comrade. The young man realized that the huge creature was approaching, which meant he needed to stop it. The young ranker adventurer knew he couldn't land a blow that wouldn't hit the king's horn. Slow Tools asked Edward Marksman if he could distract the huge monster for a second. Soul Dark, who had arrived in time, shouted that the archer needed to aim for the eyes, and the knight needed to get closer to the monster. The aspiring ranker adventurers accepted the mercenary squad leader's orders without hesitation. Edward Marksman easily struck the eyes of the huge monster, and it roared in unbearable pain. The young man noticed that the enraged monster had pressed himself to the ground in desperation, exposing himself to attack. Soul Dark shouted that Slow Tools needed to cut the blinded monster's legs. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight received a new order from an experienced commander. The young man put prana into the blade to cut through the limbs and belly of the huge monster with one blow. The monster didn't know where to go. Terrible pain pierced his body, making him forget about his recent prey. The leader of the promising group of mercenaries shouted that Slow should grab the king's horn and run away. The young man obeyed, and when he ran away from the dangerous monster, he gave a signal to Soul Dark. The leader of the Red Wolf mercenary squad brought down a tree right on the head of a dangerous monster from the forest. The monster that attacked the king's horn felt the massive oak trunk approaching him. The comrades watched in silence as the dangerous creature from the shambles forest expired under the weight of a centuries-old tree. Edward Marksman admitted that it was a very good decision. The mercenary follows the battle well. Soul said that he was used to working with subordinates, and the boy shouted that he was not a mercenary's subordinate. The disciple of the world's strongest knight thought that he couldn't handle it alone. The monster was strong. Slow Tools remembered the words of the recognizers. He wouldn't reach the top 10 in the rankings with fencing alone. The young man was clearly convinced that swordsmanship alone was not enough for the island of the gods. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight realized that he had much to learn. Now the young man understands perfectly well that he must learn many things in order to rise in rank. The young ranker's personal recognizer apologized for not being able to get here sooner. The girl did not understand what had happened in this clearing and why there was such a mess there. Slow Tools told his individual recognizer about what happened in this clearing. Lucy Emerald noted that although everything was resolved quickly enough, it was not good to attack from behind. The girl warned that this could negatively impact the ratings of aspiring adventurer rankers. Slow Tulsa's personal recognizer said that this time she would be able to close her eyes. The leader of the mercenary squad, Red Wolf, asked if the young man was really dragging an individual recognizer along with him. Soul Dark is confident that this makes it much easier to climb the rankings, but he is also under constant surveillance. The mercenary was sure that there was no harder job in this world than that of the recognizers, but it was worth it. Edward Marksman stated that the girl would twist Slow Tools as she pleased. The archer is sure that the young man simply doesn't know how recognizers climb the career ladder. Edward Marksman explained that recognizers rise in their rankings by updating rankers. The young man said that Slow Tools should be careful not to turn into a naive fool. The archer is sure that the guy is nothing more than another step on the career ladder for this girl. Slow Tools remembered Lucy saying she had important things she had to do. The young man thought about it. You couldn't tell from the girl that her most important concerns were career advancement. Lucy Emerald said that since the royal horn was safe, they could stop worrying. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight assumed that this beast wanted to befriend only the girl. The recognizer corrected her comrade. The royal horn does not feel safe near armed people. The leader of the Red Wolf mercenaries noticed that this rare beast turned out to be unusually ungrateful. Slow Tools said he had done nothing wrong, but Lucy said the guy had an unpleasant aura about him. Lucy Emerald stated that the defeated dangerous monster reminded her of the Frost Catcher. Soul Dark said that he had never encountered such monsters before. Did they live in these parts? The girl explained that these creatures used to be found exclusively in snowy regions. Lucy Emerald is certain that the snowcatchers have never appeared in the Shambles Forest. Slow Tulsa's personal recognizer suggested that the young man register the presence of this monster. The girl said that they came to this forest on assignment from the Recognition Bureau to assess the environmental situation. The leader of the Red Wolf mercenaries said that they also came here on behalf of the Recognition Bureau. The girl thought that the Bureau had not issued orders to transport reinforcements to the Shambles Forest. Lucy Emerald realized the true reason for the two's arrival in such dangerous territory. The personal recognizer is sure that they have fallen under the influence of her novice adventurer rancor. The girl thought that Slow Tools should pull himself together because he had some competition. Lucy Emerald reported that she had great news for the boy who fought Cloud. The personal recognizer announced that the young man had risen 26 places in the swordsman rankings. The girl is sure that her rancor adventurer is simply a combo master. He should be happy about this news. Lucy Emerald noticed that the guy's technique was quite difficult to see with the naked eye. The young man asked if his individual recognizer was really such a talented person. The aspiring adventurer's personal recognizer realized that she had caught the guy's interest. Lucy Emerald asked if Slow Tools had only just now realized all these virtues in her. The mercenary asked what ranking the guy had climbed to, and Edward said he was also interested. The boy's individual recognizer asked if he would allow changes to his rating to be shown. Soldark said that the guy jumped so many positions in the sword speed rankings with one blow. Edward Marksman admitted that he is very angry about all these numbers, as they will not catch up with Slow. The student of the strongest knight said that he wanted to learn to fight with more than just swords. Slow Tulls asked his comrades to teach him the intricacies of battle tactics and shooting with a combat bow. Edward Marksman clarified that the boy had previously only fought with swords, but now he decided to master the bow. The young man said he already understood how to best exploit the unevenness of the landscape. Slow Tools noted that Soul, as the leader of a mercenary group, was forced to develop a good strategy. The Red Wolf leader noted that formation and the number of warriors are important for fighting as a team. The young men asked Slow Tulls if he was really interested in things so far removed from fencing. Soul and Edward are confident that the student of the strongest knight does not need advice from the likes of them. Slow Tools said that it was just the opposite, and that advice from the archer and the mercenary leader would be of great help to him. Edward Marksman gave the boy a hint. He must use all 5 senses available to him. The girl understands that even Slow Tools is trying to change, and this is a lot of progress. The recognizer thought how good it was that she had arranged a little duel with Cloud Blueward. Lucy Emerald thought that poachers and many demonic beasts had appeared in the Shambles Forest. Slow's personal discerner understands that this research could come as a major shock to the Bureau. Iris Darkin had been watching the fry all this time as they entered the territory of the Shambles Forest. Romeo Cooper asked what his friend was seeing now, and he replied that they had come across some babies. The smuggler claimed that these children had fresh organs and that they would be able to sell them for a higher price. Iris Darkin muttered that the king's horn was no longer as valuable, but now they would have to catch them all. The man stated that these are the laws of nature, and anyone who sets foot on his territory will pay for it. Edward Marksman said that using all 5 available senses at once is not so easy. The archer explained that it is important to rely not only on sight and hearing, but also on smell and touch. Edward Marksman stated that this forest is simply ideal for training. There are very strong smells here. The archer said that it would be difficult for the mercenary to distinguish the scents of the forest because he was accustomed to blood. Edward Marksman asked the young man to use prana, which would help speed up the learning process. The guy is confident that if Slow Tussle focuses his prana on the skill he wants to learn, everything will work out. Edward Marksman knows that prana is a constantly moving faculty. The archer asked Slow to concentrate on his consciousness, then he would definitely master all his senses. His comrades were convinced that the guy had an incredible amount of energy. It was mind-boggling. The young man thought that he should direct his prana to the organs of all 5 senses. In an instant, Slow sensed his entire surroundings, felt even the slightest movement in every bush. The guy saw that someone was watching them. This man was already very close. The young man was even able to discern the distraught expression on the stranger's face, who was staring at them. Slow Tools immediately stood up, preparing to meet the man rapidly approaching them. The guy explained that he saw someone and added that they had incredibly little time. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight instantly realized that their opponent was unusually strong. Iris Darkin put prana into the blow and threw Slow Tulls back a good 10 meters. Lucy Emerald froze in horror, because it was almost impossible to survive such a blow. The budding adventurers stood dumbfounded as they watched the colossal destruction caused by the man's blow. Looking at the motionless body of Slow Tulsa, his comrades realized with horror that life had almost left the boy. The man screamed that the prana leak was making him feel dirty from head to toe. Slow's comrades raised their weapons and prepared to fight Iris Darkin. The young man's personal recognizer instantly realized who had just attacked her rancor adventurer. Lucy Emerald screamed that Soldark and Edward Marksman were no match for this man. The girl blurted out that this man, Iris Darkin, was a rank 600 adventurer. The young men realized that the man who attacked them was one of the top 1,000 adventurers. Iris Darkin didn't expect that this girl would recognize him, and Lucy said that it was her job. The rookie adventurer's detective said the man was nearly ranked number 100. Lucy Emerald knows that Iris Darkin committed a crime that caused his demotion. Romeo Cooper said that Iris is very fast. It is very difficult for an ordinary person to keep up with him. The man who attacked the newcomers said that his comrade was very slow, although he could move faster. Romeo Cooper said he didn't expect to see the young Identification Bureau worker there. The man was surprised that Lucy Emerald recognized him too, unmistakably calling Romeo Cooper. The recognizer knows that he is ranked 76th among smugglers. The man from the criminal rating said that this little girl knows too much. Everyone knows that the criminal ranking is a hierarchy in the criminal world. Among criminals, the most famous ratings are those of murderers and thieves, with scary people at the top. The Recognition Bureau knows that in this world there are ratings that are not recognized by the government. Recognizers understand that more often than not, such ratings are regularly updated by enthusiasts. Iris Darkin asked where the king's horn was hiding, although he almost immediately discovered the beast on his own. The man shouted that he had been chasing this creature for long enough. Why did it even try to hide? The girl covered the endangered animal with herself so that the adventurer would not have any hope of getting it. Lucy Emerald asked Iris Darkin what he was doing in this forest with Romeo Cooper. The 600th ranked adventurer chuckled. Of course he came to the Shambles Forest for big profit. The individual recognizer screamed that the man could have made money honestly. Iris Darkin grinned, saying that the girl had misunderstood him. Money was far from the only goal. The man explained that he collaborates with Romeo Cooper for several reasons. Iris Darkin said that he was selling him goods so that he could buy something valuable from him in the future. The man asked if the recognizer didn't know that you could buy a rating in this world. Lucy Emerald asked how Iris Darkin dared to insult the rating in front of the recognizer. The Red Wolf leader could not hesitate any longer. The man who had attacked them had to pay for what he had done. Iris Darkin didn't even strain to block Soldark's sword blade. Edward Marksman said they were assigned by the Bureau of Recognition to patrol the Shambles Forest. The boy with the bow said that they couldn't just let such a dangerous man go. The one who came for profit muttered that these puppies had managed to anger him, so he would do it his own way. The man released his prana to make the aspiring rancor adventurers tremble in fear. Iris Darkin shattered the steel blade of Soldark's sword with frightening ease, leaving only shards. The man shouted in rage that he would kill anyone who dared to irritate him in the hunting grounds. The leader of the promising mercenary squad thought that this rancor was definitely going to kill him. Slow Tools came to his senses and instantly assessed the situation. He rushed to help his unarmed comrade. The young man managed to shield Soldark and block Iris Darkin's crushing blow. The man shouted, "Who is this boy? Is he really capable of resisting such a force?" Slow Tools said that Iris Darkin beat him to it because he wanted to ask his opponent the same thing. The opposing sides increased their power by releasing more and more prana. From the sidelines, the Forest of Shambles was seen to be lit up by two bright flames, as the rivals tried not to give in. Iris Darkin couldn't understand how some lousy kid could withstand his crushing blows. Slow Tools didn't feel the crushing pressure he had felt when fighting Cloud. The recognizer shouted at the boy to be wary of this man because he was incredibly strong. The young man agreed, but noted that it was not so important since it was only a poacher standing in front of him. Slow Tools knows full well that he will be rewarded if he defeats this man in combat. The boy's personal identifier confirmed that Iris Darkin is, without a doubt, an obvious poacher. The student of the strongest knight took his partner's words as a kind of permission to attack. The young man decided to use the best sword technique available to him: instant slash. Iris Darkin, without hesitation, took the full force of the guy's attack on himself. He was completely confident in himself. The poacher shouted that this guy was still such a baby, but he was already using prana at a decent level. Slow Tools became convinced that the man who attacked them had incredible physical strength. The young man knows that his mentor spoke about the need to be wary of those who use prana. Adler knows that prana awakens only when a person becomes a master in some field. The strongest knight gave himself as an example. When he became a master of the sword, prana was revealed to him. The man said that people study something carefully, and then hidden powers awaken within them. The mentor of a boy from a remote village knows that prana tells about a person's achievements. In the blink of an eye, humanity's strongest knight found himself at the top of a steep slope. Adler stated that if a person has prana, then he is already a master in some field. The young man understood that he would not be able to compete with such people, so he had to be wary of them. However, Now Slow Tools could not avoid fighting Iris Darkin because he was a poacher. The guy's personal recognizer shouted that Darkan was ranked 12th in the boxer rankings. The girl stated that the man who attacked them was ranked 48th in the speed rating. The recognizer informed the young man that Iris was ranked 19th in the power rankings. Lucy Emerald realized with horror that the man was ranked 7th in the weightlifting rankings. The girl shouted that this man's power level was the highest in the world. Iris Darkin said that he doesn't like the methods of the recognizers. They find out everything about a person without asking. The man declared that he would destroy this little girl first, so that she would not get under his feet. The poacher who attacked the rankers easily tore out the massive tree, not noticing its weight. The girl realized that Iris Darkin didn't care that she was a recognizer. The man understood perfectly well that the employees of the Recognition Bureau could not compete with the adventurer rankers. The poacher wished the girl to die quickly and not to bother him with her presence anymore. Iris Darkin threw a centuries-old tree at Lucy Emerald, who was trying to help her partner. Slow Tools managed to shoot down a flying tree in time to protect a girl from his squad. The young man took the full impact of the flying tree on himself in order to deflect it from the poacher's intended trajectory. However, the force with which Iris threw the tree was incredibly great. Slow Tools now understood what it meant to stand against the world's strongest in pure power. Romeo noticed an unusual fluctuation in the boy's prana, which he found incredibly amusing. The smuggler promised his worker a decent reward for catching the boy. Iris Darkin accepted a new assignment from Romeo Cooper because the man's word carried weight. The man said that he would grab the boy as he was asked, but he could not be responsible for his health. Edward Marksman warned the man who attacked them that it would be difficult for him to stand up to 3 men. A young man from a famous family of archers fired his arrows at the one who was breaking the laws of the kingdom. However, the man didn't even feel the projectiles of the novice ranker adventurer. Iris Darkin asked the boy if he really thought he could hurt him with that toy. The young man realized that they weren't even considered opponents, which meant the gap in strength was simply incredible. Soldark wasted no time, taking full advantage of the opportunity to throw a bomb at his offenders. The leader of the Red Wolf mercenary squad understood perfectly well that this would buy time. Somewhere in the Shambles forest, a small explosion thundered and the clearing was filled with thick smoke. The mercenary shouted that it was his comrade's turn and they had to complete this maneuver. Iris Darkin shouted in rage that he would destroy every one of these annoying boys. The most powerful man in the world decided that he would squash all the annoying fleas with one blow. A ranker adventurer who betrayed justice crumbled the earth to prevent the fry from escaping. This destruction could not go unnoticed. After the powerful attack, there was a roar over the Shambles forest. Iris Darkin realized that he had not managed to get ahead of the novice ranker adventurers. They had fled. The one who attacked the defenders of the King's Horn clicked his tongue in displeasure when he did not find the little ones with his gaze. Romeo Cooper warned his employee that he had acted recklessly and extremely dangerously. The smuggler asked what they would do if Iris Darkin killed that special boy. Meanwhile, the budding ranker adventurers tried to run as far away from the poachers as possible. Edward stated that there was a different plan initially, and Soul said that the guy understood him correctly. The archer said that he decided to run away from there because fighting with such a man was very dangerous. Slow Tools knew he couldn't even handle the adventurer ranked 600th. The King's Horn slipped from the hands of the boy who was trying to help the beast leave this dangerous zone. The young man apologized to the rare beast, which growled at him due to a sense of danger. Lucy Emerald said they could stop here. The distance to the smugglers was quite large. The girl said that there was something she had to tell the disciple of humanity's strongest knight. Slow Tulsa's personal recognizer stated that they must capture the smuggler Romeo Cooper. The young man asked if his personal recognizer was talking about that bearded man. Lucy Emerald said that the guy understood everything correctly. She was talking specifically about the man with the beard. The disciple of the strongest knight of humanity asked why the girl needed to catch Romeo. The individual recognizer said that it was all for her personal goals, which she spoke about. The young man realized that he couldn't just leave everything as it was. He had to help his partner. The leader of the Red Wolf mercenary squad said that first they had to decide what to do. The young man's personal recognizer apologized to the guy because she was rushing things too much. Soldark said that their team has taken a mission to this dangerous area, so they will continue to monitor. The detective stated that the young men were unable to cope with the men who attacked them. The mercenary said that after they uncovered the poacher's plan, they would report it to the Identification Bureau. The young man asked how much their rating would change once they implemented their plan. The girl asked if she couldn't influence these guys' reckless decision. The recognizer said they would rise in the adventurer rankings by at least 1,000. The leader of the Red Wolf mercenary squad convinced the girl that they would not run into trouble. Soldark asked what exactly Slow and Lucy were going to do. They probably already had a plan. The young man replied that they would carry the king's horn to a safe place. It was part of their task. Edward Marksman is confident that the presence of such a rare beast significantly complicates the fight. However, Slow Tools said that he had a reason for not wanting to involve this kid in their squabbles. The guy's personal identifier said that the royal horn had already suffered because of poachers. The leader of the mercenary squad, Red Wolf, said that in that case they would have to split up. The young man said that he and Edward Marksman would wait for their comrades under that tall tree. Soldark explained that he and an archer from a famous family would take turns keeping watch underneath him. The leader of the mercenary squad explained that they should unite to be on the safe side. Edward Marksman told the boy that he would now teach him to move through the forest much more efficiently. The boy with the bow said that his comrade could already move on. He would definitely catch up with him. Edward Marksman asked if the mercenary was in a hurry, and he said that he also had something to tell. The young man showed the student of humanity's strongest knight how to navigate tall trees. The leader of the mercenary squad explained what the young man should pay attention to first. Adler's student thanked his comrades for the valuable experience they shared that day. Soldark asked if the young man could lend him his dagger because the mercenary's sword was broken. The mercenary leader is confident that it will be beneficial for the boy to conduct image training before bed. The boy's individual recognizer said that it was now time for them to take the king's horn to a safe place. The girl said that she was worried about Iris Darken, but they had to complete the task they had taken on. Lucy Emerald asked her partner if he understood exactly what she had just asked. The young man replied that he understood everything completely. They were assessing the ecology of the forest and hiding the animal. Slow Tools is confident that Sol and Edward are not bad guys, so they can rely on them. The girl asked, "How about doing an ecological study and finding the habitat of the king's horn?" The boy's personal identifier said that she was very curious about where this baby could have come from. Lucy Emerald is confident they can find the rest of this endangered species. The girl is confident that this baby will be able to take them to his home, where they will meet the rest of the individuals. The recognizer thought that the rare beast heard her words, and therefore had already run to its home. The girl said that they should trust the instincts of this royal horn. He is quite smart. The guy's personal recognizer is sure that this animal is scared, so he will run to his house. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight said that he completely agreed with his partner. Lucy Emerald exclaimed that the royal horn had led them to another unidentified magical beast. The girl screamed that Slow Tools must immediately draw this incomprehensible magical creature. The young man hastily tried to carry out the task given to him, but admitted that it did not work out very well. Lucy Emerald screamed that she saw another beast. They had to hurry or it would run away. The rest of the difficult day was spent completing the task from the Recognition Bureau. The King's Horn never led Slow Tulsa and Lucy Emerald to their home in the Shambles Forest. The young man decided to try to follow the advice of his comrade, the leader of the Red Wolves. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight understood that prana could attract Iris Darken. However, he had to learn to control it better in order to use stronger techniques. The guy's individual recognizer called out to him. The girl wanted to talk to Slow. Lucy Emerald asked if she was distracting the guy, to which he replied that everything was fine. The young man said that he was simply conducting the training that Soldark told him about. The girl said that she checked the guy's report and his drawings made her very happy. The recognizer hoped that in the future they would sort out the boy's lack of artistic talent. The girl said that the recording should be shorter but objective. Slow almost failed. The young man recalled that his personal recognizer said that she wanted to catch Romeo. Slow Tools asked if this was the same goal she had told him about when they first met. The girl said that the student of the strongest knight of humanity understood her correctly. Everything is so. The young man said that he was ready to cooperate with the girl because he could not pass by. Slow explained that he went to bed so late because he couldn't sit still without doing anything. The guy said that he was very familiar with this feeling, so he wanted to help the girl. Lucy Emerald screamed. How could Slow talk about this so easily? He couldn't understand her. The girl thought that she had gone too far because she didn't know what this guy had been through. The guy's personal recognizer asked if this was really why he trained every day until midnight. Lucy Emerald realized that the disciple of humanity's strongest knight was somewhat similar to her. The girl thanked the guy for agreeing to help, but he doesn't know her goal. The young man stated that they would be able to cooperate without any problems, even without knowing everything about each other. Individual recognizer Slow stated that she was ready to tell him about her goal. The girl explained that the rating is a list of outstanding people, arranged from top to bottom. Lucy Emerald is absolutely convinced that being included in the ranking proves a person's worth. However, the girl knows that in this world there is a different rating, which is written from the bottom up. The guy's personal identifier stated that she is hunting for people from this dark rating. The girl told Slow Tools that 5 years ago she had a very close friend. Lucy Emerald said that this girl's name was Mirella. She was blind from birth and did not know the world. The boy's personal recognizer said her friend never laughed at her dreams. The girl continued to say that she dreamed of taking first place in the recognition rankings. Lucy Emerald believes that it is the most honorable job to record the great people who make history. The future recognizer said that her friend is the only one who doesn't laugh at her dreams. Mirella believes that the school is too small for Lucy Emerald and that the girl should move on. The girl said her family was invited on a cruise. I think its name starts with Bond. Lucy Emerald shouted that Bond Solution was the most luxurious cruise there was. Mirella said she wouldn't be interested in this cruise, so she would give the seat to Lucy. The girl is sure that she won't be able to enjoy this cruise anyway because she can't see anything. The future recognizer screamed that she could not accept a ticket from her only friend. Lucy Emerald said she doesn't want to go on the luxury cruise without her best friend. The girl said that she would hold Mirella's hands and tell her everything she noticed. The future recognizer's best friend said that she would definitely ask her father for permission. Lucy Emerald was very glad to hear such words from her only friend. After this conversation, Mirella's mother gave her ticket to her beloved daughter's friend. The future recognizer boarded the Bond Solution liner with her friend and her friend's father. Mirella and her family were incredibly grateful to their only daughter's best friend. Lucy Emerald remembers that after 2 days of sailing, the liner ran aground due to engine failure. The recognizer said that the ship began to sink quickly due to the hole that had formed. The mate shouted that they had lost almost all of their lifeboats after the impact. The captain ordered his crew to gather all the liner's passengers on the upper deck. The man said he had decided who would board the surviving lifeboats. The cruise ship captain knew full well that he had no other choice. The man said that he would now announce the list of passengers for the first lifeboat. The captain warned that all named people must immediately climb up to the lifeboat. Lucy Emerald told her friend that everything was okay because she would always be there. The future recognizer heard her name and was upset because her friend's name was not mentioned. The captain announced that this was the end of the list of passengers on the first lifeboat. The girl did not understand why the man only said her name, why he separated her and her friend. Mirella let go of Lucy Emerald's hand and shouted that her friend was wasting a lot of time because of her. The future recognizer's friend said that she was completely fine and there was no need to worry about her. The girl is sure that they must obey the captain's orders, otherwise everyone on this liner will die. Mirella said she believed Lucy Emerald would be a great recognizer. Recognizer Slow remembers the lifeboats reaching the shore and then heading back immediately. The girl continued to hope that her friend would arrive in the second group of evacuated passengers from the plane. However, when the lifeboats docked again, the girl's only friend was not on board. Lucy Emerald knew that the lifeboats would not have time to return to the liner a third time. The future recognizer fell into despair because her only friend did not return from the ship. The sailors rejoiced at their rescue, believing that they survived only thanks to their honesty and clear conscience. Lucy Emerald heard the sailors. They were sure that the people with the worst rating were left to drown. The girl asked what these people were talking about, what they meant by the words worst rating. The men were scared because this was not information that every person should know. The future recognizer asked to explain to her the meaning of these words. Otherwise, everyone would find out about this conversation. The sailors realized they were cornered and agreed to tell if the girl did not turn them over to the captain. Lucy Emerald still can't get the words she heard that dark evening out of her head. The recognizer explained that it was a list of people arranged in order of least ability. The girl said that no one knows where such ratings will be used. They are terrible. The young man suggested that such ratings are used when the situation gets out of control. The guy's personal identifier said that such ratings are reserved for those on whom human lives depend. The girl is sure that even hospital directors have lists in store to decide who will live. Lucy Emerald has stated that she wishes with all her heart to wipe the worst ranking off the face of the earth. The guy understands what the worst rating is, but what does it have to do with the smuggler Romeo Cooper? The girl explained that she sincerely wanted to defeat a criminal with the help of another criminal. The individual recognizer said that the criminal ranking is also an unofficial ranking. Lucy suggested that Romeo Cooper might know who was compiling the unofficial rankings. Slow Tools asked the girl if she had any idea who might be behind this, but she just shook her head. The young man's personal recognizer suggested that there might be an entire underground hierarchy there. The young man said that it must have been difficult for Lucy Emerald to go through all this all alone. The guy said that it must be very painful. But still, the girl never stopped and moved on. Slow Tools is absolutely sure that his individual recognizer is simply an incredible person. The girl thought that the young man now knew her personal goal in life, but still had not revealed his. The individual recognizer asked the guy not to say anything like that, otherwise she would cry. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight thought that his recognizer was very easily moved. Lucy Emerald said it was now Slow's turn to share the goal he was working towards. The girl raised her voice and said that she thought it was unfair that she was the only one crying there. The young man agreed to tell what he was striving for, but warned that he would not cry. The partner of the disciple of humanity's strongest knight said that she would make him cry. In the morning, the guy asked his personal recognizer if she had really been crying all night. Lucy Emerald said she had no idea how sad her partner's story was. The girl said that she now understands the impatience of the young man who is so eager to get into the top 10. The young man said that he already understands that impatience will not lead to anything good. Slow Tools admitted that Lucy had taught him this and asked the girl to always talk about his shortcomings. An aspiring adventurer ranker asked Lucy to officially become his personal recognizer. The girl quickly wiped away her tears and declared that she would not let down her ranker who hired her. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight now knows he has a reliable comrade. The girl said that they had already walked quite a long way. Could the poachers really have gone that far? The individual recognizer hopes that the royal horn can find its way home. Slow Tools wondered if the girl even knew where the royal horns lived. The guy's personal recognizer knows that they have a lot of life force, so they hunt little. Lucy Emerald said most individuals of this species live in spacious caves. The king's horn sensed something ahead, so he immediately rushed into the forest thicket. The boy's personal recognizer shouted to him that they couldn't miss this rare beast. The girl understood that they would soon approach the probable lair of the king's horn. However, the recognizer and the aspiring ranker adventurer were surprised when they saw something in front of them. Lucy Emerald said it was a very large stone. She had never seen anything like it before. The girl already roughly understood what exactly they had stumbled upon, but she wanted to make sure of it. The guy's individual recognizer shouted that this was definitely not an ordinary stone. Lucy Emerald exclaimed loudly that it could be a very rare magical beast. The girl said that it was simply impossible. Such a monster could not be here. Slow Tulsa's personal recognizer informed the adventurer ranker that her doubts were now cleared. Lucy Emerald asked the young man if he had heard of mimics, insidious monsters that lure people with treasures. The girl claimed that the mimic muses lure poachers with magical beasts. The personal recognizer explained that these monsters travel the world and collect magical beasts. Slow Tools quickly realized that the royal horn found in the forest was in the Mimic Muses collection. Lucy Emerald knows that when these monsters hunt, they release all their stored magical beasts at once. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight realized that this Mimic Muse was unlucky enough to run into Iris. Lucy stated that the boy had completed the task. He had unraveled the cause of the environmental change in the Shambles forest. The young man said it was simply terrible. The death of the Mimic Muse had affected the entire region. Slow asked if the wound had been inflicted by poachers, and Lucy remarked that it had appeared after death. The girl knows that neither the Mimic Muses form strong bonds with their pets, nor are they the ones who hurt her. The recognizer is absolutely certain that only an animal that originally lived in the forest could have done this. The royal horn deeply misses the Mimic Muse, which was his home. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight stated that he too had lost his home. The young man said that he was very familiar with this bitter feeling that was impossible to escape. Slow Tools said it felt like his heart was about to break into pieces. The boy's individual recognizer said that she was going to cry if Slow didn't stop. Suddenly, a terrifying roar of an incredibly dangerous magical creature was heard from behind those standing. The comrades turned around and realized that a giant blood orc stood before them. The guy's personal recognizer noticed that they were already familiar with this monster from the Shambles forest. The bloody orc also remembered his prey, which he managed to miss not so long ago. The ferocious giant immediately pounced on Slow and his comrades, but the boy was faster. The young man dragged his group members away from the magical monster that was attacking them. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight realized that the blood orc was in no hurry to attack them. A starving giant beast from the Shambles forest unceremoniously tore off a chunk of flesh from a dead creature. The guy's personal recognizer screamed that this monster was devouring the Mimic Muse. The king's horn could not bear to watch some magical monster desecrate his home. The guy's individual recognizer screamed that their new comrade was making a big mistake. The giant beast from the forest of shambles didn't even notice the small king's horn, throwing it aside. However, the magical beast did not give up. It wanted to protect the body of its deceased master. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight blocked the path of his new comrade to prevent him from rushing into battle. Slow Tulls asked the king's horn not to be a hero and to stay behind him, in safety. A young ranker adventurer declared that he would deal with this magical beast from the shambles forest. The boy remembered the words of Edward Marksman, who had suggested to Slow how to use prana more effectively. A boy from a famous family of archers knows how to use a skill that always fails. However, the guy knows little about sword fighting, he asked, because they also use prana. Slow Tools admitted that he couldn't control his prana, and Edward said that it wasn't a problem. The guy said that his family practices a special method of prana control, and the young man will quickly master it. The disciple of the strongest knight understands that now he simply must succeed in softening the guts. The young man asked what other method of prana control his friend Edward Marksman was talking about. The archer said that to do this, Slow Tools must learn to control all 5 senses. The young man from a famous family of archers said that his comrade should then look within himself. The guy said it would feel like he was looking down on himself from somewhere above. Edward Marksman suggested his friend give it a try to see how much he was missing out on. Slow understands that this technique is most effective for those who have a huge supply of prana. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight decided that he would look at himself using his heightened senses. The young man could not believe his eyes, because he actually saw himself and his prana. Slow Tools thought that the movements of his prana were erratic, which is why he couldn't get used to it. The young man thought that now he was beginning to understand how his prana really worked. The guy decided to take control of his mental energy in order to subordinate it to his will. The furious monster felt a real threat from its prey and therefore rushed at it. The young man grabbed the sword handle more comfortably and used a special technique, softening the insides. The bloody orc couldn't believe that this brat's technique was more powerful than it had been before. The individual recognizer exclaimed that Slow Tool's second technique worked perfectly. However, everyone understood that one blow was not enough for such a huge and ferocious monster. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight knows that the power of this technique increases with each strike. That is why the young man did not stop and continued to deliver his crushing blows. Slow said the softening of the guts technique gradually gains power with each strike. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight knows that this special sword technique has no end. The furious creature from the shambles forest had never met such a powerful opponent. Slow Tulls understood perfectly well that the blood orc was no longer able to continue the battle. He was destroyed. The young ranker adventurer's individual recognizer was amazed by the boy's incredible strength. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight decided that he had to speak with the royal horn. The young man asked the rare beast not to be afraid of him, because he did not intend to cause harm. Slow Tulls stated that he is not an enemy for the king's horn. The guy wants to protect him. The young man's personal recognizer thought that there was now a new member on their team. The girl thought that King Horn should stay with them until he found his pack. Lucy Emerald wondered how things were going with the second group, Soul Dark and Edward Marksman. Meanwhile, somewhere in the shambles forest, in a temporary camp of ruthless smugglers, Iris Darken shouted at the stupid creature, asking why it couldn't stand still in front of him. The man told his boss that he couldn't make a proper cut. All the horns were broken off. Romeo Cooper said the broken horns raise suspicions that they are fake and are worth less. The young men agreed that just looking at the poachers made them feel sick. Edward sighed because they couldn't defeat these Inhumans, and Soul said he understood that. Romeo Cooper is confident that they have already collected most of the goods, which means there is very little left. Iris Darken said that all that remained was to deal with the kids spying on them. The adventurer ranker from the 600th position in the rating instantly found himself under the newcomer's tree. The most powerful man in the world easily smashed a massive tree trunk into pieces, knocking it down. Edward Marksman chuckled nervously and called out when the man noticed their presence. Iris Darken shouted that he knew about them from the very beginning. Were these idiots really that naive? The man claimed that they knew the location of every magical beast in the shambles forest. An archer from a famous family shouted out that this triple-ranked freak was more than just strong. The ranked adventurer, ranked 600th, easily caught the mercenary smoke bomb. The man said the same trick wouldn't work on him twice. Were they really that stupid? Iris Darken screamed in rage that he would kill these little bastards. They could not escape his wrath. The leader of the mercenary squad, Red Wolf, is confident that they won't be able to escape. They will be caught. The young man remembered something incredibly important that could definitely help in this difficult situation. Edward Marksman said they had little choice, but they could slightly improve their chances of survival. A young man from a famous family of archers soaked a torn leaf in his blood and released it with an arrow. Edward Marksman stated that he did everything in his power. The rest is not up to him. The adventurer ranker from the 600th position in the ranking asked why these kids didn't run away from him. Iris Darkin asked if they had realized their helplessness and resigned themselves to their imminent death. The young men told the poacher that it was a mistake for him to stand in their way, because they had something to surprise him with. Edward Marksman said that an archer's true skill comes when he has cover. Soul Dark was surprised by the coincidence, because his skills are demonstrated when he has subordinates. A boy from a famous family of archers declared that he would not carry out the mercenaries' unacceptable orders. The leader of the promising squad agreed with his partner and said that giving ridiculous orders was not his style. Soul Dark suggested to Edward Marksman that they begin right now. There was no point in dragging out the battle. Meanwhile, in another part of the Shambles forest, Slow Tools felt a surge of energy coming from the side. The young man wondered what it could be. The feeling he had just experienced was too strange. The young ranker adventurer's discerner asked what they would do with the royal horn. The girl is sure that the best thing they can do now is to provide protection for this baby. The guy is sure that in order to protect the king's horn, they must defeat the poachers they encountered yesterday. Lucy Emerald said that Slow Tools might be right, but they had nothing to counter Iris Darkin. The personal recognizer said that she could only think of 2 ways to defeat such an opponent. The girl said that they could send a letter to the Recognition Bureau so that they could send reinforcements. Slow Tools admitted that Iris Darkin handles her prana head and shoulders above the boy. Lucy Emerald stated that there is another way, which is the easiest to perform. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight realized that his partner had come up with something incredible. Meanwhile, in another part of the Shambles forest, a serious confrontation was raging. The aspiring ranker adventurers were barely able to stand on their feet due to the pressure of Darkin's prana. The man asked if the brats also had prana. Iris didn't understand what kind of strange kids these were. The young ranker adventurers were well aware that this ability had not existed until recently. The young men acknowledged that they only now had the opportunity to take advantage of their new powers. Adler said that people who receive prana cannot use it without a special trigger. Soul Dark realizes that he honed his sense of teamwork while serving as the leader of a mercenary squad. Edward Marksman, in turn, was a brilliant archer with an incredibly strong pedigree. Unfortunately, both guys were undefeated and were exclusively on the winners list. Luckily, however, these guys were brought together by an incompetent prana user named Slow Tools. Each of the comrades of the strongest knight's disciple understood that this was enough for awakening. Therefore, the young ranker adventurers decided to accept the fight with Iris Darkin on new terms. The leader of the Red Wolf mercenary squad rushed into battle while the enemy did not consider them a real threat. The adventurer ranked 600th thought the young man had decided to commit suicide. Iris Darkin is well aware that even the appearance of prana in the boys cannot affect their fight. However, Soul Dark easily parries the attack of the most powerful ranker adventurer in the world. The poacher is amazed by the abilities of the boy, who previously could only fear his devastating strength. The leader of the mercenary squad thought that now he could see the enemy's attacks. Could it really be the power of prana? Meanwhile, a young man from a famous family of archers has already taken aim at a powerful poacher. The young man noted that he had used something similar before, but this was the first time he had seen everything in color. Edward Marksman notes that he will now shoot more accurately using the precision arrow technique. The young man clearly sees the point where his arrow, charged with mental energy, will fly. The man realized that this little bastard was aiming straight for his head. Now he was a formidable opponent. The ranked adventurer from the 600th position released his prana to block the arrow. Iris Darkin realized that the leader of the small mercenary squad had used the smoke bomb again. The man did not waste any time and immediately rushed after the retreating ones. This time he would not let them go. The poacher couldn't believe that an archer from a famous family was able to hit him through the thick haze. The adventurer ranker from the 600th position quickly found the guy who dared to injure him. Iris Darkin understands perfectly well that the young man manages to aim exactly where he is moving away. The world's most powerful poacher realizes the boy has climbed a tree to improve his view. Soul Dark knows that now he will be able to attack the enemy almost endlessly without interfering with the archer. The adventurer ranker from the 600th position in the rating quickly realized that the newcomers understood each other. The man wondered if this mercenary was really signaling to his comrade with his free hand. The smuggler's worker thought he could understand how they communicate, but Soul is a master bluffer. Iris Darken stated that he would retreat because he saw no point in wasting his stamina on brats. The man asked to be understood because this was not a problem that could be solved simply by thinking. The leader of the promising mercenary squad shouted that the poacher was wrong to underestimate them. A boy from a famous family of archers released his arrow at the same time as his partner's swift attack. However, Iris Darken was not just a simple ranker adventurer, he was one of the best. The man parried Edward's precise arrow and Soul's sharp blade with one left hook. Iris Darken is ranked 48th in the reaction ratings, making him difficult for newcomers to defeat. Therefore, he easily grabbed the young man's dagger and decided to lose that only weapon. The man said that he is ranked 19th in the strength rankings. Have the brats really forgotten about that? The poacher easily threw aside the guy who had just lost his weapon. The leader of the promising mercenary squad, Red Wolf, realized that Prana had not helped them at all. A boy from a famous family of archers called out to his comrade, who could no longer continue the fight. Iris Darken tore out the nearest tree to use it to cut off the remaining boy's support. Soul Dark, with the last of his strength, croaked to his partner to run without looking back. They had lost. The ranked adventurer from the 600th position smirked as he saw the mercenary clinging to life. The poacher said the boy's organs were already damaged, so they wouldn't be able to sell him for a high enough price. The poacher realized that someone had prevented him from finishing off the brat, who had lost to him in a fierce battle. Slow Tools thanked his comrades for the message. Without it, he certainly wouldn't have made it on time. The leader of the Red Wolf mercenary squad asked the man who came to their aid to call Edward. Iris Darken snorted in displeasure that he was once again being interrupted by this brat with a very unusual prana. The young man declared that this was his last simple way. He had to defeat the poacher in battle. Everyone understood that an incredible duel was beginning. A 2,000 rating against a 600th. Romeo Cooper noticed that his subordinate was late. How much longer could he mess around with stupid kids? The man with the beard thought that it was definitely not because of those brats. Something unexpected must have happened. The smuggler thought that the only possible option was the boy with unusual prana. Romeo Cooper couldn't help but grin because he was not mistaken in the abilities of the young ranker adventurer. Meanwhile, the situation between the duelists became increasingly tense, each trying to assess the opponent. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight understood that this duel would be very difficult. The adventurer ranker from the 600th position in the rating decided not to delay his quick victory. The man made a swift lunge, intending to instantly crush the rookie ranker. However, Slow Tools blocked the powerful fists of the poacher, who was an excellent boxer. The young man wrapped his legs in prana to bypass the furious opponent in the blink of an eye. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight decided to attack an incredibly dangerous opponent from the blind spot. However, Iris Darken easily blocked the instant slash with the praka tightly wrapped around his hands. A novice ranker adventurer recklessly charged at an opponent who was stronger than him. The adventurer ranked 600th smirked at the boy's obvious stupidity. However, the man encountered unprecedented resistance. His fist was unable to reach the insolent man. The world's most powerful poacher noticed that the boy began to move much better. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight already understood that he would not lose this difficult battle. Iris Darken stated that the boy had shown a significant increase in strength, but it was still not enough. The man released all his prana and declared that this newbie ranker was no match for him. The young man didn't understand why his poacher had such overwhelming power that it shocked him. The guy didn't even have time to realize that Iris Darken was going to crush him with one blow. The adventurer ranked 600th in the rankings sent the guy flying with a powerful kick. Slow Tools couldn't do anything. He could only protect himself with prana until he landed. However, the young man did not lose faith in victory over such a formidable opponent, despite his crushing power. The world's most powerful poacher did not let go of his prey, quickly catching up with the young ranker adventurer. The young man understood perfectly well that there was one area in which Iris Darken had failed to excel. An adventurer ranked 600th asked the guy what was wrong and why he was running away. The poacher threw another tree at the young man and shouted that the boy could not win by avoiding the blows. The disciple of the strongest knight realized that he had to dodge the rapidly approaching object. The young man thought that he had to win at least a moment to counterattack the poacher. Iris Darken shouted that the boy must accept his death. The outcome of the battle was already predetermined. The student of the strongest knight ordered himself to come to his senses immediately. Now was not the time for doubts. The young man thought he was fighting a man who was only ranked 600th. Slow Tools knows that he has already dueled Cloud Blue Ward, the 11th ranked adventurer. Adler's apprentice realizes he has nothing to fear from some poacher in the Shambles Forest. The young man decided that now was the best moment to show all his prana and counterattack the enemy. Iris Darkin didn't expect to see such volumes of prana in a boy who had recently become a ranker. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight delivered his crushing blow and wounded the powerful poacher. The adventurer ranked 600th shouted that this guy was copying his technique. The young man stated that the technique he used was not even close to a special prana technique. The man shouted in anger that the young man was talking complete nonsense when he called his techniques anything other than techniques. Slow Tools remembered the words of his comrade, who said that he should not attack head-on. The young man realizes that he must use his brains to defeat the powerful poacher. Soul Dark stated that in their world, the success of a battle depends on the templates a boy possesses. The leader of the mercenary squad agreed to reveal several patterns for Slow to follow as an example. The young man said that the very essence of the word tactics means the ability to create the necessary conditions for victory. The disciple of the strongest knight remembers the first condition, which is determined by a sudden attack. Slow Tools also remembers the second condition. He must lure the enemy into his territory. However, the guy understands that the third condition implies an ally who is ready to support. The leader of the mercenary squad realized that his partner had done a good job and completed everything that was necessary. Romeo Cooper's subordinate screamed, "Could this brat still move?" Soul Dark was well aware that they had embarked on a very dangerous adventure, which had almost succeeded. The young man thought that his partner was twisting his arms around him, but their plans were going incredibly smoothly. The adventurer ranked 600th realized he had been captured. The leader of the mercenary squad, Red Wolf, shouted that Slow must not hesitate. This was a crucial moment. Iris Darkin was furious at the realization that he had been dancing to the boy's tune all this time. The poacher released an incredible amount of prana to repel the aspiring rankers. The killer said that these newcomers were very unlucky because they pissed him off. Edward Marksman decided that he should contribute to his partner's victory and took aim at the poacher. A boy from a famous family of archers took out Iris Darkin's eye with a sniper shot. The man roared with rage as these brats had partially blinded him. Edward Marksman knew he had given Slow the perfect opportunity to counterattack. The young man croaked that the rest was left to the student of humanity's strongest knight. The aspiring ranker adventurer understood perfectly well what exactly he had to do now. Slow Tools used his first sword technique, Instant Slash, to crush the powerful enemy. The partners decided that this was enough to completely disable the poacher. Edward Marksman and Soul Dark were completely exhausted from fighting such a fierce opponent. Slow Tools realized that his opponent was still standing strong, meaning he had not lost. The adventurer ranked 600th shouted out and asked who they thought he was. The man was filled with anger and shouted that these bastards would pay with their lives for their behavior. The leader of the Red Wolf mercenary squad realized that they had failed to defeat the powerful poacher. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight realized that he was about to feel a crushing blow. The adventurer ranked 600th understands that this blow should have finished the guy off. However, the man noticed Slow Tulsa, who was high in the sky due to his prana emission. The man was surprised that the young man was able to successfully block his last blow, but the guy was finished. The powerful poacher shouted that he would tear Slow to pieces as soon as he hit the ground. Iris Darkin shouted that the young man deserved credit for holding out for so long. The man is completely sure that all of the young ranker adventurer's comrades are unconscious. The poacher shouted that Slow Tulsu had no one left to rely on, he was left alone. The adventurer ranked 600th is certain that the young man should simply die. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight realized that he had been driven into an incredibly dangerous trap. The student of the strongest knight noticed familiar silhouettes below, his comrades rushing to help. The King's Horn understood that the man who had helped him was now in great danger. The young ranker's personal recognizer shouted the poacher's name to get his attention. Iris Darkin wondered for a moment what this girl was even thinking about. She was completely out of her mind. The King's Horn took advantage of the dangerous poacher's moment of confusion and attacked. The smuggler's subordinate quickly realized that this was the same puppy that had escaped from them. It was a rare magical beast that understood perfectly well that he had already done enough for his comrade. The boy's individual recognizer screamed for Slow Tools to gather his strength and finish off the poacher. The girl is completely confident that the student of the strongest knight has enough strength to do this. The young ranker adventurer expended all his prana to use a special technique. Iris Darkin couldn't believe his eyes, because this young man's body contained an unprecedented power. Slow Tools was well aware that now was the best opportunity to resolve the issue with the poacher. Therefore, the young man used the most powerful sword technique available to him at that moment in time. The smuggler's subordinate watched as an unimaginable barrage of prana blasts rushed towards him. Iris Darkin took the full force of the young ranker adventurer's prana that fell upon him. The world's most powerful poacher realized with horror that he was powerless to block these swift attacks. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight used his second technique, softening the viscera. Iris Darkin felt that with each new blow that reached its target, the power of the technique grew. Lucy Emerald once again witnessed the indescribable beauty of her partner's special technique. Romeo Cooper's accomplice could no longer contain the power of the young ranker adventurer's sword technique. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight understood that he had spent all his strength on this blow. The young man tried to land as carefully as possible, but the overwhelming fatigue made his legs give way. The individual recognizer ran up to her partner to make sure he was safe. The girl wanted to ask if Slow was badly injured, but quickly realized that he was indeed terribly wounded. Lucy Emerald exclaimed that her partner was incredibly amazing. He defeated Iris Darkin. The young ranker adventurer noted that he had most likely simply knocked out an incredibly powerful poacher. The young man is confident that the smuggler's subordinate will not be able to move for a short time. Iris Darkin, with the last of his strength, fueled by incredible anger, reached out to the guy who defeated him. The man, in a fit of rage, growled that he would kill Slow Tulls. Finish off that annoying little bastard. The young ranker adventurer realized that the man still had not lost his strength and could resist. Romeo Cooper's henchman realized he lacked the power to finish off the nasty ranker boy. The novice ranker adventurer's recognizer shouted at Iris to let the boy go immediately. The man, standing on his feet only out of anger, looked back at Lucy, who had dared to order him around. The individual recognizer was convinced that the poacher standing before her was incredibly dangerous. Lucy Emerald whispered under her breath that Iris Darkin was a real monster in the flesh. The world's most powerful poacher realized he wasn't strong enough to crush the brat's head. The smuggler's accomplice pushed the young man away because he realized that he would have to act differently. The young adventurer ranker noticed that the dangerous poacher was completely exhausted. Iris Darkin decided to catch his breath to gather his strength, but an uninvited memory appeared before his eyes. The man shouted, asking how much longer his partners would be lazing around. Why were they such slackers? The comrades replied that they were in no hurry. Iris Darkin simply had too much stamina. The partners of the smuggler's future accomplice said they needed to be a more cohesive team. Iris Darkin remembers the words of the recognizer, who asked him to think not only about himself, but also about his comrades. A man really doesn't like it when someone tells him how he should act at any given moment. The poacher realized that his memory had receded, and with it new powers had appeared. The most powerful man in the world admitted that he and Slow Tools now look incredibly pathetic. The young ranker adventurer couldn't understand where the smuggler's assistant got his new powers from. The powerful poacher declared that he would strangle this impudent little fellow right here and now. The disciple of the strongest knight thought that he could not allow himself to die in such a place. The young man remembered how Luna smiled when she called him to go on unforgettable adventures around the world. A young ranker adventurer realizes that he cannot afford to die without achieving his goal. Those distant memories he had seen recently flashed before Slow Tulsa's eyes again. In these memories, a woman familiar to the young man sang the pleasant tunes of some poem. The disciple of the strongest knight realized that these motives were a special technique of poetry of his family. Iris Darkin asked what was going on. Why was this guy suddenly lit up with a green glow of prana? The man couldn't understand why the young man had such overwhelming prana power. This time, the young ranker adventurer was able to hear the poems that the woman from his memories was singing. A woman the boy knew sang about the life they had on the unhindered sunny slopes. The young man could not resist and repeated the verse after the woman who seemed incredibly close to him. Iris Darkin felt an incredible power awakening within the body of the young ranker adventurer. The smuggler's assistant couldn't believe how the boy's prana power and glow continued to grow. The man, in despair, asked the void again what it could be. Did the guy really have a trump card? The world's most powerful poacher screamed in incredible pain when he realized he had lost half his forearm. Iris Darkin roared that this bastard had just taken his arm. How dare he do that? Slow Tools understood perfectly well that the most powerful poacher in the world would no longer be able to defeat him. The individual recognizer thought that the disciple of the strongest knight used the poetry technique. Lucy Emerald doubted what she saw. She always thought that the techniques of poetry looked different. The girl is completely confident that this technique of poetry is different from all other special techniques. The world's most powerful ranker adventurer screamed that the person standing in front of him was just a damn bastard. The man decided to crush the young man with a powerful blow of his fist, but he encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Iris realized in horror that his other arm had vanished without a trace as soon as it collided with his opponent's prana. The poacher suddenly realized that this was his crushing defeat, inflicted on him by some brat. Slow Tools confidently announced that Romeo Cooper's assistant had lost his last fight. Iris Darkin knew perfectly well that someone like him would not be spared. He had stumbled too many times. The student of the strongest knight decided to deliver his decisive blow to finally bring down the poacher. Those watching this duel understood that Iris, who had strayed from the right path, was defeated. The world's most powerful ranker adventurer couldn't believe what had happened because he couldn't lose to the boy. The recognizer stated that a man must have team merits to rise in the adventurer rankings. A representative of the Recognition Bureau said that Iris Darkin never carried out tasks in the group. The employee explained the Bureau's position. The man had too little ability to cooperate with other rankers. Iris Darkin shouted that the recognizer should judge on merit. He was stronger than many double digits. A representative of the Recognition Bureau stated that they cannot change the criteria for evaluating adventurers. The man shouted that the second-ranking adventurer also specialized in solo missions. The recognizer explained that certain exceptions may apply to some rankers. The representative of the Recognition Bureau noted that Iris, unfortunately, does not have such privileges. The future poacher thought that from the outside it was simply not obvious how hard he was trying. The man is completely confident that for a ranker, his rank is the embodiment of all his aspirations. Iris Darkin decided to cooperate with some rankers just to rise in the adventurer rankings. Race remarked that collaborating with a 3-digit ranker was, no matter how you look at it, cool, and Melos confirmed it. The future poacher is completely sure that he is not inclined to cooperate because he is too good. The man is firmly convinced that his partners will always be nothing but an incredibly annoying burden for him. Reyes apologized to Iris Darkin because he didn't think there were griffins in such a place. A 3-digit ranked adventurer dispatched the beast with one blow. The future poacher said that they needed to quickly complete the task. Such monsters were no obstacle. The man thought about how when he joined the team of these rankers, he began to encounter powerful monsters. Iris Darkin doesn't see this as a big problem because dealing with them isn't that difficult. However, something is bothering the future poacher, as if his new partners are leading him by the nose. Iris Darkin noticed that his new comrades left the camp every night after the battles. The man became curious about what Race and Melos were up to, so he followed them. Iris Darkin realized the bitter truth that he had indeed been led by the nose all this time. The guy exclaimed that the slain monster was entirely composed of incredibly valuable materials. Rice said that everything turned out just as they planned, and that this idiot did everything for them himself. Melos asked if Iris really didn't understand anything, but he was as dumb as a brick. A close friend of the girl said that among rankers there are sometimes such complete fools. Iris Darkin approached his comrades who had betrayed him and told them that they had turned out to be incredible scum. The man warned those who were leading him on that they should throw away the bag containing the stolen valuables. The future poacher's comrades realized that their plans had been discovered, and there was no turning back. The guy figured out how to get out of it. Reyes called out to his friend and without hesitation punched her in the face. Melos didn't understand why her partner had acted so meanly, how he could hit her so hard. The guy's face immediately changed and he asked why the girl's face was covered with such terrible wounds. Reyes smiled cynically and raised his voice, asking what the adventurer Iris Darkin had done. The man approached the actor and said that he was not just a scoundrel, since he was ready to do something like this for profit. Reyes shouted, even if they were bothering Iris so much, it was still no reason to beat his comrades. The guy made a face and said that this was the very reason why a man couldn't rise in the rankings. Rice raised his girlfriend and stated that he would immediately report this incident to the Recognition Bureau. However, the guy said that they were magnanimous. If Iris Darkin apologized, they would hush up the matter. Reyes told his friend that she would not report the man's misconduct if he apologized. The future poacher asked himself whether he was really willing to listen to the barking in order not to lose his rating. Iris Darkin warned that he was not going to bend to the will of such worthless people as his comrades. The powerful man, without hesitation, decided to rid the world of such scum as Rice and Melos. The poacher admits that he still hasn't regretted this act, although it affected his rating. Romeo Cooper's subordinate realizes that the Bureau has investigated and solved his serious crime. The recognizers did not imprison Iris Darkin given his incredible past achievements. However, the Bureau revoked his rating and prohibited him from registering a new one for 3 long years. The future poacher, in a fit of fleeting anger, sold everything he had, and this became a turning point. While waiting for the opportunity to get a rating, the man earned money as best he could. Romeo Cooper found Iris Darkin and offered him a very strange and incredibly profitable deal. The smuggler asked if the former adventurer would be interested in buying a rating. The poacher was incredibly happy with this offer and admitted that he wanted revenge. Iris Darkin wanted to destroy the existing rating system because the ratings are complete crap. The man wanted to make all the recognizers regret that they underestimated his abilities. Now Iris was thinking that this damned boy, Slow, would experience the bitter torment of a rancor. Romeo Cooper's subordinate understands that the young man will soon be plunged into hopeless agony. The boy's individual recognizer declared Slow Tulsa the winner of the duel with Iris Darkin. The young man exhaled calmly. Now the dangerous poacher would not harm anyone. He was exhausted. Lucy Emerald asked where the guy was going. He was too exhausted after the battle with Iris. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight declared that this is not the end. Romeo Cooper is free. Slow Tools said he had to catch the smuggler while he was somewhere in the Shambles Forest. The guy's personal recognizer realized that he was trying to make her dream come true as soon as possible. The girl remembers that it was she who spoke about her goal to cleanse the world of the illegal worst rating. The recognizer shouted that Slow Tools should stop because now was not the time to be a hero. Lucy Emerald stated that even she could defeat the guy now. They should wait for the next chance. The young man tried to object, because the next chance might not come for a long time. The girl said that even meeting a rancor adventurer like Slow Tools is enough for her now. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight turned around to confirm the sincerity of the girl's words. The young man apologized for causing the personal recognizer so much worry. The aspiring rancor adventurer who defeated Iris Darkin collapsed to the ground from his own exhaustion. Edward Marksman was the first to wake up and decided to immediately go to the recognizer's bureau to report. The next to wake up was Soul Dark, who volunteered to help treat Slow Tools' wounds. The leader of the mercenary squad, Red Wolf, admits that he is also wounded, but his prana allows him to move. The comrade of the disciple of the strongest knight of humanity understands that his strength serves to help his partner. Slow Tools realizes that while he is unconscious, he is having an incredibly long dream. In this dream, the boy's mother asked if it was really enough to just talk about their techniques. The woman understands that Slow is only 1 year old and is unlikely to be able to remember her words about poetry techniques. The boy's father said that everything was fine because that's how the techniques work. They are imprinted in prana. The man is confident that his son will gradually remember all this when he tames his prana. Father said that Slow might even remember this dialogue, and Mother said that they shouldn't talk about strange things. The man turned to his son and said that their ancestors possessed a special and incredible power. The father said that because of this powerful force, an incredibly terrible wrath fell upon them. The man said they began to live in hiding in this remote village called Tulsa. The father explained that thanks to the decision of their ancestors, they were able to live days far from the fierce battles. Slow Tools turned to his father and said that he completely shared his feelings and agreed with them. The young man wondered if his parents longed for peace. Then why did they teach him the technique of poetry? The young man guessed that both his parents and all the villagers had guessed about the approaching inevitable catastrophe. Adler's student realized that they all knew that the day would come when he would have to fight. Cloud Blue Ward was one of the first to notice that the guy who defeated the poacher had already woken up. Lucy Emerald was incredibly happy that her partner woke up. He made her worry. The recognizer said that the young man slept the whole day, and everyone began to worry about his health. The young man noticed that his wounds were bandaged by his partner, so he immediately thanked her. Slow Tools asked why Mr. Cloud was here. Did the Bureau really send such an important person? The man replied that he had heard a story about a friend of his getting involved in such a troublesome matter. The 11th ranked adventurer asked if Slow could move on his own, and he confirmed it. Meanwhile, Soul was asking Edward why he had returned and whether he was really worried about his comrades. Cloud Blue Ward asked Iris Darkin if he could move. They needed to go to the Bureau. The 11th in the rank of adventurers said that he would remove the shackles from the poacher who had won his own. The man realized that he had made a mistake in getting involved with Romeo Cooper, but the desire to redo the ranks was stronger. Cloud Blue Ward noticed that the once powerful poacher's arms were worn down to the elbows. The high-ranking adventurer wondered what this man could have done to end up in this situation. The 11th ranked adventurer noticed that the poacher's hands had not been cut off. They had literally disappeared. Cloud Blue Ward realizes that this is the first time he's seen something like this. Is Slow Tools really that strong? The high-ranking adventurer realized that the boy had something in him that could kill him with one blow. Lucy Emerald said that once her ranker's wounds heal, she will register him in other rankings. The individual recognizer is confident that rating is a path to self-knowledge for any ranker. Slow Tools asked if his girlfriend was telling him that he should figure out his strengths through rankings. The girl stated that the Recognition Bureau has equipment for measuring all sorts of different ratings. Meanwhile, Romeo Cooper walked through the Shambles Forest in proud solitude. He knew that his subordinate had lost. The smuggler thought that the last burst of unusual prana marked Iris's defeat. The man thought that for someone who had been in hiding for many years, this guy appeared quite self-confident. Romeo came to the conclusion that the young man was behaving provocatively in order to capture the attention of the Island of the Gods. The smuggler from the 76th line of the dark rating approached the huge gate in the forest. The massive doors opened before Romeo Cooper, who stepped forward with confidence. The smuggler who entered was greeted by the voice of a subordinate, who said that he was waiting for the leader. Romeo Cooper turned to his fellows and announced that they had finally discovered the descendant of babies. The man exclaimed that this allowed them to make significant progress in their incredibly large-scale plan. The smuggler is convinced that the time has come to save the world, which should not dance to the tune of ratings. Romeo Cooper ordered his brothers not to hold back their strength in the upcoming fierce struggle. The smuggler's comrades declared that they, all under the name of Ouroboros, would save this world. Romeo Cooper turned out to be the pseudonym of an incredibly legendary criminal named Adam. He ranks among the top smugglers, murderers, drug dealers, and prana scientists. Meanwhile, his criminal organization, Ouroboros, is the world's #1 dark organization. After some time on the road, Slow Tulls and his comrades reached the capital of the Kingdom of Trackland. The young ranker adventurer's individual recognizer notified everyone that they had arrived. Lucy Emerald asked Soul and Edward to go to the treatment room. They needed to rest. The boy said that his recognizer gives orders very clearly, and the girl admitted that she had already gotten used to this. Lucy Emerald asked her partners to clear their schedules in 10 days. The girl stated that the Recognition Bureau would update the ratings of the rankers who caught Iris. The archer and the mercenary were incredibly happy about this news, because they were hoping for a good promotion. The recognizer added that she had something to say to Slow Tools about the King's Horn. Lucy knows that when the Identification Bureau takes rare animals into its care, someone has to become a guardian. The girl asked her ranker to take the royal horn to her. She knows that he is a responsible guy. The recognizer assured that she herself would like to become the guardian of this animal, but her work does not allow it. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight agreed to become the master of the royal horn. The girl stated that since the young man became the full guardian, he must give a name to the rare animal. Slow Tools thought about it because this was a very important step in building a relationship with a smart pet. The young man said that he would name his rare magical beast with the worthy name of Ralph. The boy said that when he was still very little, the village was attacked by a red grizzly. Slow Tools added that one brave man had fought him to protect the village. The boy explained that he took the name of the village's protector because he thought they looked alike. The disciple of the strongest knight thanked Ralph for helping him in the battle with Iris Darkin. The young man declared that he would continue to count on King's Horn, his new comrade. The partners handed the animal over to the protection of the Identification Bureau. The young man can visit him at any time. Edward and Soul were lying in the treatment room, arguing over who would rise higher in the rankings. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight wondered how many places his ranking would change. The man who defeated the most powerful smuggler admitted to himself that he was a little nervous. The staff doctor at the Recognition Bureau shouted that the young people were being too loud. Clara Save shouted that if the sick were in her hands, their wounds would be cured in just 10 days. The woman screamed that Slow Tool's insides were in complete disarray, but he was acting as if nothing had happened. The doctor is absolutely sure that young rankers are fools because they do not spare themselves. The archer and the mercenary declared that they would quickly catch up with the knight's apprentice, and Clara was outraged by the boy's disobedience. Slow Tools noticed that the Bureau of Recognition's staff doctor was using prana to control the bandages. The young man wondered if this was also the power of prana, and admitted that Clara Save's skills were undoubtedly amazing. The personal recognizer visited her partner several times, and the guy noted that she looked busy. Slow Tools is sure that the girl is simply swamped with her work as a recognizer. The young man understands that the work of a recognizer is the most rigorous and impartial in the whole world. Lucy Emerald's friend noted that the girl has been having a very difficult time in the last few days. The girl said that this recognition review would take a long time, and Lucy agreed. The recognizer asked Layla to contact a pranic scientist of at least rank 50. The girl realizes that no matter how much she searches, there is no information about the people called Tools. Lucy Emerald wondered what kind of poetry technique this could be. It seemed incredibly special. 10 days later, the comrades were discharged from the treatment ward and sent to a special meeting room. The recognizer explained that when updating complex ratings, this space has to be rented. The leader of the mercenary squad noted that there was an incredible amount of materials in this room. The girl stated that she works on all of this mostly alone, so the results are more accurate. Soldark thought that they hadn't collected that much documentation when updating the mercenary rankings. The mercenary thought that this recognizer could handle the update of 3 at once on his own. The disciple of the strongest knight said that they caused trouble for his personal recognizer. The girl joked that among the recognizers there would be those who could handle it in just half a day. However, the girl quickly warned the novice rankers that she would now get to the heart of the matter. The individual recognizer stated that she would now update the ratings for the 3 adventurers. Lucy Emerald stated that Soul Dark cornered Iris Darken while patrolling the Shambles Forest. The girl said that the guy showed real leadership qualities and was promoted to a 2000 rating. The recognizer declared that Edward had demonstrated true mastery of hitting the target in any situation. Lucy is confident that he has mastered prana enough to reach the 1800th position in the rankings. The girl stated that Slow Tools had discovered new species of animals and had found out the reason for the appearance of monsters. The recognizer thought about it, because she still hadn't managed to find out what kind of technique the guy was using. Lucy said the boy had outstanding swordsmanship and the potential to master techniques. The personal recognizer announced that Slow Tools has reached the 3-digit adventurer ranking. The young man said that he had practically reached the triple-digit ranks in one leap, and Lucy nodded. Lucy Emerald explained to those who had increased their rank that a ranker does not attract attention at the moment of registration. The girl is confident that the rate of rating growth directly reflects the speed of the ranker's development. The recognizer said that all 3 adventurers were impressive, but that further rank-ups were more difficult. Lucy Emerald is confident that the entire global community has noticed the sharp rise of Slow Tools. Other adventurer rankers and discerners would definitely not miss a person like this young man. The individual recognizer understands that today, the whole world has learned the name of the unusual guy Slow. Lucy Emerald stated that from now on, the boys as rankers will face a variety of changes. The personal discerner said that these changes will manifest themselves in both good and bad ways. Meanwhile, in another room of the Recognition Bureau, the recognizer was finishing the announcement of the knight's ranking. One of the knights asked permission to use a special recognition device to view the rating. The girl said that this morning, by the way, there was one guy who instantly achieved a high rank. The knight realized that the rank of the novice adventurer Slow Tulsa had increased dramatically. The girl doesn't know the whole truth, and that's why she thinks that this guy stole Adler's equipment. The knight unconsciously gave in to angry thoughts and released her incredibly powerful prana. The girl immediately took control of herself and apologized for such provocative behavior. She admitted that she had unconsciously put in a little more effort than the situation required. After the announcement of the rating increase, Lucy Emerald decided to take the guy to the testing room. The young man said that he had never thought that there was such a place in the Recognition Bureau. The guy's individual recognizer stated that this huge complex is the pride of the Bureau. Lucy Emerald explained that this place contains various devices for measuring rank. The girl said that the Recognition Bureau here can register many different ranks. The guy's personal recognizer said that they can even determine mental abilities. Lucy Emerald asked the young man if he remembered what she had said not long ago in the Shambles Forest. The girl convinced the guy that he should register in various rankings for his promotion. The individual recognizer said that only simple ratings can be updated in this location. Slow Tools asked, "So the Bureau has ratings that are easy to update and those that are difficult?" The young man noticed that they updated the sword speed remotely, while the adventurer rating was updated at the Bureau. The girl understands that Slow Tulsa has a sharp mind. If you explain something to him, he will understand in general terms. The guy's personal recognizer thought that the problem might not only be in the village boy's intelligence. Lucy Emerald thought that he was constantly thinking about what he had once heard. He was a philosopher. The girl stated that they would be analyzing the young man's abilities in this room all day today. The recognizer stated that the guy would raise his rating if he took high places on the equipment. The boy asked if he could use prana, and the girl said that this was also his ability. The young man promised his personal recognizer that he would approach the matter with the utmost seriousness. The first thing Slow Tools did was head out onto the track, interested in the rankings among sprinters. The specialized equipment in the testing room immediately displayed the result to the Recognition Bureau. Lucy Emerald noted that the guy is ranked 1,000th in the world for the highest jump. The recognizer recorded that the guy ranked 2,200th in the grip strength rankings. The girl noted that in weightlifting, Slow Tools took the 1,800th position in the ranking. Equipment measuring reaction speed placed the guy in 900th place in the ranking. Lucy Emerald recorded the boy's result in the sense of balance. He took the 800th position. The personal recognizer noted that the guy's lung capacity corresponds to the 2,500th place. The individual recognizer decided to conduct a test of the heightening of all 5 senses of Slow Tools. Lucy Emerald was surprised by the guy's high position. He almost broke into the top 100. The girl noted that Slow Tools ranks 98th in the sense of smell rankings. The guy's personal recognizer informed him that they were finished with the physical tests for today. Some of the rankers noted that this guy is impressive. No wonder he rose to rank 1,000. The young man couldn't help but notice that there were too many eyes watching him, and the girl said that it was logical. Lucy Emerald said that this is because the guy took very high places. He will have to get used to it. The knight watched closely to see who, in her opinion, dared to take away the relic of all knights. The personal recognizer said that the guy occupied quite high positions related to feelings. The guy said it was because of Edward Marksman's explanation, and the girl partly agreed with her partner. The discerner concluded that the boy's prana was effective in enhancing the senses, observation, and accelerating movement. The girl chuckled because it made her compare Adler's student to a wild animal. Lucy noted that his muscle strength has potential to grow, but the guy needs to develop his mobility. The individual recognizer said that she was still in doubt because of the guy's strength. The partners heard a man's voice behind them, saying that Lucy had made a wise decision. The guy's personal identifier quickly realized that it was the head of this department, Mr. Grand. Slow Tools asked who the man was, and Lucy Emerald told the boy to bow immediately. The man who approached said that everything was fine. There was no need for ceremony in the adventurer rankings. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight thought that he had heard similar words somewhere before. Lucy Emerald explained to her partner that Mr. Grand was the head of the Recognition Bureau. The girl explained that the Bureau does not have a traditional hierarchy in order to maintain the impartiality of all the recognizers. Lucy Emerald said that Mr. Grand was also a recognizer, and many people started under him. The girl said that it was this man who brought Cloud Blue Ward to 11th place in the ranking. Mr. Grand admitted that he is not such an outstanding recognizer. The girl flatters him. The partners thought that this was genuine modesty from the head of the Recognition Bureau in the capital of Trackland. Mr. Grand said that in addition to the outstanding Cloud, he also dealt with the adventurer Iris Darkin. The man said that he came to Lucy and Slow for this very reason. He wants to apologize and thank them. Grand acknowledged that this young man was an outstanding ranker who quickly mastered the ranks. The man bowed before the recent newcomer and his recognizer in gratitude for capturing Iris. Mr. Grand announced that the Identification Bureau had already determined the cause of the attack by the powerful ranker poacher. The man said that Race and Mellos tried to frame Iris Darkin and that they caused him to stumble. Mr. Grand now understands why that couple constantly indulged in luxury unbecoming of their rank. The man regrets that the Bureau found out about all these affairs after Iris got her hands dirty. Mr. Grand said that the recognizers evaluate rankers with pride, and false reports are not accepted. Lucy Emerald didn't even know how to respond to such frankness from her boss. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight said that he understood what Mr. Grand was talking about. However, the young man added that this could not be considered the fault of the head of the Recognition Bureau, Mr. Grand. Slow Tools said that adventurer rankers have their own heads on their shoulders, and recognizers are their support. The young man stated that they also have pride. The boy is sure that Iris followed his pride. Individual recognizers slow. Tulsa realized the full depth of her partner's thoughts. Mr. Grand learned something valuable from the speech of the adventurer who had stepped into the top 1,000. The man decided that he had to meet with the ranker who had embarked on the slippery path of a poacher. Iris didn't expect to see her old recognizer, who said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The loser of the duel, Slow Tulsu, said that this damn recognizer appeared in his cell. Mr. Grand replied that he would not deny it and asked why Darkin had not fled from the Bureau. The Bureau chief is confident that this ranker could have easily escaped from Lucy before Cloud Blue Ward arrived. The captured poacher told the man to shut up. He didn't want to talk about such topics. Mr. Grand thought that a ranker striving for the top was paying tribute to someone stronger than him. The bureau chief realized that Iris had remembered the ranker's pride, and it was Slow who had helped him remember. Mr. Grand said he once again expressed his deepest gratitude to Slow Tools. The man said he thought he'd go, and Lucy said they planned to practice. The bureau chief asked which specific rankings the young adventurer ranker was planning to participate in. The recognizer stated that she was very curious about the prana capacity rating and ratings related to fencing. Mr. Grand looked at the guy carefully and came to an ambiguous conclusion about him. The bureau chief stated that measuring the boy's prana might be extremely difficult. The man is completely sure that the equipment that is here is unlikely to be able to measure the guy's prana. The young employee of the Recognition Bureau asked what exactly her boss meant by this. Mr. Grand said the girl had better get ready if she was going to continue being a slow recognizer. The bureau chief left the young man and Lucy Emerald and walked calmly down the corridor. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight asked what exactly Mr. Grand wanted to tell them. The discerner said that she wanted to try to change the prana, but since her boss thought otherwise. The girl said that they have a lot of sword-related ratings, so they'll have to start with them. Lucy Emerald knows that the sword is a popular weapon, which is why there are many ratings with it. The personal recognizer said that she had a request. The guy should not use the Adler technique. The girl explained that the hidden force sword technique is an art passed down in a direct line. Lucy Emerald explained that this technique was only used by the top-ranked knights. The girl is sure that it would not be an exaggeration to say that everyone dreams of mastering this secret technique. The guy admitted that he never attached any importance to the technique that the strongest knight taught him. Lucy tried to explain to her partner that hidden force was an advanced technique from the start. The girl said that even the instant cut, which is simple for slow, is available to others with a rating of 800. The recognizer said that this legendary technique was founded by the greatest knight, Lawrence Wolf-Riven. Lucy Emerald explained that the man was a genius who developed many sword styles. The girl explained that the power the young man possessed was a great treasure that was worth hiding. The boy's personal recognizer is confident that the young man should not incur the wrath of the High Knights. Lucy Emerald said that they will still try to register new sword ratings. Slow asked if it wouldn't be better not to register in the rankings than to occupy low places. The girl said that the guy was worrying for nothing. In their time, without registration in the ratings, there is no trust. Lucy Emerald stated that they will start with the serial strike rating, which Slow is good at. The girl explained that a special magic stone would record the number of blows the boy struck. Slow Tools couldn't understand why the guy being tested was so happy with his slow punches. The young man saw that the same stone was used for all certification participants. It regenerated. Slow knew that with his second technique, softening the guts, the results would be better. The student of the strongest knight nevertheless decided to listen to the words of his recognizer and did not use hidden force. Slow Tools was surprised when he saw the result recorded by the stone, 149th place. The guy's individual recognition immediately directed the young man to the cutting accuracy rating. The examiner must pass the sword between two gradually tapering plates without touching them. The student taking this rating exclaimed that his teacher had achieved a magnificent 3-digit rating. The man replied that there are many people who wield a sword, but only a few are true masters. The mentor added that every self-respecting fencer should be at least in the triple digits. A special device showed that Slow Tools was ranked 87th in cutting accuracy. Adler's student thought that he needed to begin mastering the third technique given to him by his mentor. Lucy Emerald realized that even without using hidden force, the boy was superior to most swordsmen. The guy's individual recognizer thought that it couldn't be otherwise. She saw talent. Lucy Emerald asked her partner if he had brought his personal ranker card with him. It needed to be replaced. The girl explained to her friend that up to 10 of the ranker's best ratings could be entered into it. The guy's personal identifier stated that she is already submitting an application to change the ratings on the map. Lucy Emerald and Slow Tools heard a female voice, the owner of whom asked, "High places." The one addressing the young man and the recognizer asked if he had not yet reached a high level. Suspecting Slow of stealing the knight's sacred relic, Tulsa decided to show the real result. The girl, with unprecedented ease, riddled the special skill test stone in the blink of an eye. Adler's student realized that this female knight was in the top 30 in the strike speed ranking. The girl asked why the young man was surprised by her modest result, since he could do it much faster. The stranger said that if the guy tried, he himself was capable of achieving a similar result, wasn't he? The female knight said that she had no doubt that this guy was using the hidden force technique. The disciple of the strongest knight realized that his recognizer's plan had failed. But from what moment? Lucy Emerald was scared because now Slow's survival was a pressing issue. The female knight demanded that the disciple of humanity's strongest knight fight her. However, an unknown girl from the knight ranking stated that she would have one condition for the guy. The knight girl demanded that Slow Tulls not touch the sword after his loss. The ranker, who had risen to the triple-digit rankings, wondered if she was really asking him to give up fencing. An unknown girl from the knight ranking realized that they were attracting too much attention. The knight girl demanded to move to another place. The young man should follow her. Lucy Emerald and Slow Tools realized that this was their last chance to leave things as they were. The girl stated that the dissemination of the hidden force technique was the greatest humiliation for her. The ranker knight admitted that she would not want the young man to demonstrate his skills to others. The girl introduced herself as Fidelia Goldsmith and said that she occupied the 300th place in the rank of knights. The ranker knight made it clear that she wanted to show at least a minimal amount of respect to the greatest technique. The boy's recognizer asked the girl how she knew that he possessed this legendary technique. Fidelia Goldsmith asked if they thought no one would notice these perfect movements. The girl said that even during the adventurer rank exam, her senior noticed Slow's unusual movements. The guy said that he didn't steal the equipment, and the girl asked how he got it then. Fidelia understands that Master Adler is a most noble man. He would not teach the young man. The girl knight is sure that the mentor wanted to pass on the greatest technique of hidden force to her. Fidelia Goldsmith explained this situation to herself. Slow Tools recreated the legendary technique from the recordings. The teaching of humanity's strongest knight stated that it was Adler who taught him this technique. The knight accused the young man of covering up and distributing counterfeit goods, which is unacceptable. Fidelia Goldsmith could not come to terms with such impudence from a boy from some remote village. The young man declared that he had become Adler's student, but he had been one for only 1 year of his life. The girl from the knight ranking realizes that she can no longer contain her rising anger. Fidelia Goldsmith said that sometimes people, even knowing it is a lie, cannot contain their anger. The knight girl declared that the young man had just signed his own death warrant with his own words. The knight declared that Slow Tulls had defiled her soul and violated her ideal, and that he must fall by her blade. The guy's individual recognizer had to declare a duel between Fidelia Goldsmith and Slow. The girl immediately jumped up to deal a crushing blow to the impudent guy. A boy from the remote village of Tulls managed to block a powerful attack from Fidelia Goldsmith. Slow Tools understands that the girl's fighting aura speaks for her. If the guy doesn't attack, he will lose. The boy decided to use the first technique that the strongest knight in the world taught him. Fidelia Goldsmith noticed the boy's movements and quickly realized that he was using instant slash. The girl knight decided that she would also use the first technique from Master Adler's set. Both rankers simultaneously released a dense wave of prana at their opponent, hoping for victory. The boy's personal recognizer noticed that the knight's instant slash was different from the boy's technique. Lucy Emerald realized that Fidelia Goldsmith's technique was somewhat faster than that of her ranker adventurer. However, both instant slashes canceled each other out when they collided somewhere between equal duelists. Slow Tools realized that Fidelia's mastery of the first technique from Adler's collection was significantly better. The ranker adventurer decided to use the second technique, the current maximum of his powers. The young man took the necessary stance to use Soften the Guts. The girl realized that the guy's movements were aimed at applying Master Adler's second technique. The female knight said that in that case, she would demonstrate the real second technique. Lucy Emerald noticed how the first strikes of the Softening of the Guts technique were identical. However, everyone present understood that this technique gradually increases the force of the blows. The girl knight involuntarily thought about her mistake, looking at the guy's flawless movements. The guy's individual recognizer noted that she was watching an incredibly stunning spectacle. The girl wondered if Slow had studied with Adler. How could Fidelia Goldsmith master this technique? The young man from the remote village of Tools understands that in the second technique he is also inferior to the girl knight. The guy sees that Fidelia's softening of the insides is different from the technique he knows. The young ranker adventurer understands that the girl's technique is crude, but her skill is overwhelming. Fidelia Goldsmith's final blow reached the boy, but he managed to block it with his sword. The young man understands that at this rate he will lose the duel with the knight and will have to give up his dreams. Fidelia Goldsmith sees that the guy's technique is at least as good as her movements, and perhaps even superior. The girl from the knight ranking momentarily allowed the possibility of Adler training this boy. However, the girl immediately dismissed such a thought because she believed Adler's word. Fidelia Goldsmith stated that she won the first and second Adler techniques. The knight suggested continuing and using the third technique from Master Adler's collection. Fidelia asked why the guy was hesitating. Did he really only know 2 techniques from the hidden force style? A girl from the knight's ranking asked if he really allowed himself to do something like that after his loud statements. Lucy decided to turn to her recognition device to learn more about Fidelia Goldsmith. The individual recognizer of the guy realizes with horror that all the knight's ratings exceed the youth. Lucy Emerald admits that the current slow tools will not be able to cope with such a powerful opponent. The girl realizes that her personal ranker adventurer will not win using just a sword. A boy from a remote village called Tools realizes he must play his trump card. The youth released all his prana to use the technique of his family's poetry. Fidelia Goldsmith realized that this new ranker already possessed some special technique. The girl shouted that a newbie like Slow Tools couldn't possibly have such powerful techniques. Fidelia Goldsmith admitted that as much as she was upset, the boy's growth rate was abnormal. The girl knight thought that she would crush the guy with one blow. Any technique was meaningless in front of her. Fidelia Goldsmith promised herself and Master Adler that she would restore pride to all knights. The girl from the knight ranking still didn't believe that the young man was capable of using the technique of poetry. She knew it was a special power that could only be accessed by a select few with advanced prana control. Fidelia Goldsmith poured a massive amount of prana into her next strike to crush Slow. The female knight used the first technique, Instant Slash, from the legendary Hidden Force style. The individual recognizer notices with horror that the sent wave of prana literally exploded. However, Fidelia Goldsmith sees that her devastating attack has not had the desired effect. Slow Tools managed to use a special technique of his kind. May this be achieved by the will of heaven. The 300th ranked knight shouted out how the guy could be safe and sound after that. The girl thought that he was using a defensive technique. His prana literally became powerful armor. Fidelia Goldsmith admitted that she is currently experiencing some incredible feeling. The girl knight feels very well that her instincts are screaming at her not to go any deeper. The knight realized that in those short moments when she was thinking, the boy had come very close. Fidelia Goldsmith thought she might have time to dodge. His movements were still inferior to hers in speed. The knight decided to finish off the guy before he did something worse. She resorted to the third technique. Fidelia shouted that she was using flurry, but the boy continued to ignore his opponent's weapon. The knight ranked 300th doesn't understand why the guy doesn't block her sword. The girl confidently thought that he would not be able to withstand her attack, but Fidelius's sword cracked. The knight couldn't believe that she had been defeated by some guy from a remote, unknown village. The young man decided that he could not end his opponent's life, so he stopped the sword in advance. The recognizer, overseeing the rules of the duel, shouted that it was enough. Slow had won. Fidelia Goldsmith collapsed at the realization that she had managed to lose to the novice ranker adventurer. Lucy Emerald noticed that the young man also could not stay on his feet and fell to the ground. The girl asked if everything was okay with her ranker, and he replied that his body was refusing to obey. The individual recognizer realized that Slow Tool's poetry technique provides an extreme load. Now Lucy Emerald understands that after the battle with Iris, the guy fell for the same reason. Fidelia Goldsmith turned to the void before her as if humanity's greatest knight stood there. The girl knight burst into tears because she could no longer contain her feelings caused by defeat. Fidelia Goldsmith asked through tears why a man like this guy needed the Hidden Force technique. Lucy Emerald decided that she had to calm the knight down, who was restless. The recognizer said she understood that the knights idolized the Hidden Force, but it was wrong to attack like that. Lucy Emerald is certain that Fidelia Goldsmith has some special reason for attacking Slow. The knight cried out that of course she had such a reason because she was Adler's only student. The girl explained that her knightly ranking had once been stagnant due to her powerlessness. Fidelia Goldsmith said that Master Adler only secretly taught her the Hidden Force technique once. The strongest knight of humanity approached her and advised her to loosen her grip. The knight admitted that it was at that moment that she realized that Adler had decided to show interest in her. Fidelia Goldsmith realized that humanity's greatest knight wished to impart the Hidden Force technique to her. Lucy Emerald realized that in front of her was not Adler's student, but his crazed fan. The 300th ranked knight stated that Master Adler is known for not teaching people techniques. Based on what happened at that moment, the girl decided that she was the only exception to the rule. The girl lived with the thought that she had a talent that proved worthy of the recognition of the great knight. Fidelia Goldsmith admitted that she tried her best to raise her ratings and get closer to Adler. The female knight thought that Adler would reveal the secret of Hidden Force to her once she reached the top of the rankings. Fidelia Goldsmith wondered what she could have done wrong in considering herself the sole heir. The 300th ranked knight asked the void in front of her once again why she was not Adler's chosen disciple. The individual recognizer realized that Fidelia Goldsmith was an example of an obsessive fan. The disciple of the world's strongest knight stated that he was not lying when he said that he was Adler's disciple. Lucy Emerald was surprised that her partner had already gotten to his feet, but he admitted that he was still struggling. Slow Tools stated that he learned all the hidden force techniques from Adler, emphasizing that he is not a thief. Fidelia Goldsmith found the strength to acknowledge the boy's words. She said that she recognized Adler's movements. The 300th ranked knight admitted that Slow's hidden force technique was genuine. The girl knight admitted that she watched the master from afar and tried to imitate his movements. The young man realized that he had not been mistaken when he had considered her hidden force technique to be somewhat crude. Slow Tools thought that this girl was able to recreate Adler's movements in visible form. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight found Fidelia's ability to be incredibly impressive. The knight girl admitted that it was she who challenged the guy to a duel, so he had the right to use her demand. Lucy Emerald cried out in surprise that there was no need to go to such extremes. Fidelia Goldsmith stated that the guy has every right to demand anything he wants. The girl stated that whoever defeated her in a fair duel has the right to do what he considers necessary. The young man thought for a moment. He didn't want to make an unreasonable demand that would put an end to her career. The girl knight froze in anticipation of what demand the one she accused of slander would make. The student of the strongest knight understands that he must demand something equivalent and reasonable. The knight girl is completely ready to accept any demand of the guy who won the duel. The young man's individual discernment understands that Slow Tools will not go to extremes. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight declared that he was ready to make his demand. The girl asked to wait a minute. She stated that the guy should not make strange demands. Slow Tools asked why he should ask for something like that. Wasn't it going too far? A boy from the remote village of Tools said that he would make 2 small demands of the loser. Slow Tools stated that, firstly, the girl should help him rise in the ranking of adventurers. The young man said that, secondly, Fidelia Goldsmith should teach him her hidden force performance. The knight girl stated that the guy knew Adler's technique much better than her, which was a strange request. The knight flinched when she heard Slow Tools call her level of hidden force impressive. Fidelia Goldsmith stated that even when imitating Adler's technique, she cannot show obvious imperfections. The knight asked the special recognition device to find orders that would suit both of them. The young man asked the recognizer if he could really fulfill the knight's orders, since he was an adventurer. Lucy said that if the guy accompanies the client, then such a strategy is not prohibited by the agency. The recognizer stated that in order to move up to high positions, it is necessary to fulfill orders from other ratings. The girl is confident that experience in completing such tasks will be an additional advantage in case of promotion. The young man said that he was ready to try himself in knightly missions, and Lucy said that it was wonderful. The individual recognizer is confident that the knightly rating values reputation and demands nobility. Slow Tools wondered how the Adler he knew had managed to reach the top of the noble rankings. The young man feels that his mentor and the person everyone is talking about are different people. Adler's student stated that his teacher was very sloppy and did all his work in a slipshod manner. Lucy Emerald declared that Adler was a man of impeccable conduct, a knight of knights. The recognizer said that she would cite his 5th place in the commander ranking as proof of this. The girl knows that the strongest knight commands great respect and is followed by everyone. Lucy knows that the great Adler considers it the duty of knights to protect people. It is the pride and weight of their sword. Fidelia Goldsmith gave the exact date of this newspaper issue and added that this quote from Adler is incredible. The disciple of the strongest knight of humanity asked if his teacher could really say such a thing. The young man realized that, if he thought about it, he knew nothing at all about Adler, who did not talk about himself. Slow Tools realizes that they broke up when the boy left the village. So what is the teacher doing now? Meanwhile, somewhere on the border of the kingdom of Trackland, ferocious monsters raged, destroying the settlement. A girl who lost her parents somewhere in this city begged for someone to answer her. A giant and incredibly dangerous monster noticed a lonely and defenseless child. The girl was incredibly scared, because the magical monster hissed furiously and rushed to attack. Luckily for the defenseless little girl, a knight was nearby and managed to shield her with his body. The man dealt with the dangerous monster and said that everything was fine now, she shouldn't worry. Monsters were crawling out onto the ruined streets, and the knights were ordered to hold out until the commander arrived. The comrades of the Order of Clementius shouted that they would save as many lives of the city's inhabitants as possible. However, soon the knights felt an incredible roar, comparable to an earthquake. A monster ranked 11th in danger appeared behind the destroyed walls. The Knights of the Order of Clementius realized that they could not hold out against Tyrannos Van. The man said that this simply couldn't be. What was such a monster doing here? The inhabitant of this ruined city admitted defeat. He declared that it was all over, everyone was doomed. The 11th most dangerous monster growled at its prey, which had already admitted defeat. One of the simple knights of the Order of Clementius shouted that everyone must retreat immediately. However, his comrade noted that there was no need for such a maneuver. The commander had already arrived to help. The leader of the knights from the Order of Clementius used a simple technique: instant slash. The massive monster instantly split into two independent halves. The knight's technique was flawless. Recently, a panicked city dweller could not believe that this incredible knight had come to their aid. The old man asked if this was really the first of the knights ranking. The commander of the Order of Clementius himself. Adler said that the residents of this city had waited a long time. But now he was here. There would be no more victims. The inhabitants of the ruined city immediately realized that they were under the best possible protection. The rescued city residents began to rejoice and shout, "Long live Master Adler!" The world's strongest knight smiled, inspired by the happy faces of ordinary citizens. When Mentor Slow Tulsa returned to the headquarters of the Order of Clementia, the following was happening in the premises. Master Adler leaned back on his sofa and said how lazy he was to do such things. The girl who came in said that the commander had done a great job, and the man added, especially in flattery. The girl said that their commander often disappears, so a lot of paperwork accumulates in the order. Adler noted that he had repeatedly warned that he would disappear from time to time. The girl said that Adler never once answered her where he was constantly going. She said that last time the leader disappeared for a year, and when he returned, they saw an incredible scar. The girl noticed that in the Order of Clementius, everyone believed that Commander Adler could not be wounded. The man chuckled when he heard that his subordinates considered the one who inflicted the scar to be the strongest. Adler said that everything would become clear very soon, and thought that Slow Tools was already a triple-digit adventurer. The head of the Order of Clementia thinks that his student is unlikely to possess more than 2 hidden force techniques. Adler realized that the guy would not rise through fencing alone, which meant he would awaken the technique of poetry. The man remembered his first fight with Slow Tools. The guy had amazed him beyond belief. The head of the Order of Clementius already understood that the young man had an incredibly special prana. Adler remembers well what he felt the moment he and his student crossed swords. At that moment, the man noticed that the prana of the young man from the village of Tools was literally evaporating his prana. The head of the Order of Clementius realized at that moment that if he did not throw all his forces into defense, he would die. Adler understands that this guy will become an incredible ranker. He's the only one who managed to injure him. The head of the Order of Clementia understands that 3-digit ranks are too small to reveal potential. The strongest knight of humanity mentally asked the guy to become stronger. He cannot hesitate in this position. Fidelia Goldsmith said she had chosen a near-perfect assignment for herself and her teammates. The female knight offered to take on the task of escorting an important person on a transcontinental express. The knight explained that they were to escort Thomas Waitking, the 30th ranked merchant. Fidelia Goldsmith warned that a rival guild may have hired assassins. Meanwhile, at the secret base of Ouroboros, the following dialogue took place between members of the Dark Organization. The man asked his partner to keep it a secret from the leader that he was going to take the initiative. Adam's brother said that it was too early, but he had to find out what Babies' heir was capable of. The man stated that he might have to tell the boy the true nature of the Island of the Gods. Adam's brother stated that, oddly enough, they could well become close because they had similar goals. Everyone knows that Dream Japper is a railway connecting Trackland and the neighboring Republic. Lucy Emerald said their journey would total over 6,000 kilometers. A boy from a remote village was surprised by the huge locomotive. How such a colossus could move. Fidelia Goldsmith said they were supposed to meet the customer on this platform by the locomotive. The night girl asked her companions not to lose face. They must trust their employer. The guy's personal recognizer told him to show his personal card to confirm his level. Without even approaching the hired rankers, Thomas Waitking shouted out what kind of country bumpkin would be accompanying him. The young man held out the ranker's card and the merchant immediately knocked it aside, not even needing to look at it. The man shouted that he would never trust his life to a simpleton like this ranker adventurer. Thomas Waitking said he saw good ratings for those he hired, but he couldn't imagine them being jerks. The female knight suggested talking about something other than dry numbers. She stated that she was a candidate for Swordmaster. A top 30 merchant realized that his life would be safe, even with such brats. Thomas Waitking asked if this girl was really such a powerful person. The man knows that the title of Swordmaster Candidate is not an official title that emphasizes power. Fidelia Goldsmith explained that Slow Tools is only simple-minded in appearance, but is actually stronger than her. A merchant from the top 30 in the rating accepted the guy's card and stated that his rating was not bad. Thomas Waitking asked who this girl was. Lucy introduced herself as an employee of the Recognition Bureau. The man said that so many terrible events had happened recently, and the presence of the recognizer was calming. The merchant's current bodyguards asked him to take care of their master until he arrived in the Republic. A merchant from the top 30 of the rating said that now you can't even trust your family, that's the problem. Fidelia Goldsmith suggested not to remain on the open platform and go to the customer's gold compartment. The 300th ranked knight asked if her comrade would continue to play the bumpkin. The girl agreed. She would tell him about the structure of the carriages so that Slow Tools could more effectively protect his employer. The Swordmaster Candidate explained that the train had 8 bronze-class carriages, the most accessible. Fidelia Goldsmith said that there are 2 public dining cars located next to it. The night girl told her partner that there were 2 department store cars right behind the restaurant. The Swordmaster Candidate explained that there was 1 carriage next to it that was a library. Fidelia Goldsmith said there were 6 silver-class carriages located just behind the library. The girl knight continued to talk about the next carriages, which turned out to be 2 carriages with baths. The Swordmaster Candidate noted that there was a hospital car located right behind the bathhouse. Fidelia Goldsmith said that the top-class restaurant was located immediately in front of the gold-class carriages. The night girl said that there are only 4 carriages in the gold class, and they are used by wealthy people. Thomas Waitking brought the hired rankers to his room and stated that they could use the next one. Fidelia Goldsmith thanked the man and asked if he knew anything about potential opponents. The top-ranked merchant thought for a moment and replied that a rival guild simply wanted him dead. The night girl asked if their employer was really talking about Raoul's trading guild right now. The man was surprised that the rankers knew the details, and the knight said they had done minimal investigation. Thomas Waitking stated that the professionals he hired simply had to deal with the mercenary scent. Fidelia Goldsmith realized that the evasive answer meant only one thing: their employer was hiding something. The man realized he had to say a little more, so he added that they had been hunting him for some time now. Thomas Waitking warned that he was going to negotiations that were being disrupted, and he would not say more. Fidelia Goldsmith said Slow Tools should check the outer perimeter and she would study the layout. The female knight called out to her partner and noticed that the guy's rating was growing at an unprecedented rate. The adventurer's partner said that this was the guy's main weakness. He had too little experience. The 300th ranked knight noted that Slow Tools would be fighting assassins for the first time. Fidelia Goldsmith warned the boy that he should be careful even with ordinary mercenaries. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight admitted that his head was spinning from so many unknowns. The boy's personal recognizer said that there was nothing to be done about it. It was all new. Lucy Emerald said that in this world, many things move due to electricity, a special prana. The girl recalled that the Recognition Bureau also had similar technologies in the equipment room. Slow Tools thought that if his childhood friend Luna were here too, she would be incredibly happy. The guy's personal recognizer said that she wanted to tell her partner something. The girl stated that Adler's student would be able to learn something about the island of the gods in the neighboring republic. Lucy Emerald admitted that she tried to study the guy's abilities, but nothing worked. The personal recognizer is confident that this is an extremely rare occurrence for the Bureau's vast databases. The girl stated that, apart from the young man's talents, the Recognition Bureau knew nothing about the island of the gods. Lucy Emerald stated that 2 unknown quantities intersected, and the guy remained in the center. The recognizer explained that this was not a simple coincidence. The young man had not accidentally encountered the island of the gods. The girl recalled that the head of the Grand Bureau noted the impossibility of measuring Slow's prana. Lucy hopes that the Republic's more advanced technology will be sufficient to analyze his prana. The disciple of the strongest knight of humanity instantly changed his expression. He sensed the assassins nearby. Fidelia Goldsmith asked if her partner had noticed that the gold-class carriages were full of enemies. The night girl asked Slow Tulsa to act as naturally as possible. The train was leaving soon. The 300th knight in the ranking quietly said that the young man should already understand when they would attack. Adler's student wondered when they would begin to act, and heard the announcement of the locomotive's departure. The boy heard the flight attendant thanking the passengers for boarding the Dream Japper. The young man didn't expect the floor beneath his feet to shake so violently when the train's powerful engine started. Slow Tools didn't expect that at that moment of the locomotive's jerk, one of the passers-by would reveal his killer nature. The individual recognizer realized that her partner fell because he did not know the train would shake. Lucy Emerald thought that if the boy hadn't fallen, he would already be dead due to the killer's lightning-fast swing. The disciple of the strongest knight also saw the incredibly fast blade of the knife fly past. The killer sarcastically remarked that this small ranker was very lucky to have escaped death this time. The attacker on the rankers hired by the Recognition Bureau remarked that next time he wouldn't miss. The thug of Raoul's trade guild burst out laughing as his opponent was knocked off his feet. The man stated that the boy would not be able to do anything in such a position. The killer would mercifully kill the ranker. The young man understands that despite his rather low rating, he studied under the strongest knight of humanity. Slow Tools threw his hunting dagger at his opponent's face to buy him time to rise. The killer warned that with such a reckless throw, the guy wouldn't even buy himself any time. The man realized too late that the young ranker had thrown his sword after the dagger. Slow Tulsa's attacker rushed to shoot down the rapidly approaching object, but missed the guy. The disciple of the world's strongest knight punched the unfriendly thug in the chest with all his might. The young ranker adventurer, wasting no time, raised his sword and prepared for the assassin's attack. Hired by the trading guild, Raoul realized that this was no ordinary adventurer. The thug decided to quickly close the distance in order to crush the impudent boy at once. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight easily blocked both daggers of the agile assassin. The man pushed off the floor to gain the most suitable position for himself. The thug used the power of his prana to appear on the ceiling of the carriage in an instant. The killer wrapped his legs in prana to pounce even faster on the guy, who managed to jump back. However, Adler's student immediately noticed that the man who had attacked him had already prepared his daggers. The man burst out laughing because he decided that the young ranker adventurer would not be able to handle such a maneuver. The thug's confidence faded as he noticed the dagger blades glancing over the head of the man kneeling down. Raoul, hired by the Merchant Guild, realized that the boy had not yet tried to point the blades at him. Slow Tools hit the man in the chest again and he lost consciousness. The fight was over in the ranker's favor. The young man immediately rushed towards the employer's room. He felt that this was not the end. The guy warned his recognizer that he sensed two more. They were somewhere nearby. The apprentice of the mightiest knight realized with horror that the assassins had entered Thomas Whitekang's room. The candidate for Swordmaster informed the guy that he was too late. She had already dealt with the mercenaries. Fidelia Goldsmith said they were attacked just after the locomotive pulled away. The female knight said that their opponents were acting more aggressively than they expected. The Swordmaster candidate suggested canceling the trip, but the employer said that was unacceptable. Fidelia said they would try to eliminate the attackers quietly so as not to interrupt the train's movement. The night girl said that these mercenaries entered through the window, which means they will return through it. Slow Tools saw his partner unceremoniously begin to throw away the unconscious bodies of the killers. Fidelia Goldsmith asked, "I guess that seems pretty harsh for someone like Slow Tools." The girl knight is sure that this is the best way out, because they do not have a person for interrogation and protection. The guy asked if they were dead, but his partner reassured him, saying that was unlikely. Fidelia Goldsmith asked the employer to let them know if he decided to move around Dream Japper. The female knight asked the recognizer how she assessed the level of the mercenaries who attacked them. Lucy Emerald immediately named at least the 500th place in the criminal ranking of assassins. Fidelia Goldsmith said they could handle that level and added that she was incredibly happy with the recognizer. The night girl asked how Slow Tools had done. His rank was quite different from that of the mercenaries. The guy admitted that he had dragged out the fight with the lone killer for quite a while. It wasn't easy. Fidelia Goldsmith said that all rankers who have experienced the rank wall go through this. Lucy Emerald explained that the rank wall refers to the difference in strength at the boundaries of ranking ranks. The recognizer said that the guy is now in front of the wall of a 3-digit rating rank. Fidelia Goldsmith is confident that Slow Tools is not easy to complete tasks with triple difficulty. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight asked what they could do in such a situation. The night girl asked if the young man from the remote village had forgotten his own words. Fidelia Goldsmith said that now was the time to teach the boy her vision of the legendary hidden force technique. The 300th ranked knight understands that the assassins will not attack so soon without a new plan. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight noticed that the locomotive was moving incredibly fast. During their duel, his partner noticed that the guy's prana control did not go beyond the basic level. The girl is sure that Slow is forcibly using techniques that he logically should not possess. Fidelia Goldsmith said that the hidden force technique is much more complex than the boy imagines. The 300th night in the ranking said that the young man must first learn advanced prana techniques. Fidelia said that she would dispel the guy's misconceptions. She was too excited during their duel. The girl knight decided to show Slow what the movements of a swordmaster's technique should look like. In the blink of an eye, the young man realized that his partner's silhouette had evaporated. She had simply disappeared. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight realized just how powerful Fidelia Goldsmith truly is. The knight girl said that this is exactly what the movements in the legendary Hidden Force technique look like. The knight said that Adler's technique has invisible speed and complete freedom of sword-wielding. Fidelia Goldsmith noted that Slow was too slow for the technique, but she would teach him. The girl said that the guy should know that the Lord of Destruction's flurry is a special technique. The knight admitted that even she could only reproduce the swordmaster's techniques up to Squall. Fidelia Goldsmith said that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't copy the 4th and 5th techniques. The 300th ranked knight admits that she cannot master the legendary Hidden Force style. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight noted that his partner looked genuinely upset. The knight girl said that they must not waste time. Slow must begin training immediately. Fidelia Goldsmith warned that they would be using this rope in their first lesson. The young man remembered how Adler had told him that Squall was a special part of the Hidden Force. The strongest knight of humanity noted that the 3rd technique cannot be used anywhere. Adler asked Slow Tools to look more closely. He must examine every movement. A young man from a remote village could not believe his eyes because he saw something incredible. Humanity's strongest knight said that he still felt that this technique was not fencing. Fidelia Goldsmith said they would teach their first lesson using a rope bought at a department store. Slow asked how the rope would help him master the shkval, and the girl asked him to do without strange fantasies. The 300th knight in the ranking said that she would first show how to handle this rope. The girl knight easily launched the end of the rope against the oncoming flow of a powerful wind. Fidelia Goldsmith remarked that if the young man could repeat after her, the first lesson would be completed. Slow Tools strained to get the rope through the headwind, but it was unstable. The launched end of the rope returned quickly enough and hit the guy in the face. The girl knight noticed that the speed was not enough for the light rope to overcome the headwind. Fidelia Goldsmith said that prana flows like a river or a waterfall, and its intensity can be increased. The 300th knight in the ranking said that this is exactly the skill that the guy should master. The knight girl said that the young man should be able to increase the peak power of prana in an instant. Slow Tools realized that he had to direct a stream of accelerated prana into his hand at the moment of throwing. Fidelia Goldsmith noted that the guy almost got it right, but he missed the time. Adler's student tried again while his partner was thinking about calculating the time it would take for the prana to flow. The young man admitted that it was very difficult and decided to release more prana to push the rope with force. The female knight immediately shouted at her partner that he should not use brute force. Fidelia shouted that the guy wouldn't be able to master the proper technique if he continued to push with volume. The 300th knight in the ranking noticed that Squall was consuming an already enormous amount of prana. The girl knight is sure that even Slow, with his endless prana, will eventually be unable to cope. Fidelia Goldsmith said that's why they learned the correct dosage of prana in their first lesson. The disciple of the strongest knight declared that no matter how much prana he spent, it would never run out. The 300th knight in the ranking realized that her comrade turned out to be an incredibly self-confident person. The knight girl said that the young man needed to try to release his prana to its full potential once. Slow Tools accepted his partner's offer without further ado because he was confident in himself. Fidelia Goldsmith was surprised by what she saw. The guy really did have abnormal prana reserves. Thomas Waitking asked the individual recognizer Slow Tools what that just was. Lucy Emerald thought that her ranker's prana output had increased compared to last time. The recognizer wondered if the boy's internal volume of prana was really growing in such phenomenal leaps. Meanwhile, the assassins of Raoul's trade guild thought that there was no talk of such guards. The assassins sent by him did not understand what kind of monster Thomas Waitking had hired to accompany him on the locomotive. The man standing in the library thought that he even laughed. The guy had the prana of a single-digit ranked ranker. The mercenary came to the conclusion that the young man had a large amount of prana, but he did not know how to control it. Sent by the trade guild, Raoul thought that there was less than half a day left until the next operation. Meanwhile, the disciple of the strongest knight continued to squeeze out an inexhaustible amount of prana from himself. Fidelia Goldsmith thought it was a miracle that with so much prana he looked like an ordinary person. The 300th knight in the ranking decided that this might be enough to hold off Raoul's thugs. The girl knight realized that perhaps the young man was already first in the world in terms of the amount of prana alone. Fidelia Goldsmith was firmly convinced that humanity's strongest knight was mentoring Slow. The 300th knight in the ranking admitted that this guy was indeed a true disciple of Mr. Adler. Lucy Emerald noticed that her comrades had already returned, so she asked how everything went. The girl knight said that the first lesson was completely completed. Fortunately, Slow is talented. The young man asked how many classes were left, and Fidelia Goldsmith replied that there were only 3. The girl warned that tomorrow's training promised to be tough and noticed that Thomas was sleeping. The night girl said that she could sense Thomas Waitkang's prana because everyone has this energy. Fidelia Goldsmith said that with proper prana control, even such sensitivity is possible. The 300th knight in the ranking said that she saw how poorly the young man was handling his powers. The night girl said that since Mr. Thomas had fallen asleep, her companions needed to look at the important documents. Slow Tools asked what it was, and Fidelia Goldsmith replied that it was a document describing their employer. Lucy Emerald exclaimed joyfully, "Could this really be the work that is shared in the knightly order?" Adler's apprentice realized that Thomas Waitkang was the head of the Waitkang Merchant Guild in the 2nd generation. Slow read that Waitkang's company was engaged in retail trade and was managed by a major department store. The young man realized that initially it was a small company selling medicines and pharmaceuticals. The guy said that it turns out the customer is an important person, and Lucy asked what he meant by that. Fidelia Goldsmith said that Thomas Waitkang is cautious but very hot-tempered by nature. The individual recognizer said that it was now her turn to share information about their attackers. The girl said she had accessed the National Administration's database and found something valuable. Lucy Emerald is sure that the 3 thugs who attacked them were one team. The recognizer said that mercenaries are usually hired individually to avoid leaving traces. The girl is sure that Raoul hired the Despada group, 49th place in the dark ranking of groups. Lucy explained that this gang of mercenaries came from the Destroyer organization, 6th place in the ranking. The personal recognizer is confident that they may not consider ordinary members of Despada as worthy opponents. However, she is confident that their top brass are high-class ranker assassins sent from Destroyer. Lucy Emerald said that it was bad if she was really right and such people were nearby. She is completely confident that this task can rightfully be considered the most difficult for her comrades. Meanwhile, the killer came to the restaurant. He knows for sure that there is a place for transmitting messages here. The man found a bookmark that contained a coded message that the preparations had already been completed. The killer thought he wanted to get away from the work that got his hands dirty, but he had no choice. Ranked number 100 on the list of killers, John Teufel said he would have to take action personally. When Thomas Waitkang woke up, he wanted to go to a fine restaurant to have a hearty meal. Slow and Fidelia's employer exhaled. He had just had a great meal. The food here really is good. A merchant from the top 30 of the rating said that he didn't spend so much money for the gold class in vain. The guy whispered, "It was hard to taste food for poisons," the knight replied. "It's good that the chef understood everything." The boy asked Lucy why she wasn't eating, and she replied that she needed to have the same experience as him. The employer, forgetting to warn his companions, walked away from the table and decided to go shopping. A high-ranking merchant noticed that the department store carriage sold only good things. The man said that the selection of porcelain here was poor. It seemed they were not used to dealing with tableware. Slow Tools asked his partner if it was okay to let Thomas Waitkang shop in such peace. Fidelia Goldsmith admitted that she did not want to let her employer out of his golden room at all. The 300th ranked knight warned the ranked adventurer that she would be stepping away for a while. Lucy Emerald asked how the guy was finding his new partner's training. Slow replied that it wasn't hard. The young man said that he was learning to use prana effectively, so that it was even easier for him physically. The recognizer asked if her ranker had exhausted all of his prana, not counting the poetry technique. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight thought for a moment, as he did not remember such moments. Lucy Emerald said that this is what she finds strange. There is no load without a limit to endurance. The young man assumed that it was all because he had an incredibly large amount of prana. The recognizer said that this is where the main oddity lies. His technique drains his prana in an instant. The girl said that if his ability destroyed everything, he would remain naked and fall into the ground. The recognizer said that such precedents exist, but the guy's ability is on a different level. Lucy Emerald said she had only one hypothesis left regarding her ranker's verse technique. The girl said that Slow Tulsa's ability destroys everything that poses a danger to him. The young man said that he had not previously thought about how the special technique of his family's poetry worked. The girl is sure that the killers are not going to show up so easily, Slow said. It remains to be on guard. A sudden click preceded the instantaneous power outage in the department store car. Passengers on the locomotive wondered what the sudden power outage was about and when it would be turned back on. The student of the strongest night thought that they were in the most difficult situation possible. Fidelia Goldsmith thought that they were in the dark in the middle of a crowd. They couldn't act rashly. Thomas Waitking shouted at the top of his lungs, "Where are his escorts? They should be protecting him." The girl knight shouted at their employer to remain quiet. It was dangerous to be so loud. The 300th knight in the ranking reacted in time to the dagger of an unknown assassin aiming at her. Fidelia Goldsmith understands that they were identified by their voices. There was no need to shout so loudly. The girl knight tried to identify the enemy by prana, but there were too many people in this carriage. The student of the strongest knight asked if light appeared in this carriage, how much it would help his partner. The 300th ranked knight exclaimed that this would indeed make it easier for her to determine her opponents. Slow Tools said Thomas Waitking's defense is now on his partner, while he will handle coverage. The guy thrust his sword into the ceiling of the carriage, trying to stay as high as possible to carry out his plan. The disciple of the strongest knight of humanity decided to illuminate the hypermarket carriage with his prana. The passengers were amazed by the indescribable beauty of what was happening. Could it really be some kind of staged performance? Fidelia Goldsmith thought her partner had managed to light up an entire train car with his volume of prana. The night girl said that Slow was doing great. He just needed to hold out until the lights came on. The hired thug, John Teufel, immediately set his sights on the young ranker adventurer. The one hired by Raoul said, "So this teenager is the owner of this outstanding prana." The killer, ranked number 100 in the dark rankings, easily pushed the guy into the next car. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight didn't have time to react to the man's crushing blow. Slow Tools was unable to stop his flight, so he smashed his body through the doors of the next car. The adventurer ranker stopped and thought about who his opponent was and where such strength came from. Hired by Raoul's merchant guild, the high-ranking assassin addressed the teenager in front of him. The man declared that now was the time to hunt this monster with an immeasurable amount of prana. Fidelia Goldsmith realized that she and her partner had been separated, probably by one of the mercenaries. The 300th knight in the ranking noticed that the assassins who attacked them had painted their daggers black. The girl knight understands that the real master has gone to Slow Tools and it won't be easy for the guy. Fidelia Goldsmith released some of her prana and asked if the assassins were underestimating her. Hired by the merchant guild, Raoul decided that attacking from a blind spot would be the best solution. The swordmaster candidate felt the prana that was getting too close to her. The killer did not believe that anyone was capable of such a thing, and the girl instantly killed him with a sword. The fallen thug's comrades wondered what had just happened and why their partner had collapsed. Raoul, hired by the merchant guild, thought it was an explosion or a technique that exploded prana. The man was sure of only one thing. This night girl had struck 3 blows at once. The thug thought he saw some strange objects made of prana surrounding Fidelia Goldsmith. The assassin decided that these shining snowflakes were the prana technique of this night girl. However, the killer quickly dismissed the idea because he did not sense any prana fluctuations from the ranker. The man admitted that he really wanted to find out what it was, but he couldn't wait too long. Fidelia thought that the softening of the guts technique overlapped each other. The girl knows that the final blow of this technique detonates and creates a powerful explosion. The 300th knight in the ranking understands that this final blow can be prevented. She knows that this way she can create a frozen bomb from the blows, which is easy to activate. The female knight said that this swordmaster technique is absolutely undeniable power. Fidelia Goldsmith said she was the only one who understood the legendary swordmaster's technique. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight attempted to throw a rope against a strong wind. The 300th knight in the ranking saw that the young man had coped with the task set before him superbly. The night girl said that the young man must definitely remember this feeling of the flow technique. Fidelia Goldsmith said that this technique is very common among the higher ranks. The 300th knight in the ranking said that Slow would be able to handle the force better once he mastered the flow. John Teufel and the apprentice of the strongest knight assessed each other. Rushing into battle was dangerous. A high-ranking assassin hired by Raoul's guild realizes that the boy's defenses have many gaps. The disciple of the strongest knight of humanity saw clearly that the one who attacked him was not an ordinary killer. The young man decided to crush his opponent with his new prana technique called flow. John Teufel saw that the young man was about to jump up from his seat, so he decided to keep up with him. Slow Tools and the high-ranking assassin crossed blades, each one as strong as the other. Hired by the trading guild, Raoul realized that this guy was no ordinary ranker adventurer. The man asked if the boy could already use the flow to enhance his actions. John Teufel decided that he should not hold back against the boy. He was too dangerous. The disciple of the strongest knight of humanity felt that his opponent's strength had suddenly increased. The high-ranking assassin again threw the guy into the doors of the next car in the coupling of this locomotive. The people who were in the library shouted what was going on here. Was there really a fight between rankers? John Teufel noticed that the young man had such promising prospects that it was even a shame to kill him. The boy from a remote village thought that his opponent was on a completely different level. Slow Tools thought that the attacker had free control of the flow. Probably he was the leader of the hired thugs. The young man understands that this killer is superior to the previous rankers, but he will still have to fight. The student of the strongest knight decided that he also possessed the flow, which meant he had a chance. The guy rushed forward at his opponent, but he easily dodged Slow's direct attack. The young man from the village realized that despite the high speed of the equipment, its attack was easy to avoid. The high-ranking assassin noticed that the young ranker adventurer had not yet fully mastered the flow. Hired by the trading guild, Raoul thought that this boy's fate was very unenviable. The man is sure that if an ordinary person were born with such power, he would have been shown how to control it. John Teufel guessed that the young man grew up in an environment that avoided conflict, and that his talent was not fully realized. The leader of the attacking thugs stated that it would be very easy to deal with such a monster in a shell. Slow Tools noticed that his opponent had disappeared in the blink of an eye. His speed was simply incredible. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight barely managed to block the assassin's swift attack. The young man thought that he now understood what his main problem with using the flow technique was. Slow Tools decided that firstly, he could not control his flow of prana. He was too straightforward. The disciple of the strongest knight realized that secondly, he could not combine the flow and Adler's technique. The young man realizes that when he tries to use a technique from the hidden force style, an explosion occurs. The leader of the hired thugs thought that the young man had just used a self-destruct technique. Slow Tools realized that the legendary Swordmaster technique and the stream could not synchronize. A young man from a remote village admitted that he is currently unable to use two techniques at once. The assassin ranked 100th in the dark ranking easily dodged the boy's instant slashes. John Teufel noted that Slow Tools has a high level of swordsmanship, but is otherwise of low skill. The merchant guild's hired Raoul threw his axe at the boy, but he was able to dodge the attack. The student of the strongest knight saw that his attacker instantly reached his weapon. John Teufel did not hesitate to use the fragments of the locomotive that had broken off from the wall. Slow remembered his partner, who told him that the killers use every opportunity to win. The leader of the hired thugs quickly closed the distance to crush the hesitant guy. The young man blocked John, but quickly realized that at that angle his sword would break. A boy from a remote village decided to jump away from the axe blade to save his weapon. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight understands that his rival is capable of thinking far ahead. The young man understands that the stronger a person is, the more he relies on tactics and forward thinking. Slow thought that he was not inferior in flexible thinking, because he had experience fighting strong opponents. Adler's student knows that a swordmaster's techniques are changeable and can be adapted to any situation. The guy decided to use the first technique of the swordmaster from the legendary hidden force style. The young man immediately released a large number of instant slashes to distract his opponent. The high-ranking assassin thought that this adventurer was a fool for using the same technique. John Teufel fought off several instant cuts and realized that he was wrong. Something had changed. The man realized that this time the boy's attacks were incredibly fast. He compared them to fired bullets. Raoul's guild hired him to note that the cuts accumulated and could not be dodged, but were easily reflected. John Teufel shouted that with such power the guy could hit as much as he wanted. It would be no use. The young man said that the man understood everything correctly. The technique is fast, but each blow is light. The boy said that even if he blew up all the cuts at once, it wouldn't have the power of the second technique. Slow Tools said this was enough to hamper the opponent's movements and launch a counterattack. The 100th of the dark ranking of killers realized that it was quite enough for the guy to control one attack. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight approached his attacker and released prana. A boy from the remote village of Tulls used the flow to deal a crushing blow. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight realized that he had mastered the flow technique better. John Teufel collapsed to the floor, unable to continue fighting the ranker adventurer any longer. Slow Tools was out of breath. This battle was proving to be far more intense than any of their previous ones. The young man thought that he had somehow won this difficult battle. but he felt weak. The high-ranking assassin said that the effect of his poison had finally manifested, and he was now calm. The man said that even a scratch from an axe was enough for the deadly poison to do its job. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight realized that he had only missed one attack from the assassin. Slow Tools asked if there was an antidote for this poison. John Teufel grinned sarcastically and showed the bottle. The killer, ranked number 100 on the dark list, demonstratively crushed the boy's last hope. John Teufel shouted that this damned monster was destined to die on board the Dream Japper. Just at that moment, the poisoned boy's comrades and employer entered the library car. Fidelia Goldsmith noticed the unnatural color of her partner's face and asked if it was poison. The 300th knight in the ranking saw the broken vial and decided that the killer had destroyed the only antidote. The young man asked his comrades to move away from him. He wanted to try something. Lucy Emerald asked if the boy really wanted to use his special technique. The disciple of the strongest knight of humanity began to recite the technique of poetry of his kind. The guy's personal recognizer thought that this was the only right decision in the current situation. Lucy Emerald thought that the guy's technique, heaven willing, would help neutralize the poison. Slow Thulsa's dense green prana began to heal his body of the toxic, deadly poison. The disciple of the strongest knight of humanity said that it seemed that he had succeeded. He did not feel the poison. After some time, an announcement was made that the surprise performance in the shopping car was over. The engineer announced that the locomotive would soon arrive at the intermediate station. Fidelia Goldsmith said the driver did indeed make the announcement as Thomas Waitking had requested. Slow Tools noted that they had solved the problem with the trading car. But what about the destruction in the library car? The co-worker responded that the passengers were told that the performers had gotten into a personal fight. The girl said that this issue could be easily resolved with a sincere apology and monetary compensation. The individual recognizer told her ranker that she seemed to have figured out the essence of his technique. Lucy Emerald said that this incident made her realize the power of his poetry technique. The girl said that the main essence of Slow's technique, may it achieve the will of heaven, is in his survival. The recognizer is confident that this technique will instantly neutralize everything that negatively affects the guy. Lucy Emerald said the boy still can't move because of the price he pays for that power. The girl is sure that Slow should not use invulnerability for more than 10 seconds. The individual recognizer said that the guy must develop an exclusive strategy for this. Fidelia Goldsmith asked how the boy managed to defeat John Teufel. He was much stronger than the young man. The young man spoke about a combination of techniques from the Hidden Force style, and the knight said that now she understood. The girl said that the second Hidden Force technique is especially susceptible to various combinations. The knight said that the finishing blow of the softening of the guts can be activated by anything. Fidelia Goldsmith explained that the Swordmaster's techniques seem designed to be combined with each other. The girl said that, unlike other well-known techniques, the Master's techniques require flexible thinking. The knight said that she would explain all this later and noted that the guy began to look like a follower of Adler. The boy from the remote village said that all this was thanks to the good mentoring of his partner. Slow Tools said that Fidelia Goldsmith teaches him much better than the strongest knight of humanity. The 300th ranked knight stated that Mr. Adler's teachings are the best in the world. The girl asked if the guy was saying this because he was bragging that Adler himself had taught him. Slow thought that he had sincerely praised his partner, and she had wanted to kill him for it. Fidelia Goldsmith said, "If you think about it calmly, they finished off the top of the hired killers." The knight suggested that the mercenaries from Despada might retreat after such a blow. Lucy Emerald said that this couldn't be true. John Teufel was definitely not the top mercenary. The individual recognizer is confident that the killer was just a rank-and-file member of the group. Fidelia Goldsmith asked if the top of Despada could really be that strong. The recognizer is sure that if John were the top killer, their heads would have flown off their shoulders long ago. Lucy Emerald said that their battle is still not over. There is no need to relax ahead of time. Meanwhile, at the intermediate station of the intercontinental locomotive Dream Japper, the following was happening. A little girl asked her mother to look at a man who was skillfully juggling. The girl's mother noticed the eccentric man and said that it was incredibly cool. Meanwhile, the juggler thought that if his partner failed, he would have to end this performance. The eccentric man thought his partner had lost his skills because he was doing paperwork. The killer noticed that the coin had not fallen into his box, so he immediately rushed towards it. The eccentric man shouted that this penny belonged to him and no one should touch it. John Teufel's partner realized he had just embarrassed himself in front of a crowd because of an old habit. The eccentric man thought that habits were an incredibly terrible force. A member of the Despada group asked a passerby to be more careful as he couldn't see where he was going. John's partner apologized for his inattention, and the Ouroboros member admitted his guilt. The eccentric man said that the passerby had a rather distinctive face. Could he really be from the Republic? Adam's brother said that it was indeed so. He was returning to his homeland to meet someone. Meanwhile, on board the Intercontinental Express Dream Japper, the following was happening. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight recently woke up and decided to greet his comrades. Fidelia Goldsmith asked if the young adventurer had managed to get any sleep and rest. The young man replied that it was so and asked if that night had been peaceful, and his partners nodded in the affirmative. The individual recognizer said that Dream Japper was already halfway to the Republic. Thomas Waitking told the rankers that he would be dining in his room today and that room service would be required. The young man thought that after the recent attack, their employer had become more cautious, and that was right. Fidelia Goldsmith said she would do everything, but before that she had something to say to the high-ranking merchant. The 300th Knight rank thought that John Teufel was strong, but now someone stronger would appear. The Swordmaster candidate stated that Thomas Waitking was hiding something from them and he had to tell them. A man ranked among the top 30 merchants asked what Fidelia Goldsmith meant. The girl said that there was no point in their client's competitors hiring strong fighters for a minor skirmish. The knight asked the man to explain why he was being pursued so persistently by high-ranking assassins. The Swordmaster candidate said that she was awaiting an explanation of this part of the quest from Thomas Waitking. Fidelia Goldsmith stated that if their client remained silent, they would abandon the dangerous mission. The girl said that due to the customer's fault for not disclosing the details, they were risking their lives for an inappropriate fee. The knight said that fortunately they had a recognizer with them. The bureau would definitely be on their side. The man shouted that he agreed to increase the payment for the task and explain all the details of the order. The 30th ranked trader admitted that he wants to obtain the rights to extract insect steel in the region. The individual recognizer said that insectistyle is the raw material for Phazeris. Lucy Emerald said it was a drug made from insect stone powder. The girl said that father, this is very easy to produce if you have the raw materials, which is what it is notorious for. The employer explained that this drug is used as startup capital by several criminal groups. Fidelia Goldsmith said that from the very beginning, their opponents were not competing companies but criminal gangs. Slow Tools asked why Mr. Thomas Waitking suddenly needed the insect stone loot. The guy asked if a high-ranking merchant was producing Father Hiss, and Thomas interrupted the ranker. The employer swore that this was not the case. He could say with absolute certainty that he did not produce Father Hiss. The rankers and the recognizer were surprised that Thomas Waitking began to scream so furiously. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight said that in that case, they would continue with the mission. Slow Tools said it would be like the Shambles Forest quest, with the difficulty suddenly increasing to critical. Fidelia Goldsmith said that they would definitely not have been given such a task at the Bureau, and the reward would be substantial. The young man asked why his partner was raising her rating, and she replied that she wanted to inherit the hidden force. The girl said that she wanted to get closer to the top of the knight ranking so that Adler would recognize her. Fidelia Goldsmith said they were still mission mates, so they needed to resume training. The girl knight said that the enemy's strength exceeded all her expectations. She needed to become stronger. The 300th knight in the ranking said that Slow Tools can already freely activate the flow technique. Fidelia Goldsmith is confident that by using this property of prana, the boy can influence the outcome of the battle. The female knight stated that the purpose of the second lesson would be to maintain and stabilize the prana flow. The 300th ranked knight realized that she had to clarify the new task for Slow Tulsa. Fidelia Goldsmith said the boy should go outside to run alongside Dream Japper. The young man asked what his partner was talking about and whether he would be able to maintain the flow right away. Meanwhile, a mechanical bug was placed on the windowsill of Thomas Waitking's gold room. A member of the dark organization Ouroboros thought he had finally found Babis's heir. Adam's brother realized that Slow Tools was on a mission to escort a high-ranking merchant. The mechanical man saw that the young man had recently fought a fierce battle. The man noted that despite all the difficulties, the guy stubbornly continues to rise in the rankings. A member of the dark organization Ouroboros thought that the man from Despada was an extremely impatient person. The eccentric man explained to his comrades that it was all because they had botched the assassination. The Painted One declared that Despada also had pride, and that they no longer needed such nuisances as them. The eccentric man thought that their target's guard consisted of a knight and a guy with monstrous prana. The man from Despada decided that he would first deal with the knight. Usually they were the easiest to spot. The painted assassin realized that the ranker knight was about to exit through the window. This was the perfect moment. The eccentric man thought that he should test the knight with the bright, sparkling prana. Not the last assassin from the dark organization, Despada waited for the right moment and released daggers at Fidelia. The high-ranking merchant's escorts didn't even realize that the Despada assassin was already at work. A member of the shadowy organization Ouroboros decided that the painted killer was rushing things too much. Adam's brother easily deflected the daggers thrown at the ranker knight, so as not to deviate from the plan. The eccentric man asked himself what had just happened. Someone had knocked his daggers away. The mechanical man thought that it was undesirable to interfere now. Slow's training would be to their advantage. A member of the dark organization Ouroboros noted that they respect the painted killer's decision. The eccentric man tried to understand whether the ranker knight had actually figured out his plan. Adam's brother decided to implant nanomachines into the body of a high-ranking assassin, wanting to test them. A member of the dark organization Ouroboros hoped that this would be an excellent test before action. After some time, the following happened outside the moving transcontinental locomotive. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight tried to keep up with the fast-stream japper. Slow Tools screamed that he couldn't go on any longer, and Fidelia Goldsmith sighed heavily. The 300th knight in the ranking said that nothing could be done. The guy would have to be lifted on board. The boy from the remote village of Tools thought that he had already run quite a long distance. The ranker knight noticed that the boy's stamina, unlike prana, was not limitless and quickly ran out. The young man agreed and said that if they continued training, he would not be able to guard Thomas Waitking. Fidelia Goldsmith asked how the training was going. From the outside, it seemed like the young man was starting to get the hang of it. The boy said that he understood the purpose of the second lesson, because it is impossible to keep up with a locomotive with ordinary running. The student of the strongest knight noticed that he concentrated prana in his foot while pushing off from the ground. The young man said that he tried to use the flow continuously to move at high speed. Adler's student noted that at such a running speed, even the slightest failure in the power of the technique is fatal. The 300th ranked knight said her partner had correctly grasped the essence of the second training session. Slow Tools said that the most important thing is the balance between the state of the body and the power of the flow. The Swordmaster candidate said that the boy from a remote village, as always, was a quick learner. The young man asked where his personal recognizer was, and Fidelia Goldsmith replied that she was interrogating her employer. The ranker knight told her skinny man that the high-ranking merchant denied involvement in drug trafficking. The girl is sure that if Thomas Waitking is really planning a crime, they will have to call off the order. Slow Tulls said that their employer was incapable of such a thing, and the knight asked why he thought so. The apprentice of the strongest knight said that it was his intuition, but it seemed to him that Thomas was a simple merchant. Fidelia Goldsmith said that a person blinded by money would not praise the competitor's product. The knight girl said that Thomas Waitking donates huge sums of money to drug rehabilitation centers. The Swordmaster candidate said that the boy's third lesson would be the fusion of the flow and the hidden force technique. The girl said that from now on, the guy should constantly use the stream in his battles. The guards of a top 30 merchant realized they had been treacherously attacked. The disciple of the strongest knight of humanity shouted, "Did they really decide to attack them openly?" The 300th ranked knight screamed that he had decided to attack at the perfect moment. The girl knight is sure that someone is watching them or listening in on their conversations. Slow Tools shouted for his personal recognizer not to stay in the room. It was dangerous here. The girl saw the man who attacked her friends and immediately determined his height and approximate weight. The recognition agency employee is sure that this pink hair color is his natural color. Lucy Emerald noted that the man was unarmed and that his forearm muscle groups were incredibly developed. The individual recognizer shouted that he was incredibly strong, as he was from the highest echelon of Despada. The Identification Bureau employee is sure that they are facing the master of throwing, Nile Shutter. Lucy Emerald warned the escort rankers that this man could throw anything. The disciple of the strongest knight of humanity managed to dodge the heavy furniture that was rushing towards him. The boy from the remote village thought that if it weren't for his recognizer's warning, he would be dead. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight realizes that he has never encountered a master of throwing before. Lucy warned that things were complicated by the fact that their opponent was ranked 20th in the kill rankings. Nail Shutter decided not to waste any time because his target was right in front of him. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight thought that the assassin was strengthening his attacks with the flow. Fidelia Goldsmith thought that every throw of this man was comparable to the shot from a cannon. A boy from the remote village of Tools told his partner to take Lucy and Thomas away. The young man is completely sure that this killer is hunting exclusively for him, and the others should not take any risks. The girl knight thought, the killer from the dark organization Despada chose the guy as his target. Fidelia Goldsmith wondered why this man's target was not Mr. Thomas Waitking. The young man said that his partner herself said that the third lesson is part of a real fight. The disciple of the strongest knight declared that with the help of this man he would master the flow to the end. The 300th ranked knight stated that as soon as Lucy and Thomas were safe, she would return. The boy from the remote village of Tools agreed with his partner, who was already leaving the gold room. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight prepared for a very difficult battle with a high-ranking assassin. The young ranker adventurer understood that this fight would be much more difficult than with John Teufel. The pink-haired man decided to go on the attack when he realized that the boy was fully prepared for their battle. Slow Tools successfully took the flux-enhanced wooden projectiles fired by Nail Shutter. However, the throwing master did not stop and continued to attack the young ranker adventurer. The 20th of the dark-ranking assassins fired 2 projectiles at once to crush the young man. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight realized that he couldn't dodge it, he had to block. Slow Tools decided to use the flow to instantly strengthen his slow body. The young man used the prana technique on all of his limbs at once to cut through the approaching objects. The pink-haired high-ranking assassin decided that the boy had already mastered the flow technique quite well. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight realizes that his level is still insufficient to fuse techniques. Slow Tools stated that this assassin would serve the young ranker adventurer for further growth. The young man stated that this fight would serve as a good springboard for him on his way to the island of the gods. Nail Shutter was an orphan trying to survive on the streets with nothing. One day, the boy was noticed and picked up by a man working in a small traveling circus. However, the boy was picked up from the streets not to be made into a spectacle, but to be sold on the side. To escape this hopeless hell, Nail Shutter stole the tricks of some circus performers. Thanks to this, he managed to take the place of a mediocre juggler and perform in some numbers. The boy threw the juggler's clubs day and night without stopping, so as not to be thrown out into the street. Even when the circus fell apart, the boy continued to quit, not knowing any other way to survive. Nail Shutter was happy with every penny he earned. He knew that his work was not in vain. Everything changed when a killer noticed the orphan and decided to take him into his own hands. The dark assassin ranking ranker knew this was a truly magnificent find. An unconscious talent for killing blossomed and merged with the throwing skills acquired for survival in the city. Thus, having killed a whole host of villains, Nail Shutter became the 20th most powerful killer. And now, thanks to a mysterious scientist from the dark group Ouroboros, he has become a puppet. The 20th of the Dark Killer rankings did not give Slow a chance to rest, and he kept looking for a moment to counterattack. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight could only dodge and block the crushing attacks. Forced to obey the nanorobots, he smashed a glass chandelier to use the shards. Nile was very skilled in the use of prana, transmitting incredible power through the flow to each fragment. Adler's student understood perfectly well that his opponent was using shrapnel, which meant his ammunition supply was unlimited. The young man understands that as long as the high-ranking assassin holds something in his hands, he will not be able to get close to him. The boy from the remote village of Tools admitted that in this case he had only one choice. Slow timed the moment when Nail Shutter fired his shells and was left empty-handed. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight saw that his opponent had opened up, albeit briefly. The young man decided to use the fastest attack in his swordsman's arsenal, Instant Slash. Slow Tools smashed the pieces of the gold number that Nail Shutter had just managed to pick up. Adler's student immediately jumped up to attack the killer before he ran out of ammunition. The 20th in the dark ranking of killers saw through the guy's plan, so he immediately released prana. The adventurer ranker realized that he had fallen into Nail's trap, from which it would not be easy to escape. Slow Tools realized that he would die if he did not immediately change the course he had taken with the help of the flow. The killer, forcibly subordinated to a scientist from the Ouroboros organization, used dozens of pieces of debris at once. A high-ranking assassin destroyed Thomas Waitking's gold number while he retreated to safety. The carriages of a locomotive traveling along the Transcontinental Railroad were shaken by a powerful explosion. Nail Shutter smashed the high-ranking merchant's gold number to pieces, hoping to kill the boy. A puppet of a scientist from the dangerous organization Ouroboros froze, trying to find the remains of a guy. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight burst into the destroyed room through a hole in the ceiling. The young man thought that this maneuver was incredibly dangerous because he almost turned into dust. Nail Shutter realized that the young ranker adventurer had escaped his massive attack and survived. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight returned to the roof of the high-speed locomotive Dream Japper. The 20th in the dark ranking of killers broke through the ceiling of the room to continue the fight. The young man prepared himself to use the legendary Hidden Force sword art without fear of destruction. Slow Tools thought that the Swordmaster's technique was an excellent example of a flexible technique. The guy understands that he trained with Adril for only a year, but these trainings made a huge difference. He also met a young Swordmaster candidate and a top 20 ranked miracle killer. The young man understands that his path is illuminated by various masters who have taught him a lot. The guy realized that he had to switch his thinking and stop thinking about using the flow and hidden force. Slow Tools admits that he can't even run properly, but he wants to use the legendary technique. The young man decided that the Swordmaster technique he had been using was only a temporary form. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight decided he must create something completely new from scratch. Slow Tools decided not to adapt the flow to the hidden force, but to integrate the Swordmaster's technique into the flow. The young man thought that now he would master the true technique of the Swordmaster, Instant Slash. A devastating stream of prana from the young ranker adventurer pierced the dark scientist's puppet. The disciple of the strongest knight realized that he had just managed to use two techniques at once. Nail Shutter froze in disbelief at the incredibly devastating technique his opponent had used. Slow Tools decided that he had completely mastered the combination of the flow and the first Swordmaster technique. The young man thought that he could now move on to Adler's third technique, Storm Lord of Destruction. Nail Shutter croaked something barely audible through the power of the Ouroboros scientist that was binding him. The disciple of the strongest knight in humanity realized that something was wrong with this killer. Adam's brother said that the Swordmaster's technique is, of course, also of interest for research. However, the dark scientist was much more interested in the ancestral technique of Slow Tulsa, namely the technique of poetry. A scientist from the most dangerous organization in the world said he wanted to see this guy's technology. The mechanical man decided to pump his crushing prana into the puppet to strengthen it. Slow Tools wondered if this high-ranking assassin's prana really had two colors at once. The young man decided that he shouldn't think about such nonsense now. The main thing now was the fight itself. The disciple of the strongest knight in humanity saw that his rival had been hiding his knives all this time. The young ranker adventurer had hoped in vain that the strong headwind would help him in battle. The man ranked 20th on the killer list prepared to attack the young man. The puppet of a scientist from the dark organization Ouroboros released blades with the help of a powerful stream. The disciple of the strongest knight decided to use Instant Slash, enhanced by prana flow. However, the high-ranking assassin easily bounced off the youth's devastating prana beam. Slow Tools decided that he would continue to press his opponent in the same spirit, and victory would definitely be his. Suddenly, the young ranker adventurer realized that he was at the limit of his abilities. The young man noticed that his body had become heavy. Did he really not have enough strength to finish this fight? The disciple of the strongest knight decided that the prana consumption of the recently mastered technique was too high. The boy from the remote village of Tools looked at the enemy, but realized that he had lost a lot of time. The young man asked where his opponent could have gone, but he felt something approaching him at high speed. Slow Tools was able to force his body to move to avoid the crushing blow. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight noticed that a massive tree had been thrown at him. The young man noticed that Nail Shutter was not going to stop there, but continued to attack. The man didn't even notice the weight of the trees as he tore them out with one movement and sent them towards the boy. Slow Tools thought that a high-ranking assassin was throwing trees and moving at the speed of a locomotive. The young man thought he was remembering the battle with the most powerful poacher, Iris Darkin. The young ranker adventurer decided that he should not drag Dream Japper into this battle. The disciple of the strongest knight decided that he should attack targets precisely, right in the air. The young man was confident that now he would not yield to this high-ranking assassin in terms of firepower. A scientist from the dark organization Ouroboros was just waiting for this moment and gave the order to act. Slow Tools saw that the 20th in the dark ranking of killers had suddenly changed its direction. The man literally flew towards the guy after he powerfully pushed off the ground with the stream. The young man was surprised that his opponent had decided to take the crushing blow of the Instant Slash. However, Nail Shutter grabbed onto Slow, who was unable to dodge due to the enemy's overwhelming speed. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight realized that the assassin was about to throw him aside. Slow Tools understands perfectly well that if the throwing master abandons him, it will definitely be the end for the young man. the young ranker adventurer realized that he must take advantage of the technique of his kind's poetry. A scientist from the shadowy organization Ouroboros admitted that he had been expecting this moment. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight wondered if reinforcements had arrived for Nailshutter. The mechanical man declared that from now on he would begin an analysis of the technique of the Slow family's poetry. The young man understands that he has already activated the technique, which means it can no longer be cancelled or stopped. The devices of a scientist from the dark organization Ouroboros surrounded the boy to begin scanning. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight did not understand what was happening now, what the scientist had planned. The mechanical man realized that his sensors had detected Slow's technology interfering with reality. Adam's brother's devices returned an error. Connection to Babis's heir was unsuccessful. A scientist from the dark organization Ouroboros said that everything is exactly like this, no more, no less. The mechanical man apologized for the late introduction and introduced himself as Jack Contractus. The man said that he was also a member of Ouroboros, a very influential dark organization. A scientist from a dark organization asked if the young man was unfamiliar with the concept of a dark rating. Jack Contractus explained in simple terms that Ouroboros also strives to get to the island of the gods. The puppet of the dark scientist from Ouroboros approached closer to receive new instructions from his master. The mechanical man declared that he no longer needed the help of this mediocre killer. A scientist from the dark organization Ouroboros fired a devastating beam of prana at his puppet. Slow Tools saw that in the blink of an eye, only the lower half of Nailshutter remained. The disciple of the strongest knight of humanity saw a small bug crawling out of the body of the defeated one. The young man asked what kind of creature it was, and the mechanical man asked if the boy was really interested. The dark scientist stated that this was his personal development, Samajuk, which can subjugate people with nanorobots. Fidelia Goldsmith asked if her partner was okay. He looked incredibly exhausted. The girl knight thought that Slow Tools had used a technique, which meant that she was facing an incredibly dangerous opponent. The 300th ranked knight managed to dodge the crushing beam of the dark scientist from Ouroboros. The mechanical man asked not to interfere because for him, murder is a piece of cake. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight realized that his partner was in mortal danger. A scientist from the dark organization Ouroboros noticed that the young man had regained his prana. Jack Contractus confirmed Slow Tulsa's prana generation and asked if he was that type. The mechanical man stated that the boy transforms the feeling of crisis into incredible prana power. A scientist from the dark organization Ouroboros said that in that case, the conversation with the young man would be short. Fidelia Goldsmith couldn't understand why the super-fast locomotive Dream Japper was starting to speed up. Jack Contractus claimed he had control of the train, which had just started to accelerate out of control. A scientist from the shadowy organization Ouroboros warned that Slow Tool must show what he is capable of. The man said that if he was not stopped, many of the Dream Japper's passengers would die. Jack Contractus said that all these deaths would fall on the shoulders of the young man if he did not stop him. The young man understands that a whole multitude of lives depend entirely on him, so he must try. The disciple of humanity's strongest knight understands that this time he must prevent tragedy. The boy from the remote village of Tools screamed with all his might, but his body was still heavy. The scientist from Ouroboros noticed that the boy couldn't get up, so he said that he was a disappointment. The 300th ranked knight decided that now was the perfect moment to attack the mechanical man. Fidelia Goldsmith realized that the unknown man had an incredible shield in his arsenal. The girl knight doesn't understand why the shield is so hard. Is the scientist's prana really that strong? The 300th knight in the ranking called for a personal recognizer of a young ranker adventurer. Lucy Emerald responded immediately and climbed onto the roof of the transcontinental locomotive. The recognition agency worker said that she would move her partner. He should be patient for a little while. The mechanical man stated that he would not persecute those who could not even use technology. The swordmaster candidate said that this man did not seem to be part of Despada. The night girl demanded to know who he was and why he had decided to attack Dream Japper. Jack Contractus asked if he killed the girl. Slow Tools would rise in spirit and defeat him. Fidelia Goldsmith said the mechanical man's skull was filled with cheap parts. The 300th ranked knight went up against the second-ranked prana scientist. The guy's individual recognizer asked if this man had caused the locomotive to accelerate. The exhausted young man replied that it was indeed so. Dream Japper was accelerating uncontrollably. The girl understands that her partner has used the poetry technique, so he needs a good rest. The young man asked where their client was now. Lucy replied that he was hiding in the silver class. The Identification Bureau worker asked Slow Tools who the man on the roof of the locomotive was. The guy replied that he himself didn't know for sure, but he introduced himself as Jack Contractus from Ouroboros. The individual recognizer realized that they were facing the most dangerous dark organization. The girl understands perfectly well that this is the worst organization, not standing at the top of the criminal rankings. Lucy Emerald decided that the most terrible criminal group came here because of Slow. The girl understands that she doesn't know too much about her partner. She needs to find out more about him. The guy's personal recognizer brought him to the hospital car, where he will definitely get better. Lucy Emerald thought that if Fidelia Goldsmith's opponent was really from Ouroboros, the knight wouldn't be able to cope. The Recognition Bureau employee understands that Slow Tools is currently unable to help her partner. Lucy Emerald thought that at this rate they would all be killed, and the locomotive needed to be stopped. Thomas Waitking told the recognizer to get out of his way. He would keep an eye on the young ranker adventurer. Slow asked why Thomas was there, and the merchant asked why the guy was calling him by his name. The man replied that he could not sit quietly in the room while others were in this situation. Thomas Waitking said the boy had a prana deficiency, but there was a way to bring him back to his senses for a while. The man warned that this method has side effects, but it is the best available now. A high-ranking merchant asked why the young ranker adventurer was so surprised by his knowledge. Thomas Waitking reminded that he is actually the son of a pharmacist, so for him these are elementary things. The adventurer ranker and his individual recognizer realized that the man knew what he was talking about. Lucy Emerald asked Thomas Waitking to take care of Slow while she did something. The Identification Bureau worker said she would try to stop the transcontinental locomotive. The girl confidently stated that she, too, would try to do everything in her power. Lucy Emerald heard an announcement requiring all passengers to evacuate to the rear carriages. The recognizer noticed a man in green clothes and immediately called out to him. The girl was in demand. He was a rank mechanic and ordered him to help her stop the train. The man asked who she was and why the girl assumed that he was a ranker mechanic. Lucy Emerald said he wouldn't be able to fool the recognizer. The calluses suggest he worked as a mechanic. The girl ordered the man to quickly run to the driver's cabin if he did not want to lose his rank. The recognizer thought that she couldn't solve problems, but there were people on the train who could do it. Lucy Emerald thought that thanks to her profession as an observer, her eyesight was excellently developed. The girl noted that she has a good idea of which rankers and in what numbers can solve the problem. The individual recognizer announced that she needed a high-ranking mechanic and prana scientist. Meanwhile, the following was happening in the hospital car of the transcontinental locomotive. Thomas Waitking told the boy to open his mouth and drink the medicine carefully so as not to choke. The high-ranking merchant asked, because the boy also doubted his business practices. The man said he placed a fake order to try to make money from illegal drugs. Thomas Waitking has no doubt that this ranker adventurer has exactly this opinion about him. However, the young man said that the merchant occupies 30th place in the ranking, a position that is difficult to achieve. Slow Tools is confident that the man put in incredible effort and a huge amount of time to get up. Adler's student explained that this is why he believes in these efforts, believes in the rating of a high-ranking merchant. Thomas Waitking thought about it, because if he were in the guy's place, he certainly wouldn't be able to trust someone like him. The man said he would only help Slow once, as the drug would shorten the boy's life. The merchant is sure that this is better than dying now, so the guy must defeat the man on the roof.